is your Zoom name. It should be the same which you were sending to Mataji Gaura Sundari, so that we could exactly know when we should switch your microphone on. When Guru Maharaj will appear, it will be soon. Automatically, all microphones will be switched on, so that we all together greet him. When you see that he is here, I will tell you that should we chant together Hare Krishna. Also, if you like to see the speaker, if somehow you don't see me, you see some settings. We will show the whole gallery of all disciples for our Guru Maharaj, so you can personally can do the needed settings to see the speaker. Actually, that's all for organizational announcements. And to be tuned on to Vyasa Puja, Ashwasena Prabhu will tell a little bit about the meaning of Vyasa Puja before Guru Maharaj coming. Ashwasena Prabhu, please share your impression, your inspiration. Hare Krishna devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. My spiritual God brothers and sisters asked me today to tell a little bit about the meaning of Vyasa Puja. I will try to tell something about it. So today we have a day of Vyasa Puja. Puja means that we worship, and our acharyas explain the real meaning of this word. Puja means to understand, to follow, and to fulfill the desires of the one we are worshipping. Here is the real meaning of puja. I worship my spiritual master, and I think about how to fulfill his desires. Narottam Das Thakur humbly glorifies the lotus feet of Srila Rupa Goswami, who understood and fulfilled all the desires of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We all know this text. It's very inspiring. When Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who began in the material world the movement which should to fulfill the will of Lord Chaitanya, when will he give me the shelter under his lotus feet? And Srila Prabhupada commenting this text says in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita that a special mission of Srila Rupa Goswami was to describe the feelings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. These feelings are his desires to spread in this Kali Yuga. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants so that people all over the world, in each town and village, would know about him and about his movement of Sankirtana. And Srila Rupa Goswami wrote this intimate desire of the Lord in his books. Further, Prabhupada says, now by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, about the same feelings. Servants of Goswami are speaking about these feelings, and pure, simple devotees, they appreciate these efforts. It's about us trying to become real disciples and followers. And so the real worship, real service to Guru is to understand and to follow and fulfill his desires. Vyasa Puja is also the ceremony of worshipping Srila Vyasadeva. Vyasadeva is a special incarnation of Krishna. We know, inspired by his spiritual master Narada Muni, Srila Vyasadeva wrote Srimad Bhagavatam, where he revealed the essence of practice of devotional service, the essence of bhakti. And Srila Vyasadeva, he is guru for everyone. The first guru in the material world is Brahma, then Narada, Vyasadeva, Shukadeva Goswami, and further all our Guru Parampara. We call this holiday Vyasa Puja because Guru is representative of Srila Vyasadeva. He continues the Parampara originated from the Krishna himself, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this day, glorifying our spiritual master, we glorify whole Parampara, glorify Srila Vyasadeva and the Lord himself. Behind the spiritual practice of each disciple, there is our spiritual master. He supports us. We are dear for him, he is praying for us. And we understand that only due to this we have service and we have a spiritual life. Spiritual master is the one who shows us the way to the spiritual world. Srila Prabhupada says that the method of getting the Vedic knowledge is called Avaroha Pantha. It means it is carried from one teacher to another teacher. And Srila Prabhupada says that a spiritual master should be satisfied by his disciple. Only in this case, a disciple will have an understanding of a spiritual science. Srila Prabhupada is telling about it. I will read one great text from Srimad Bhagavatam, which helps us to understand the mood and attitude of a disciple to the spiritual master, the attitude which leads us to success in spiritual life. When a living entity focused on the external material energy of the Lord and falsely thinking himself a material body, it starts to feel fear. This text describes the most serious problem of our life and also suggests the solution of this problem. Paya means fear. This fear accompanies us for all our life in various forms, but finally in the core of all fears in our life. And devotees understand it. The only fear is the fear of death, fear to stop existing. We know that there is no death, but how this fear appears, this text describes the reason. Abhinivesha means being focused. Dvitiya is a matter, is a duality when we come to this world. Fear is the consequence of when we think that we are the body. And of course, if we think that we are a temporary body, then our life will be full of fear. The next question is why? Why a human being thinks that he is the body? Because our consciousness is distorted. The word viparya means that the soul forgets about its original state, spiritual nature. Majority of people in this world, they live by the interest of their body. It is asmritih, forgetfulness of our real nature. I forgot who am I and started to think that I'm somebody else. And Srila Prabhupada said that turning away from the Lord, we forget that by our nature we are a servant of the Lord. So in this world it is said that about the core reason of this forgetfulness, indifference to the Lord, turning away from God. And that's why everything that we see in this world, we just face it. This decision which can change the situation is also depicted here. To get rid of this Maya, a person should worship. This is what we will do today. Abhajet means to worship. But to whom? To worship the spiritual master. To how to worship? Nobody taught us how to worship. The first word is bhaktya. Worship or real turning to the Lord comes through devotion, through bhakti, toward Guru. When the devotion is starting arising in our heart to spiritual master, then this real turning to Krishna appears. Then we start to understand the position of Guru, start to worship him and think that he is our deity, our life and soul. Guru is Devata, the one through whom the Lord comes in our life. All sacred scriptures taught about this. So the solution of Srimad Bhagavatam, the decision, so a sane person should, with full unalloyed devotion, to serve the Lord under the guidance of a real bona fide spiritual master, who should be accepted as a life and soul and as a deity. In this wonderful day full of mercy and service, we try to glorify our spiritual master. We try to find the words of gratitude, to thank him for everything he's done for us, for changing of our lives. We try to show him our real attitude, understanding, and our attitude of a real disciple.
Шрила Прабхупада ки, Шрила Niranjana Swami Gurumaharaj ки.
Может быть, вы продолжите, Швасана Прабhu, еще.
You can continue, Shvasana Prabhu, until we are waiting for Guru Maharaj. You're inspiring so much.
Да, дорогие преданные, этот день
Yes, dear devotees,
особенный феномен в нашем движении.
there is a special phenomenon, the day of Vyasa Puja.
Потому что в действительности мы
Because in reality, we try to show from the best side. Our best side is our devotion. In this day, when we share something with our spiritual master, and many devotees, they see how different offerings are, but at the same time, these offerings are very inspiring, because we understand that what devotees are speaking about, sharing, we also feel this. We see this, the motives and desires of the souls which are manifested in these offerings. And a spiritual master, for many years, I was accompanying a spiritual master in traveling, and I visited many Vyasa Pujas. I can assure you that all offerings, however, hundreds or more, Guru Maharaj attentively read each offering. And this way, when he is giving us lectures, when he is giving instructions, in any situation, even as when he is eating, taking prasadam, we are watching him with eyes wide open, because we try to see this devotion and try to somehow to get closer to him and to the Lord. And also he is looking at us, he's watching us.
Этот день Vyasa Puja
And in this day, Vyasa Puja is a wonderful
как-то
opportunity
более ну, показать
to
какое-то
show
то, что у нас внутри, показать
what we
что-то,
have
что обычно
inside,
может быть
to show maybe
скрыто, и
something
вот быть такими
which is
предусилками перед духовным
usually is
отцом.
hidden.
И он очень милостив
And
тем,
he is
что
very
он видит
merciful. At
понимание
the same
каждого
time, he
ученика,
sees the
его
understanding of each
настроение.
disciple,
Кто-то из
his
преданных
mood.
благодарит духовного
Some of the
учителя,
devotees
иногда
is
преданные
grateful to the spiritual
подношения
master.
бывает даже
Some
упрекают духовного
some
учителя,
devotees even reproach
что они
spiritual
делают это
master in
как
their
святые,
offerings,
и
but
сам
they
видит,
do it as real
духовный учитель
disciples.
понимает, что
And the
сердце
spiritual master
меняется, сердце
understands
этого
that heart is
преданного
changing,
меняется.
of this devotee is
Поэтому
changing.
это такой замечательный
So
день,
it's a
когда
wonderful day
мы
when
можем показать
we can show
вот так то, что у нас внутри,
whatever we have
духовному
inside
учителю.
to the spiritual master.
Мы ждем Гуру Махараджа.
So we are waiting for Guru Maharaj.
Вы можете продолжать, Вишвасана Прабху, нектар
You can
переливать на
continue
нас.
to
Наверное,
pour your
просят
nectar.
вас
I will
просто
just say
добавлять,
when Guru
если
Maharaj will come.
не против,
If you don't mind,
потому что у вас
then I will
здорово
stop you
получается.
because you are speaking so wonderfully.
Хорошо.
Okay,
Спасибо. Да.
thank
Я
you.
поделился тем, что
I've shared
каждый
that each
Простите, пожалуйста,
нет.
Гуру-Махарадж уже давно здесь.
it is said that Guru Maharaj is here.
Так, Харе Кришна. Харе Кришна.
Hare Krishna. I'm here.
Thank you so much. Харе Кришна.
You can hear me okay?
Yes. Сейчас надо включить микрофоны для всех преданных, и мы все вместе поприветствуем Гуру Махараджа.
Now we
Please
should
turn on
switch
all
on
the
up.
microphones for all the devotees.
Харе Кришна.
Преданные, давайте вместе поприветствуем Гуру Махараджа.
So let's greet
Произнеся
together,
Харе Кришна Махамантру.
saying Hare Krishna Mahamantra
На
together.
своих экранах приглашение, включение микрофона.
Please switch on your microphones.
Харе Кришна.
Харе Кришна, Харе Кришна, Кришна Кришна, Харе Харе,
Hare Krishna.
Харе
Hare
Рама,
Hare
Рама,
Rama,
Рама,
Hare
Рама.
Rama, Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Hare
Hare Hare.
Hare.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Niranjana Swami Guru Maharaj ki jai. We are happy to see you. If you don't see
Hare
who is
Krishna.
speaking, this is Saki Sevaka.
Yes, I can see you. You're
Okay,
on the
if you
top
if
right
you
hand
want,
corner.
okay. So if you want to see the person who is speaking, please turn on the speaker mode. I hope you know it, but it's in the view menu on the top right corner in the Zoom window. We haven't made it automatic, so that you can see all the devotees in the gallery. Speaker mode, yeah. So, dear Guru Maharaj, on behalf of everyone gathered here today, it is my great honor to welcome you warmly. We are deeply grateful for the opportunity to be in your presence. Unfortunately, only virtually, but still it's a mercy for us, virtual mercy. Your guidance is the light that brings us together, inspiring our hearts and minds in our spiritual lives. Thank you for blessing us with your time and allowing us to celebrate this special occasion with you. Dear Guru Maharaj, as it is now a tradition for your online Vyasa Puja celebration, we are delighted to present to you a special offering, an electronic book of heartfelt offerings from your disciples and well-wishers. This collection is an expression of our gratitude and devotion, and it's being sent directly to your email right now.
I just heard it arrive. It's in the other room. That's not on this computer, but I heard it arrive on the other computer. Should I get it?
Oh, please accept our humble token of our love and appreciation. So there is on your email. I'll check. You can see it later.
Okay.
So today the program is scheduled in a few blocks of reading offerings, and between them you will have the opportunity to take some rest. And during these breaks we will have Guru Katha and Sankirtana Katha also. We also hope that you will give a lecture today. Yeah. Yeah, so that's all the announcement. Shall we begin, Guru Maharaj? The first
Yes,
block.
I'm ready. Please.
Thank you, dear devotees. We are now beginning the reading of offerings. The procedure will be as follows. The name of the devotee reading the offering will be announced first. Following that, the name of the devotee who should prepare to read next will be called. Okay, for the first one who will read his offerings is Harikatha Prabhu and Lokapavani. Mataji, please be prepared.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, can you hear us?
Hare Krishna, yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, please, the microphone is yours, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My dear spiritual master, Niranjana Swami, on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I beg to offer you my prostrate obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet unlimited times. Your guidance and instructions are personification of causeless mercy to me. When I sincerely try to follow your instructions, I can always feel your presence and mercy. You are embodiment of the imperishable Atmavat Sarvabhuteshu principle. And just as beloved A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, you also feel the happiness and distress of others as your own. Because you took pity of this useless soul, because of your unlimited compassion, I somehow remained the recipient of your instructions. Bless me that I may always keep your divine instructions as my only guide, etched in my heart as my only possession. Please kindly keep me always at the corner of your lotus feet, engaged serving your desire, begging to remain your insignificant servant, Harikatha Das.
Thank you so much. Then Lokapavani. And please, Ragalekha Mataji, be prepared.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances, Guru Maharaj and all the Vaishnavas. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on your auspicious day of Vyasa Puja. Please accept the following words of appreciation that are a little bit borrowed from great saints, and some of them are a little bit mine. They express what is in my heart. The lotus feet of my spiritual master are the only way by which I can one day attain pure devotional service. I bow down to your lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By your grace, I will be able to cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. I pray to you, Guru Maharaj, please always give me service at your lotus feet, because that is the only space in which I feel useful in my life. It is the only space in which my life has purpose. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from your lotus mouth. Attachment to your lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. You open my darkened eyes and fill my heart with transcendental knowledge. You are my Lord, birth after birth. From you, ecstatic prema emanates. By you, ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of your character. Your words have a very huge effect on my heart. They give clarity to my life. Your words are a sacred space of transcendental vibration, which grants immortality. Everyone is afraid of the movements of the sun because its rising and setting decreases the lifespan of everyone. Only a disciple is not afraid of the passings of time, because through your lotus mouth it hears about the transcendental glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Through your words, a disciple can meet Krishna in sound and one day attain immortality. To gain realizations of what we have heard from the Vedic scriptures, we have to hear it from the proper person, a pure devotee who is a spiritual master. Only by such hearing and rendering submissive service to a pure devotee will the absolute truth be revealed to us. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is written that the absolute truth is situated in the heart of a pure devotee. If we want to comprehend the absolute, we must look into that pure heart. Krishna se tomara, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakatiache, amito kangala Krishna Krishna boli, dai tava pache pache. O Vaishnava Thakura, Krishna belongs to you. You have bound Krishna. Only you can give me Krishna. I am Kangala, a pauper, since I am bereft of Krishna. Give me Krishna, give me Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, I pray again, please give me service at your lotus feet. In your service, my body and mind forget all their troubles, and there is hope that one day you can make Krishna appear in my heart. Only by your mercy that will be possible. Otherwise, there is no hope. I have examined myself and I am not standing good in my qualifications for anything in pure devotional service. The spiritual master is an ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and Lord and Master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto me. Give me the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds, and I take shelter of your lotus feet. You are the friend of the most fallen. Gaur Govinda Swami comments, I am poor, and I run behind a wealthy man. He can transfer Krishna from his heart to your heart. He has Shakti to do so. He can make Krishna appear in your heart. Krishna listens to him. Otherwise, how can you get Krishna? I am poor, and you are the friend of the poor. Please help me to get closer to Krishna. Gaur Govinda Swami says, otherwise it is not possible. It is our destiny to become beggars at the door of your heart. Please share with us your wealth of prema. You're so many beautiful things, Guru Maharaj. I hope that one day I can have at least 1% of your wonderful qualities. I know I'm useless and I didn't accomplish many things in my life, but if you allow me to serve you, then at least I can say that I did something that is worthy. Please bless me on this day of your Vyasa Puja, that I may become a qualified disciple in service of your lotus feet. Your always grateful servants, Lokapani Dedas.
Hare Krishna, Lokapani, thank you. Regalekha Mataji, you are the speaker now, and Murari Krishna Prabhu, please, you are the next.
Hare Krishna, примите, пожалуйста, мои
Hare
поклоны.
Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my obeisances. In the dust of your lotus feet, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please accept my immense gratitude for your mercy and Srila Prabhupada's presence in my life. Thank you for so mercifully accepting me as your disciple, even though I am not worthy of this infinite mercy. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, every topic always refers to the importance of accepting the guidance of a spiritual master and following his instructions to engage in devotional service to the Lord. Srila Prabhupada so often says in his purpose that one should hear Krishna Katha from the mouth of a true spiritual master. We have to taste ourselves, but the spiritual master shares that taste with us. Now we are studying the Srimad Bhagavatam, and it brings a little bit of discipline to daily hearing and reading. After all, sometimes the mind rebels. It doesn't want to read or hear lectures or chant, but just to do some nonsense. Or it finds a bunch of important things and affairs that it puts first. However, systematic studying helps to stay on the right path, because whether I want it or not, I have to prepare for the lecture. I'm very grateful to the devotees for having such a great opportunity to study online, and to the devotees who inspire me to do it. They share taste and a positive attitude. They emphasize that it is important not to learn everything and be so well read and significant, but to love the Bhagavatam. After all, studying constantly reminds us how important the spiritual master is, and the spiritual master asks us to study these books. Everything is so interconnected. I don't know how it happens, but whenever I feel despondent and it seems that I'm in a bad situation, you come to me. Somebody gives me your photo. Somehow I hear you kirtan. Somebody mentions you in the lecture. Niranjana Swami said, just a couple of days ago, it was like this. I was in a low mood and everything around me was gloomy. I opened Telegram and devotees sent photos and the videos of you coming back to Mayapur. Immediately, the world became a bright place. This is such a scene, like thunder in the clear sky. However, it is the opposite here, like sunshine among gray clouds. At times, like this, I realize, how can I fall into some kind of despondency? How can I give up? I promised my spiritual master I can't let him down. I can't be sloppy and not serious because he was bestowed such great mercy on me, because he accepted me into Prabhupada's family, gave me a chance to come back home, and his guidance to the Lord I can't, and I don't want to let him down. I don't want and can do anything that would upset him. Srimad Bhagavatam also says that the Lord's lotus feet are like an umbrella protecting the surrendered souls from all the miseries of material existence. Recently, I was going home in a cab. There was a terrible thunderstorm, downpour and wind, and it was warm, dry, and cozy in the car, but drops were dripping down the glass, and they were so beautiful, so attractive. I thought that this is the real shelter, that the feet of the Lord, Srila Prabhupada, the spiritual master. It is protection, it is happiness, it is everything that you need for life. However, you are still attracted by some material garbage. Maybe it's not so stormy. Maybe I'll open the window a little bit and the wind and the rain won't hit my face so strongly. They will. Material existence will hit and hit hard. If you don't have that umbrella of mercy, living becomes impossible. And I will never stop thanking the Lord for having you in my life. And I will be thanking you for giving me the Lord, giving me the taste, giving me shelter. I will never get tired of thanking Srila Prabhupada for giving us the knowledge of Krishna, and I will thank Krishna for giving us Prabhupada, who is so merciful, and all the devotees who support and inspire me, share their love and care on this path. Thank you. Thank you, dear Guru Maharaj, for lighting up my path like the sun. Thank you for showing me direction and pushing me to keep going on and on and on, moving forward. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I ask your blessings. Even though you are already pouring tons of mercy on me, I ask your blessings to always remain under the umbrella of the Lord's lotus feet and that rescue me from all the miseries of material existence. I ask for your blessing to finally stop being attracted by the garbage of this world and to stop thinking that maybe there is still something sweet in the storm that hits and punches you in every possible way. I no longer want to think that maybe there is still a little bit of happiness left here. Please bless me to never think that there could be anything better than the lotus feet of the most merciful, loving, caring, and the most wonderful God. With great respect, reverence, and gratitude to you, wishing you the best health, trying to be your servant, Raga Lekha Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much. Murari Krishna Prabhu. Please go ahead. And Mataji Taruni will be next.
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Please. Can you hear me? Haribol? Звук есть?
Есть, но если можете, немножко ближе или громче к микрофону.
Yes, there is a sound, but please speak closer. Is it okay now?
Немножко интернет нестабильный, попробуйте.
The internet is not stable, but let's try.
Gurumaharaj, Please accept my humble obeisances into the dust of your lotus feet on this blessed day of your Vyasa Puja. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Niranjana Swami Ikanamine Anahata Prayasena Prabhupada Situshte Sankirtan Prayasena Guru Namaha Namo Nishkama Bhakte Tava Bhakti Hitayate Krishna Kirtan Prane Niranjana Swami Namaha. Before I start to read the offering itself, а можно вывести Гурумахараджа?
Еще раз скажите.
Да, не видно духовного учителя. Он был
Вы,
до этого.
вы у
I don't
себя
see the spiritual master.
не будет закрепления автоматического, у вас есть
We will not pin automatically, but you can choose the special regime of speaker yourself at the top of your screen to pin the speaker or to pin the screen of Gurumaharaj. Okay.
Before I start to read, I would like to tell a couple of words spontaneous to Gurumaharaj. Many years ago, I heard in one of the classes he told that we have to learn the art of crying for Krishna. So I remember the time I was crying myself in the year 1990, because after a couple of weeks of personal service to you, I was asked to go back to my ashram, and I felt like an abandoned baby who is like on himself, and he has to survive somehow after being in the shelter of your association. Recently, my parents left this world, and the feeling was that also I lose some roof above my head, some protection. But always I remember that you are the most prominent protection, most reliable protection for me and support. So I'm very grateful for this. And I have to admit that after so many years of separation physically, doing the service I was asked to do, I feel again the great desperation and need to come again into a closer circle and ask some questions and see your reaction on whatever I do or say, and then again understand where am I as a devotee and what do I need to do next up to the standard demanding for me. And now I will read the offering itself. Another year is behind, and I am very thankful for yet another year in service to you, and for the opportunity to be with Vaishnavas, to associate, serve, feast, chant, discuss the Holy Scripture on my way to someday become a Vaishnava too. I think I'm aware now of how rare this chance is, and for this I'm grateful to your tireless efforts to save me. Life turned out to be very short, and here, to my disbelief, I'm facing the youth of the old age, as Gurumaharaj jokingly says. Time is precious, and I'm trying to learn of how to follow your example of this moment for my soul's benefit, following your example of Avyartha Kalatvam. I read in the scriptures so many wise revelations, but how to make it mine finally. Many things are still remaining beautiful, elevating, inspiring stories. Something deep inside of me is still resisting, although maybe less so now, after the material body started to show some obvious signal of getting closer to its final. Time is short, time is precious, and shining back, shining beacon, a source of light and hope. All getting Why do we celebrate Day of Vyasa Puja? Because as Sri Krishna Maharaj explained in Chaitanya, anyone who delivers instructions from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Leelas becomes the representative of Srila Vyasa. Your countless factors, absorption into Gaura Leela based on Chaitanya Bhagavata, Chaitanya Charitamrita, your real taste and art to deliver it gives you rightful place in Sri Vyasa's representative. I remember clearly of how your dream was to just read through the Chaitanya Charitamrita at any cost, just to do your bhajan, enjoy the roots of Gaudiya Vaishnava culture. I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe it's possible to read through all 14 volumes. For me, it took about 5 years. This is the scope of your personality, a great devotee, able to do wonders in service to Sri Guru and Guranga. This also makes you the true son of Srila Prabhupada, inheriting his unique abilities to study, write, preach, help, and serve. In the Antya-lila of Chaitanya Charitamrita, there is a verse 5, chapter 5, verse number 71. Ramananda Roy Katha Kahire Nahoi, Manushana Hiroi, Krishna Bhaktira Samhoi. I cannot properly describe the discourses of Ramananda Rai, for he is not an ordinary human being. He is fully absorbed in the devotion service of the Lord. Purport. One is forbidden to accept a guru or spiritual master as an ordinary human being. Guru Shu Naramati. When Ramananda Raya spoke to Pradyumna Mishra could understand that Ramananda Raya was not an ordinary human being. A spiritual transversal who is authorized to act as spiritual master speaks as a spirit personality of God dictates from within. Thus, it is not he that is personally speaking. In other words, when a pure devotee or spiritual master speaks, what he says should be accepted as having been directly spoken by his in the Parampara system. This commentary clearly explains what our attitude to the spiritual master should be. You are that spiritually advanced devotee Prabhupada mentions here, led by the supreme personality of Godhead from within. You are the pure representative of the Parampara system. I need to realize this fully and trust and follow you on my spiritual path. This is my duty now and always will be. Because, as Sanatana Goswami says to Thakur, some behave very well, but do not preach the cult of Krishna consciousness, whereas others preach, but do not behave properly. But you, dear Haridas, simultaneously perform both duties in relation to the holy name by your personal behavior and by your preaching. Therefore, you are the spiritual master of the entire world, for you are the most advanced devotee. Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 4, verses 102 to 104. You, dear Guru Maharaj, do both duties perfectly. You preach Krishna consciousness widely, and your personality is most elevating and inspiring for me, your disciple, servant, and a spiritual son. Observing your qualities, your knowledge, expertise in dealing with so many different problems, with so many different persons around, people suffering and looking for some answers, I can see how much older your soul is and how much closer you are to the divine couple and spiritual world. Material age is important, but the spirit overcomes matter eventually. This is shown clearly by your perfect. Every day, 3 times, I say prayers to you with a certain hope that you hear me. I bow down to you countless times and beg to always follow you and remain your servant, Murari Krishna Das.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, dear devotees. Please follow the schedule because we have a tight schedule. Taruni Mataji, your turn. And Hararata Mataji, please be prepared.
Om Agyana Timirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha.
I offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master, who has opened my eyes, which were blinded by the darkness of ignorance with the torchlight of knowledge. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all Vaishnavas. All glories to your divine grace. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my sincere congratulations on your birthday. Although birth in this world is a sad fact, if a living being wakes up and comes into contact with pure bhakti, with the representative of God, then this birth is the most fortunate, and there is no bigger success to be achieved in the entire material creation. In this life, you are a spiritual master, a sincere follower, and a disciple of your great master Abhai Charanaravindra Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. You guide many devotees, giving bhakti, knowledge, and inspiration, offering help and helping those who have come across the path to the supreme reality. It is a great success of your parents that they gave birth to such a person as you. I offer my humble obeisances and words of gratitude to their souls. By great fortune and by causeless mercy of Lord Gauranga, we have come into contact with bhakti in this life. Srila Prabhupada said that Krishna consciousness is both religion and knowledge, and it is necessary to realize and understand many tattvas on this path. There is only one absolute truth, but it manifests itself in 6 forms. Krishna Guru Bhakti Shakti Avatara Prakasha Krishna Echaya Rupa Karena Vilasa. Krishna Guru Pure Devotees Avatars Expansions Shakti. These are the 6 manifestations of the absolute truth. It is necessary to understand these tattvas, but the most important is Guru Tattva. If we understand it, then all other tattvas appear within the practitioner of Bhakti Yoga. Theoretical knowledge is not knowledge. Our selfless service, realizations, deep understanding, purification of our chitta, our heart, that's what true knowledge is. And this process is impossible without a spiritual master. The person who eliminates the darkness of our consciousness, our attachment to the material world, and replaces it with the light of love for God is a true guru. Gu, darkness, Ru removes. Dear spiritual master, from time immemorial, I have been and still am under the influence of the lower material gunas. Although I already have some knowledge theoretically, I still don't know who I am. Ignorance still covers me and pulls me down. Traces of the past in the consciousness and traces of false identifications force one to act in search of subtle and gross material pleasures. No conditioned soul can liberate himself. There must be another personality who can do this. This personality is God. He is in our heart, but it is impossible for us to know Him on our own. Therefore, God manifests from the heart as the spiritual master giving instructions. Guru is the servant of Lord Chaitanya, and he is the complete manifestation of the Lord. What is the function of this manifestation of the Lord in the form of spiritual master? Guru Krishna Rupa Hana Shastra Pramane Guru Rupa Krishna Kripa Karane Bhakti Gane. According to the deliberate opinion of all revealed scriptures, the spiritual master is non-different from Krishna. Lord Krishna, in the form of the spiritual master, delivers his devotees. That is, the Lord gives his mercy to us conditioned souls through the Guru, through his devotee. Dear Guru Maharaj, you are the ocean of divine mercy. You share your heart filled with love and affection for your spiritual master, for the Lord, through Krishna Katha, through Kirtanas. Your pure, compassionate heart bestows mercy on everyone who comes into contact with you in the form of instructions, association, and prayers. By the causeless mercy of Lord Chaitanya, I once had the opportunity to serve you. These are some of the most inspiring, sweet moments of my life, and that I will never forget because I came into contact with you, with the representative of God, who gave me this divine mercy. You allowed me to accumulate bhakti agyata sukriti, so as not to lose my balance while walking along the path, which is like the edge of a razor. And not only were there moments of success, but there was special mercy, tears, protests of the false ego, and also pain. It was all of it, both sweet and bitter, that made me feel the highest taste and still helps me follow this path. But this path is not easy. You can always slip or even break into pieces. Therefore, again and again, I ask your divine mercy for your prayer and compassion for this conditioned soul entangled in Maya. I bow down to your lotus feet. I do not have humble humility, but bowing down, I can feel it, at least for a moment, you at your lotus feet. My heart is impure, but when as I remember you, it becomes filled with selflessness, gratitude, and affection. I don't have patience, but seeing your example, I get the strength to move on. I have subtle hidden desires to receive glowing glory, praise, respect. But remembering you, I want to glorify you and the other sincere Gaudiya Vaishnavas. Dear Guru Maharaj, again and again I bow down to you. If I ever caused your worries or pain, please forgive me for that. I will remain grateful to you until the end of this life, and it will be as eternal samskara, gratitude for having this good fortune to meet you on my path, to come into contact with you, even to serve you, a true spiritual master. Your disciple, Taruni Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much, Mataji Taruni. Prarata Mataji, you are the speaker now, and Vijay Lakshmi, Mataji, please be prepared.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Vidale Shrimati Niranjana Swami Nitya Vinaya Nahata Paisena Prabhupada Situshte Sankirtana Pratyatam Bhate Guru Namahat. Guru Maharaj.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my most humble and respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. Glories to Srila Prabhupada and Guru Parampara. I sincerely congratulate you on your appearance day and thank Lord Shri Krishna for such a divine gift of your personality, the gift to us, such conditioned and fallen souls. I also express my infinite gratitude to our dear Srila Prabhupada, who has brought you up and gifted you to us, dear Guru Maharaj. I always think about what we would do and where we would be if we had not met you by divine providence. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Invisibly to us, 1 year follows another, and we become more and more mature. Time follows so fast, as though just yesterday I met devotees, but 40 years have already passed. Again and again, wonderful Krishna in the form of Kala gives us an opportunity to understand that in the material world, there is no better shelter other than spiritual master's lotus feet and his divine instructions full of love and care. There is nothing sweeter and more inspiring than association with devotees in serving the mission of our spiritual master. To us, your disciples, there is no more powerful way to get rid of the false ego and illusions of enjoying and controlling that constant and continuous listening to your lectures, dear Guru Maharaj, and lectures of Srila Prabhupada. You are our dear and beloved spiritual father and teacher who has been dedicating his whole life to studying and distributing spiritual knowledge and instructions of the Lord and your spiritual master. Thank you for this. It is due to you and your spiritual care here in our hearts grows the flower of bhakti that hankers to bow down to your lotus feet. For to us, you are a manifestation of infinite mercy and love to the Lord. So please excuse me, but I shall always solicit the Lord that you live for a very long time, as much as you want, and help us to gladden Srila Prabhupada in serving Sankirtana mission and distributing the holy name and sacred books all over the world. Please stay with us for a long time in the same divine mood and helps us to always remember and never forget Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, last year, by your mercy and my secret prayers to you and Srila Prabhupada, my dream online school with a life came true. It is education and preaching school where we invite newcomers that buy our books. For over a year, more than 600 students of various ages consistently study Vedic knowledge, take spiritual education courses on Shastras, and become devotees. They study Srila Prabhupada's books, purchase beads, chant the holy names of the Lord, and gladly find friends in Krishna consciousness. As your humble servant and the leader of the school, I sincerely want to offer all the results of our preaching to you, dear Guru Maharaja, for just by your blessings and mercy we can cross the mountain of different difficulties and obstacles on our spiritual path, and after successfully overcoming them, come back to Godhead and take someone with us. Our team consists of my dear good brothers and good sisters. I invite. They give live broadcasts, lectures, and courses for students. Among them, Sarvagya Prabhu, Gadruma Vihari Prabhu, Mataji Shri Devi, Mataji Hararata, and organizers are Mataji Leshwari Gopi and sometimes Mataji Dina Dayatri. This is just the beginning. All the work, service, and results of our school I dedicate to you, dear Guru Maharaja, and ask you to accept this humble offering and service in the mission, please. With your mercy, the impossible becomes possible. May the school change the lives of millions of souls for the better, so that they serve the instructions of the Lord for their own good. Please bless us for the pure devotional service to Lord Chaitanya's mission and for selfless service to you. Dear Guru Maharaja, on this remarkable day of your appearance, with great sincerity, I want to express my deepest gratitude to you for the infinite mercy and tolerance that you manifest to everyone. You instructed me to take care of all devotees who are close and needs my association and support. It inspires me a lot. I thank you for your trust and instructions. I try never to let you down and be everyone's attentive and diligent servant. I always feel your presence, dear Guru Maharaj. Dear Guru Maharaj, thank you for the spiritual realizations you so generously share. Thank you for everything you do for us, for Srila Prabhupada, and for the Lord. Thank you for your love and care of us, your awkward kids and servants. Your support and benedictions help me to take care of young devotees and Sankirtana devotees, to give them spiritual support, emotional and material care, and love, which helps them to advance on their spiritual path. I will do my best to use as purely and unalloyed as I can all my abilities, knowledge, and talents the Lord has endowed me with in serving your all devotees and Srila Prabhupada's mission. My prostrate obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. With gratitude, your servant, Hararata Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much, Mataji Harirata. Vijay Lakshmi, Mataji, please go ahead. Mataji Sukeli, be prepared.
Hare Krishna, слышно?
Так.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Very often we tell this phrase, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. We see his picture on every altar of ISKCON temples, and we frequently come in contact with his words while reading his books and listening to his lectures. But for us, born at the end of 20th century, Srila Prabhupada seems to be a legendary person, just like Jesus Christ. Nevertheless, due to you and the other disciples of Srila Prabhupada, whom we have good luck in listening to, Prabhupada becomes alive and real for us. A disciple's duty is to glorify his spiritual master with his service. Would we have known anything about Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati if he didn't have such a disciple like Srila Prabhupada? Or could we possibly realize even a drop of Srila Prabhupada's greatness without great determination of his disciples for whom there is no joy higher than serving his mission? Thank you for your example of selfless service to Srila Prabhupada, for your helping to understand better his motto and instructions. For when we look at you, we see that what a splendid person Srila Prabhupada was, if only after several meets with him you made his instructions your life and soul. On the sacred for your disciple day of your Vyasa Puja, I ask to bless me so that until my last breath I could always help the devotees doing the best to spread the mission of Sankirtan and to please Srila Prabhupada, hoping to become someday useful for you, Vijaya Lakshmi Devidasi.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Sukeli Mataji, please go ahead, and Premanjana Mataji, the prayer.
Hare Krishna. Примите мои
Hare
поклоны.
Krishna, please accept my obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet, dear Guru Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Shishi Nitai and Gauranga. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my gratitude. Thank you for your love and care for me, your disciples and devotees. Thank you for your lectures, for your disciples who tell about their service to you and share their experience of personal association with you. It was very important for me, as I have only seen you 6 times. They share the mood of service to a spiritual master, telling about your wonderful qualities, and this helps me to get to know you. Thank you for your example of how to undergo treatment of the body and your preservance despite the severe pain. Thank you for the example of chanting the holy name, associating with the God brothers and sisters, and reading the scriptures. Thank you, dear Guru Maharaj, for your entire life dedicated to pleasing Srila Prabhupada, your disciple, Sukeli Devidasi.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Premanjana Mataji, you're the speaker now. Krishna Kirti Prabhu will be next.
Hare Krishna, my dear spiritual master. Accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glory to Srila Prabhupada, all glory to all devotees. Today I have a unique opportunity to express my gratitude to you for what you have done for me personally, for my family and friends around me, and for people I don't even know. How can I thank my father and mother for the gift of human life? How can I thank God for His mercy for this manifested material world created to awaken me from the sleep of oblivion, selfishness, and envy? It is even more difficult to express the full measure of gratitude deserved by all those who carry the message of pure bhakti to the sleeping souls who do not want to remember God and are deaf to the message of Srimad Bhagavatam. The only thing I can do is to try to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, to do my humble part, living in a simple Siberian town, to continue to serve the deities, to keep the fire of bhakti in the devotees, which Srila Prabhupada has so graciously kindled in our hearts. I'm happy to have such a truly living example of devotion and selfless service to Srila Prabhupada in your person, dear Guru Maharaj. Every time I stand before their Lordship Shisha Nitai Guru Hari, I never cease to thank them for the gift of association with you. It was only a few minutes, but I think even this is enough to ignite the fire of love and thirst for the Lord's service in my heart after a short million lifetimes. I really appreciate what you have done for each of us and for me personally. And the more time passes since my first meeting with you, dear Guru Maharaj, the more I realize in my heart the importance of this meeting. You are very dear to me, and I always thank God for meeting you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your disciples, for your instructions, for your lectures, for everything that is impossible to list in one letter. Hare Krishna, once again accept my obeisances and please continue to shed this light of spiritual knowledge into our hearts, hoping to remain at your and Srila Prabhupada's feet, servant Premanjana Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much. Krishna Kirti Prabhu, the microphone is yours. Govindeshwari Mataji, please be prepared.
Hare Krishna. Om Gyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Mukam Karoti Vacham Pangum Athayate Girim Yatkripatamaham Vande Shri Gurudina Tarinam. Gaurava Gaura Chandra Radhikaya Tadavaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. В этот самый благоприятный день
At this
вашего
most
божественного
auspicious
явления,
day of your divine appearance, first of all, I offer my Sanchanga Dandavat Pushpanjali, my heart like a shower of flowers thousands of times at your lotus feet. Secondly, I offer my pranamas thousands of times at the lotus feet of my pranama Gurudeva to Srila Prabhupada and all of our Shri Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Parampara. And finally, I offer my pranamas to all my good brothers, good sisters, and all assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. Today, we are most fortunate to come together to honor and glorify great Vaishnava, our Gurudeva, our Vishnupada Ashatara Shata Shishimat Srila Niranjana Swami. On this occasion of his Vyasa Puja, his appearance day in this world. Every Vyasa Puja is a deep samskara for me, tied to the happiness of associating with you, great joy for my brothers and sisters, and also repentance for being so slow in following the path of bhakti indicated by you and the acharyas. On the day of the appearance of great Vaishnavas, it is recommended to discuss and dive deeply into three most important topics: Sat Sampradaya, Sadguru, and Sat Shishya. There is nothing more important than glorifying the great devotees, the great saints who have realized the Supreme Lord, Lord Krishna, and listening to the glory of the pure Vaishnavas who are dedicated to serving Shri Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, following Srila Rupa Goswami in his Nectar of Devotion, gives a statement from Padma Puranarpaisim. The service of the Vaishnavas or devotees in that scripture, Lord Shiva tells Parvati, my dear Parvati, there are different methods of worship, and out of all such methods, the worship of the Supreme Person is considered to be the highest. But even higher than the worship of the Lord is the worship of the Lord's devotees. Although today is not the day that Srila Vyasadeva was born, on the appearance day of Shri Guru, the spiritual master, we worship him, and that day is called Vyasa Puja, the worship of Vyasadeva. Why? If you have a circle and draw a line touching both sides and going through the center, that line we call it the diameter. In Sanskrit, the diameter is called Vyasa. As the diameter divides the circle, so Vyasadeva took one Veda, Yajurveda, and divided it into Rigveda, Samaveda, Yajurveda, and Atharvaveda. That is, he made 4 quarters of one Yajurveda the mantras which were left over became the Puranas. And also because on the order of Narada Muni, Srila Vyasadeva went to Samadhi and to trace. He saw the pastimes of Shri Krishna in Mathura and in Dwaraka, everything from beginning to end. How was it possible? By the power of the mantra given by his guru Narada Muni. Mantra is not an ordinary thing. Sabdha Samanya, a material sound vibration. When the Sadguru gives a mantra to the disciple, if the disciple will do Sharanagati, unconditional surrender, and become Sevaprayana, absorbed in service, then, just as Srila Vyasadeva, when he remembered his mantra so directly all the pastimes of Shri Krishna, a true disciple, such Shishya, will also see directly all the beautiful pastimes of Shri Krishna. So, Srila Vyasadeva realized the spiritual world, and he also saw that behind Krishna there was Maya Devi, the goddess of the material world. There he saw many souls, jivas, floating in illusion in the material world. They were covered with anarthas, ignorance, misconceptions, and attachments. And just as a drowning person is sinking under the water and coming to the surface again and again, those souls were sinking down into the lower species and into insects and animals, and then again coming up to the human form, wasting their lives and going back down again, drawing again and again in the ocean of material existence. Then Srila Vyasadeva realized that the living beings who are covered by ignorance in this world can be delivered from the material world into the eternal beautiful pastimes of Shri Krishna by hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam. On the one hand, there is an ocean of nectar and joy. On the other hand, there is an ocean of misery. All the living entities in that material energy are missing all the beautiful nectar of love for Shri Krishna, missing everything. How can they be transferred from the material energy to the spiritual energy? Shri Guru is that person whose heart cries for this. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has said,
Krishna nama shuddha korya pan, jao bhakati vinoda pan. Nama bina kinchu nahikara, чудо бава nama jem. О, пожалуйста, испей нектара святого имени.
Drink the nectar of the holy name and give relief to my heart. My prana is burning because you are not drinking the nectar of Krishna Nama. So be kind and drink this nectar, and then my heart will feel some relief. Please drink the nectar of the name of Krishna and remove the pain in my heart so that I will not worry about you anymore. Nama bina kinchu nakiho ara. In all the 14 words, there is nothing but Harinama. Don't look anywhere else. So this is the bhava of the Sadguru, the mood of the spiritual master. The disciple, Satshishya, may not at first feel such things, but the disciple should think, I must preach on behalf of my Gurudeva, because my Gurudeva's heart is burning and suffering. So to give Gurudeva relief from this suffering, I have to try to help all the jivas of this world. Now, coming back to the history of Vyasadeva, Vyasadeva was seeing the spiritual world and the material world, and he realized that the souls who are suffering can go into the shelter of Shri Krishna's loving service by hearing and the glories of the holy name and Krishna's pastimes. Therefore, he presented the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, Vyasa means diameter, because Srila Vyasadeva was in touch with the center of all existence, Sri Krishna, and because by his vision he touched both sides, the spiritual world and the material world. Therefore, his name is Vyasadeva. That Vyasadeva, he appears again and again in this world. He empowers the pure devotees. That sadhu who sits on the seat, the Vyasasana, the seat of Vyasadeva, who has received from his Guru the realization of this spiritual world and the material world that Sri Vyasadeva has, and who himself is the embodiment of all the nectar of the Srimad Bhagavatam. That Guru, that saint, is worshipped by Vyasa Puja. On this day, we are not worshipping one Guru alone. On the day of Vyasa Puja, the Guru engages all his disciples in the service of the entire Guru Parampara, who are all representatives of Sri Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasadeva. Last year, at the end of your online Vyasa Puja, you gave a short speech, but those words have fully revealed your position at Sachishya and as Sachishya and Sadguru. Those words left a profound impression on my consciousness, and it remains my goal to one day fully realize them, to comprehend your boundless compassion and unwavering desire to liberate us from the material world, no matter how hard the path may be or how lazy we are. You said you wanted to be an example for us of what it means to be a true disciple, Sachishya, but taking complete shelter of your spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, and the Guru Parampara. As a true Sadguru, you show how deeply you pray for us to have the opportunity to associate with devotees and eventually return to the lotus feet of Radha Shyama. You have spoken about this tasteless material world and revealed that the only true happiness lies in Krishna's happiness. Moreover, you have given the answer to how one can achieve success on the path of bhakti through the service of pure devotee, a representative of Krishna. This means that if we want to understand the essence of true religious principles, we can only find it in the heart of a pure devotee, a fully surrendered devotee of the Lord. Today, I can only pray for your mercy to always have an opportunity to serve such Vaishnavas and remain in their association. I am the object of your mercy. I do not know how to please the divine couple or what I can offer to them, but I firmly believe that if I can bring myself together and one day become your true disciple, Sachishya, as you are, that will be the greatest offering to you and will satisfy you to the highest degree. Please continue to instruct me and guide me both within and without. Srila Krishnadasa Kaviraja Goswami had said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. One should know the instructing spiritual master to be the personality of Krishna. Lord Krishna manifests himself as the super soul and as the greatest devotee of the Lord. A conditioned soul cannot perceive the direct form of the Lord himself, but can see a prakasha manifestation of Shri Krishna. This is like the moon and its reflection in the water. By the mercy of Shri Krishna, one can reciprocate with such a manifestation here in the material world. Srila Krishna Kaviraja Goswami further described the position of Shri Guru. Although I know that my spiritual master is a servant of Sri Chaitanya, I know him also as a plenary manifestation of the Lord. A bona fide guru never positions himself as Sakshat Hari, the Lord himself. Instead, he sincerely desires to remain a servant of his guru. However, the disciple must have the clarity of consciousness to recognize that my guru is indeed Sakshat Hari, the direct manifestation of the Lord. Please accept this offering of my Shraddha Pushpanjali on this very special day of your appearance. All glories to you, to Srila Prabhupada, and to Guru Gauranga, your internal debtor, striving to become your true disciple, Krishna Kirti Dasa.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Govindeshwari Mataji, please go ahead, and Tapakarini Mataji will be next.
Hare Krishna, дорогой Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaja, please accept my obeisances to your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On the day of Vyasa Puja, please accept my humble attempts to express my gratitude to you and glorify your service. However, I feel I'm insignificant compared to your personality, and I do not know how to approach the greatness of your divine person. I know you don't expect all these glorifications, and that is your greatness, dear Maharaja that you don't get anything for yourself. You give everything to Srila Prabhupada. You are the embodiment of the verse Trinadapi Sunichana, always sincerely giving respect to everyone and not expecting respect for yourself, although you fully deserve it. The longer I practice or try to practice, the more contamination I see in my heart. And yet, by your mercy, I feel more and more hope of cleansing my heart of all unfavorable things. Hearing from you, chanting the holy name, reading Srila Prabhupada's books, and associating with devotees, I feel that my faith is strengthening. It is such a wonderful process, the process of devotional service. Everything is filled with joy. Even the purification of the heart, which is so painful for the false ego, is sweet. I feel the sweetness and joy that is bestowed upon me through your mercy, Krishna's mercy, and his holy name. Your life of full Krishna consciousness, absorption, selflessness, and devotion. Your example is a guiding light and a source of constant inspiration, life force, and the ability to continue rendering devotional service for many, many devotees and me. You are our true well-wisher, the Lord and Master of devotees. You are very merciful to us and allow us to take shelter of your lotus feet and your transcendental instructions. Even trying to follow them saves us from great troubles, protects us, gives us spiritual strength, determination, inspiration, and hope, nurtures our faith, and leads us to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. I am immensely grateful to you, dear Guru Maharaja, that by your example and your life you spread the unadulterated message of pure devotional service, the highest goal and the highest perfection of the life of a living being. You certainly are an ocean of good qualities, but because of my ignorance I cannot see them. And yet your clear, pure genuineness, your humility, your heart of compassion, love, care, your dependence on only Krishna and his holy name, your perfect devotion to Srila Prabhupada's instructions, all these things flood my callous heart and motivate me to feel gratitude for everything you are doing for us, for our benefit, to make even more effort in trying to please you, Srila Prabhupada and Sri Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaja, you are the true representative of Srila Prabhupada, of the entire Guru Parampara. You are a true gentleman, you are a true Vaishnava, you are true and genuine in everything. A living example of unadulterated devotion to the spiritual master. As a true Vaishnava, you are impeccable in every way. Everything that Srila Prabhupada has given us, books, chanting the holy name, serving the devotees, is dear to your heart. Whatever you do in devotional service, you do it all with great love, effort, attention, and some incomprehensible depth. It is incredibly attractive. I want to touch this depth at least a little bit. I do not want to just remain on the surface. This is possible only by your mercy. These lines from Sri Srishad Goswami Ashtaka are about you. They are just like the ocean of love of God, and they are popular both with the gentle and with the ruffians, because they are not envious of anyone. Whatever they do, they are all pleasing to everyone, and they are fully blessed by Lord Chaitanya. Thus, they are engaged in missionary activities meant to deliver all the conditioned souls in the material universe. Everyone who comes in contact with you is mesmerized by your humility and genuinely benevolent attitude. It is truly so attractive. I pray to you that your instructions truly become my life and soul. Please bless me so that I can one day become a true servant of the holy name, a servant of the servants of the Vaishnavas. All this is possible only by your mercy. I believe that by your mercy, even an insignificant being like me can attain perfection, bowing at your lotus feet, my shelter, your servant Govindeshwari Devi Dasi.
Все это возможно только вашей милостью. Я верю, что по вашей милости даже такое незначительное существо, как я, сможет обрести совершенство. Склоняюсь у ваших лотосных стоп, моего прибежища, ваши слова Гавиндешвари Деви Даси.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Tapakarini Mataji, the microphone is yours. Sundari Mataji, please be prepared.
Hare Krishna, дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Dear
примите,
Guru
пожалуйста,
Maharaj,
поклон.
please accept my humble and respectful obeisances
Дорогой
in
Гуру
the dust
Махарадж,
of your lotus feet.
примите вам
All
слова
glories to
смирения,
Srila
почтения и
Prabhupada.
поклон были ваших
On this
лотосных стоп.
wonderful and
Вся
auspicious day
слава
of your
Шри
Vyasa Puja,
Прабхупаде.
let me express my
Позвольте
endless
начать
gratitude for your
мероприятие
engagement in
День
my
вашего
life.
Vyasa Puja.
Last year, I wrote an
Очень
offering for your
благодарна
Vyasa
за
Puja
ваше
for the
участие
first
в
time in
моей
many
жизни.
years, and
Вы
when the letter
вдохновили,
was
что
written
вы
and
в 90
sent,
годы
I
написали
got a
мне
start
посвящение
feeling that I
Vyasa
received a
Puja.
personal
И вот,
association.
когда письмо было
Unfortunately,
написано
dear Guru
мною,
Maharaja,
у
for a
меня
long
возникло
time I
твердое
have had no
убеждение, что я
opportunity to have a
получила ваше
personal
личное
association.
общение.
The
К
last time
сожалению,
I
дорогой
was
Гуру
present at
Махарадж,
your Vyasa
я
Puja
до
was
сих
in
пор не
the
имела
year
возможности
2000.
личного
Of
общения с
course, I
вами.
hope the
И
situation
всякий
will
раз
change
лично я
and I'll be
присутствовала на
able to
вашем
attend
Vyasa
your
Puja
kirtans,
очень
lectures, and
давно.
japa with
Хотя очень
devotees.
надеюсь, что
But in
ситуация
spite of all
изменится, и
that,
мы
I
смогу
feel your
продолжить
presence in my life
передачу
through your
лекций перед
instructions,
собой джапы.
by listening to your
И
lectures and
все же,
reading your
несмотря на
letters
это,
to
я ощущаю ваше
disciples.
присутствие в моей жизни через
I have
наставление,
nothing worthy to
слушая
offer
лекции,
you
читая письма
on the day of
ученикам.
your Vyasa
У
Puja.
меня нет
That's why I
никакого
decided
особого
to offer you
желания,
my
чтобы
efforts in
предложить вам
improving my
свою Vyasa
sadhana and
Puja.
my gratitude
Поэтому
again
я
and
решила
again.
предложить вам мою
Every night when I
бесконечную
invite their
благодарность
Lordship Sri
за
Srinivai
мой подарок
Gaurachandra to
за
their
свою
beds,
основу.
I always thank them for
Каждый
coming to
вечер,
my
когда
home
я
to let me
укладываю
serve
цветы
them.
после
And
Шишиневой
then I thank you
Гаурачандры,
for
я
mercifully
всегда
permitting me
благодарю,
to
что
worship the
согласились прийти в
deities.
этот дом и позволяют
This year
служить
wasn't
им.
easy
И
for me.
затем всегда
Time
благодарю
for
вас,
reconsideration
что
and
мне
changing
все вы
priorities
позволили мне
has come.
поклоняться
Our
Божественной
yatra
Матери.
isn't big and there are
Этот
not
год
so
был
many
очень
devotees
непростым для
involved in
меня.
active service.
Наступило время
That's why I had a lot of
переосмысления,
practical
смены
service. And
приоритетов.
for some time I
И
liked
здесь
that, to
небольшая
organize
личная
everything, to
откровенность,
inspire
связанная
everybody
с
and take active
взаимопоставлением
part in
моих
everything.
Поэтому
But
у
after
меня есть
some time I
довольно
found out that
дипломатическое
my chanting was
состояние.
mechanical, reading
Какое-то
Srila
время мне
Prabhupada's
очень
books
нравилось,
wasn't
как вы
regular, and
организовали
listening to
и
Srila
вдохновили,
Prabhupada's
каким
lectures,
образом
although
посвятили
regular,
час
was
за
not
часом.
attentive.
Но со
After
временем
finishing
я
listening to
обнаружила, что
lecture, I
моему
could hardly
успеху не
remember what it was
увеличить.
about.
Чтение книг Шри
And then I
Прабхупады
saw a
не
quote from a
регулярно.
letter to a
Слушание
disciple
лекций
that
Шри
if we
Прабхупады
don't pay enough
регулярно,
attention to
но не
Mass Shravanam and
занимательно.
Kirtanam,
Когда
we
заканчивалась
soon
лекция,
forget why
я
we all
по-честному
are doing all
расслышала, о
these
чем
things,
там
meaning
говорилось.
practical service.
И тут я
Now I try
встречаю
to
цитату
reduce
из
the
ваших
amount of
писем
practical
ученикам
service to
о
dedicate
том,
more time
что
to
если мы
listening,
не будем
chanting,
уделять
reading.
внимание
In
качественному
the
Шравану
beginning,
и
my faith
Киртану,
seemed to have
мы
gone,
очень скоро
but senior
забудем
devotees
обо всем, о чем
explained to me that
признаем,
my
то
faith
есть о
hasn't gone, it
практическом
just hasn't
служении.
increased.
Сейчас
I
я
felt
стараюсь
that I
значительно
couldn't practice
сократить
as
объем
before, doing
практического
everything
служения,
mechanically.
уделяя больше
That
времени
my
для
disturbance
слушания и
and desire to
воспринимания
change and
Вселенной.
improve my practice, I prayed
Сначала
sincerely
я
to the
подумала,
deities
что
Srila
моя вера во
Prabhupada and
что
you,
ушла. Но
brought me to
старшие преданные
wonderful
объяснили,
results.
что вера никуда не
And
ушла,
due
она
to the
просто
situation, I
изменилась.
understood
Я
also
почувствовала,
how
что не
Krishna
могу
gives a person
практиковать как
intelligence
раньше,
on how to
пытаться
reach him.
механически все
We
делать.
begin to get
И это мои
instructions literally
беспокойства и
from
желание
everywhere.
изменить и
And the
улучшить свою
most important
практику.
thing, desire to
Я
change the
искренне молюсь
situation.
божествам, Шри
I began praying
Прабхупаде
to
и
Srila
вам
Prabhupada for the
для
mercy to read his
удовлетворительного
books
результата.
regularly,
И
and at
также
once
через эту
quotations and
ситуацию
lectures
я
on this
поняла,
topic began to
как
come to me.
Кришна дает
In every
миру
discussion and
простое
study, I
знание.
noticed that it
Мы начинаем
emphasizes the
получать
importance of reading
наставления на
Srila
эту тему
Prabhupada's
буквально
books.
отовсюду. И
Also,
самое
as you said in
главное–
one
это
lecture, if
желание
we have a
изменить
desire to
мир.
read Srila Prabhupada's books,
Я
we would
начала
surely
молиться Шри
find time.
Прабхупаде о милости
And at
регулярно
present, I read
читать его
Srila
книги.
Prabhupada's books in a
Постепенно
regular
мне стали
way.
приходить
The
цитаты,
next
лекции
step was to
мудрецов,
attentively
уникальные
listen to Srila
впечатления,
Prabhupada's
обучение. Я
lectures. I
встречала
had a sincere
акценты,
desire to improve the
связанные с
quality of
важностью чтения
listening.
книг Шрилы
Listening
Прабхупады.
in the right way
Также в одной из
increases our
лекций вы
faith and
сказали,
makes it
что
stronger.
если
In one of Srila
при желании
Prabhupada's
читать
lectures, I
книги
heard an
Шрилы
analogy
Прабхупады,
and
то
decided to
время мы
write it down.
обязательно
The
найдем.
next day, I
И
heard another
сейчас я
analogy. I
регулярно
began
читаю
to write
книги
down
Шрилы
these
Прабхупады.
analogies every day. They turned out to
Следующий
be in
этап–
every lecture.
внимательное
And I
слушание
noted that I
лекций
began
Шрилы
to remember
Прабхупады.
easily
Я
what the
искренне
lecture was
хотела
about,
улучшить
and I
качество
could
служения,
remember, think
ведь
of it, and
правильное
share it with
слушание
devotees.
увеличивает и
The
укрепляет
next
нашу
step was
веру.
to develop a
В одной из
relationship with
лекций
the
Шрила
holy name. For me, it was the most difficult thing to get just a little closer to the understanding that the holy name is a person. All these changes, to say more correctly, the very desire of these changes is only your merit, dear Guru Maharaja. All these things take place thanks to your mercy and instructions. From them I receive answers, inspiration, enthusiasm, help, support, and personal association. From all my heart, I wish you good health and power in your service to Srila Prabhupada, which is for me the example of wonderful devotion to a spiritual master. Your eternal servant Tapakarin Devidasi, Великий Novgorod City.
Вдохновение, энтузиазм, помощь, поддержку и личное общение. Искренне желаю вам здоровья и сил в вашем служении Шриле Прабхупаде, которое является для меня примером удивительной преданности духовному учителю. Ваша вечная служанка Тапакарини Давидаси. Харе Кришна.
Thank you so much, Sundari Mataji. You're the next. And Ananda Manjari Mataji, please be prepared. Sundari Mataji, microphone.
Hare Krishna. Дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaja, please accept my respectful obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Every time I sit down to write an offering to you, I think I don't have the words to properly glorify you. I have no talent for eloquence, but for the 25 years that I have known you, you have continued to inspire me in my attempts at devotional service to the Lord. Every time I hear about the way you walk, talk, and act, it's all perfect. Every time I am amazed at how you manage to do it, to act in such a perfect way. Again, why am I amazed? You are a pure devotee, and therefore you act in such a perfect way. I am amazed because such examples here in the material world are very, very few and far between. In Bhagavad Gita 9:13, Krishna says that the great souls, the Mahatmas, are completely protected by the divine nature, and the material nature has no influence on them. Whatever happens to you, you continue to practice devotional service, so I see that Maya has no power over you. One can attain this level only by devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I see that you, dear Guru Maharaja, are a fully surrendered soul, a Mahatma. Srila Prabhupada goes on to say in the purport that the Mahatmas focus all their attention on Krishna. You are showing this example all the time. You spend all your time hearing about Krishna, chanting his names and remembering him. Srila Prabhupada further says that to become a Mahatma, one must associate with other Mahatmas. And you, Guru Maharaj, exemplify that, seeking the association of your God brothers, talking to them about Krishna and his pastimes. Srila Prabhupada says that pure devotees are not attracted to other forms of Krishna, such as the four-armed Mahavishnu. I have never heard this from you. You only talk about Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, and Srila Prabhupada. In the next verse in Bhagavad Gita 9:14, Krishna goes on to say that such great souls, Mahatmas, are always glorifying him and worshipping him with love and devotion. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada writes that the Mahatma cannot be manufactured by rubber stamping an ordinary man. He must possess the proper qualities. He is always glorifying the Lord. In all your lectures, dear Guru Maharaja, you constantly glorify the Lord, his qualities, his pastimes, and talk about the glory and power of the holy name. A Mahatma is always engaged in the various activities of devotional service to the Lord, described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam. Such a Mahatma wants to get the opportunity to associate with the Supreme Personality of Godhead in one of the five spiritual rasas. To achieve this goal with body, mind, and words, he serves the Supreme Lord. We observe all this in you, dear Guru Maharaj. Your profound lectures and nectarian kirtans are filled with this desire to please the Lord, to glorify Him, and to serve Him. Srila Prabhupada also says in his purport that Mahatmas strictly follow all the rules of the scriptures, fasting, Ekadashi, sadhana. You, dear Guru Maharaja, are the personification of all these rules. You yourself follow them and set an example for others to follow. Rising early in the morning, attending Mangala Arati, morning japa, and strictly following all the fasts and Ekadashis. A pure devotee dedicates his whole self to the service of the Lord, does not expect respect for himself, always respecting others, like in Shikshashtaka, the third verse. This is how you always act. For the last few years, your senior disciples have been organizing Guru Katha, where devotees share stories about you. In each story, you give yourself entirely to your disciples, to the devotees who need your help in spite of being tired, having other problems. You don't expect any reverence for yourself, but you are ready to give all reverence to the devotees. I remember a story that happened before the Sadhu Sangha festival in 2005. We came to Novorossiysk and planned to stay there until the festival to participate in the Brahmotsava festival. But suddenly, the next day, we decided to go to the festival site because the devotees from Chaupati, Shyam and Kishori, whom you had invited to speak about taking care of the devotees, were coming. You didn't care at all where you could stay and whether there would be prasadam in line with your diet. You felt that you needed to take care of Sridham and Kishori and make sure that they would get settled and comfortable. You act in this way all the time, taking care of the devotees and not caring at all about yourself. Dear Guru Maharaja, On this day of Vyasa Puja, I pray for your blessings for pure devotional service to Krishna. You say that you cannot give us anything else but this. I don't need anything else. Thank you, dear Guru Maharaja, for everything you are doing for me. Trying to become a disciple, Sundari Devi Dasi, Екатеринбург.
Которые нуждаются в вашей помощи, несмотря на усталость, болезнь и разные проблемы. Вы не ожидаете по отношению к себе никакого почтения, но готовы оказать все почтение преданным. Помню историю, которая произошла перед фестивалем Садхусанга в 2005 году. Вы приехали в Новороссийск и планировали остаться там до фестиваля, участвовать в празднике Брахмоцева. Но неожиданно на следующий день вы решаете ехать на место фестиваля, потому что приезжают преданные из Чаупати, Шридам и Кишори, которых вы пригласили, чтобы они рассказали о заботе о преданных. И вас совершенно не заботило, где вы сможете остановиться и будет ли там что-то поесть согласно вашей диете. Вы чувствовали, что надо позаботиться о Шридаме и Кишори, о том, как их разместят, как они устроятся. И так вы действуете постоянно, проявляя заботу о преданных и совершенно не заботясь о себе. Дорогой Гуру Махарадж, в этот день вашей Vyasa Puja, это особый день, принято просить благословения. Я в этот день прошу вас о благословении, благословить меня на чистое преданное служение Кришне. Вы сами говорите, что не можете дать нам ничего другого, кроме этого. Ну, на самом деле, что я могу еще просить? Мне больше ничего не надо. Спасибо вам, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, за все, что вы делаете для меня, пытающейся стать вашей ученицей Сундари Деви Даси. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Nanda Manjari, it's your turn. And Nirakula Mataji, please be prepared.
Dear Niranjana Swami Maharaj, dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, all
Дорогой
glories to
Ниранджана Свами Махарадж, дорогой Гурудев, примите, пожалуйста, мои поклоны.
Шримати Ниранджана Swami Tinamine, Anahata Prayasina, Prabhupada Situshta, Satkirtana Privritiyartham, Ihate Gurave Namaha, Namanishkam Bhaktaya, Sara Bhaktaitaya, Krishna Kirtana Pranaya, Niranjana Swami Namaha. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your divine personality. By mercy of fortune, I have been given the opportunity to meet a guru. Gu refers to the darkness of the material world, which consists of attachment, samskarika ashakti, while Ru signifies the dispeller of the darkness. Darkness cannot simply be removed, it must be replaced with light. The person who elevates the darkness of samskaric attachment by bringing forth the light of Krishna Prema is called a guru. Through this special mercy, Krishna's grace manifests to us in the unique form of the guru. Guru Krishna Rupahana Shastrana Praman, Guru Rupa Krishna Kripa Karana Bhaktagan. According to the authority of the relevant scriptures, the spiritual master is none different from Krishna. Lord Krishna, in the form of the spiritual master, delivers his devotees. Dear Gurudev, you are a perfect example of a pure devotee, full of devotion and sensitivity to the mercy of Krishna. You also recognize the suffering of people in this material world. Because you experience dukkha anubhav, your heart melts with the compassion for souls like mine. Your compassion deserves special recognition. How can one heart, one person tolerate the pain that arises from us and the obstacles in this material world for those who are far from Krishna consciousness? Only you connect me with the Lord, whose body, as Sri Rupa Goswami describes in Sri Radha Krishna Ganadepadipika, has the complexion of a blue lotus or blue sapphire. Your heart is truly one with the Krishna's. You are a rare jewel in the necklace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, embodying the perfect disciple, devotee, and Sadguru. There are no flaws in you. As time passes, I am beginning to grasp how unique you are and how extraordinary what you are sharing with us truly is. I'm proud to be your disciple, even if just to be called one. I hope one day, by the mercy of elevated Vaishnava, to touch your true transcendental glory. who is my dear spiritual master, how he is serving Radha and Krishna, and how your mission and mission of Srila Prabhupada is none different from the mission of Srila Rupa Goswami and Sri Chaitanya Namabhishtam, to glorify you as a servant of Mahaprabhu. I do not wish to take up more of your time. I would like to conclude my humble homage with these two verses from Sri Guru Charana Padma by Srila Narottama Das Thakur and Kripa Bandadiya by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Reciting these two verses can convey everything I wish to express. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bando Mui Savadana Mate Jahara Prasade Bai E Bhava Turiya Jaya Krishna Prapti Hoy Jaha Hate. The lotus feet of the spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotion service. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Yogyata vichara kichu nahi pai, tomara karuna sara. Karuna na hoile, kandiye, prana na rakhibo ara. If I consider my qualification, I find nothing of value. Your mercy is the essence of my existence. If you are not merciful, then weeping and weeping, I will no longer maintain my life. Trying to be your servant, Ananda Manjari Devidasi.
Hare Krishna. Nirakul Mataji, it's your turn, and Shyam Kishore Prabhu, get ready.
Харе Кришна, дорогие преданные, Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру
Hare Krishna,
Махарадж.
dear devotees, Hare Krishna, дорогой Guru Maharaj, dear Guru Maharaj. Dear Guru Maharaja, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. For me, and I think for all your disciples as well, your appearance day is a very special day. Why? First, on this day, your amazing soul appeared in this universe, and you bring light and happiness here, and make this world a better place. Secondly, it is on this day that each of your disciples can perform a personal service for you. And I am very happy to have this opportunity to do some service for you. 24 years ago, when I first took the Bhagavad Gita as it is in my hands and immersed myself into this knowledge, I had so many questions. How can this be? How can it be like this? It can't be like this. Some parts of this book were like a fairy tale for me. For more than 2 years now, this fairy tale has been the reality of my life and the lives of many souls. The active events of Kurukshetra take place 100 kilometers away from the city when I was born, grew up and lived. Kurukshetra, when a brother came to kill his brother, a lot of destruction, pain, tears. And when you are under the influence of these energies, what is it that gives you the strength to be strong? In March of this year, of the previous year, you wrote a letter to the disciples that you needed to restore your health. You wrote that you would be in Hungary for some time. Frankly speaking, I really wanted to come to Hungary to support you. But I realized that in order to restore your health, you need to limit some of your activities. Yes, I've been thinking about how I can help you get well as soon as possible. And on one of these days, my god brother wrote to me that he's now in Hungary, and Krishna willing, he will have a meeting with you. Frankly speaking, I was so happy for him that he would see you and ask him to personally give my obeisances to you and a wish for a speedy recovery. This day we had a massive attack in our city, and what does that mean? It's when hundreds of missiles are fired to wipe out hundreds of cities, and you don't know how it could all end. Whether you'll remain alive. My house shook as the missiles exploded, and that's when I got a voicemail from my god brothers. They were so inspired. Nirakula, we have just had a darshan. We were talking to Gurudeva. It was exactly the energy that gives you strength and support. I don't know how I deserve this great mercy to hear about something that I never even dreamed of in the core of my heart. Thank you, my dear Master, for the place you have given me in your huge heart for your blessings. It is very valuable and important for me. I really feel your support and your love. This message was like a ray of light that broke through the darkness. I listened to it the moment I received it, and I listened to it again and again and again. Now I often listen to it when I'm in trouble and when I'm happy. I saved it not only on my phone but in my heart too. I would like to extend a huge thank you. Thank you for your service, for giving a piece of yourself to each of your disciples every single day. You give knowledge, you share your experience, you give your attention, and ultimately, you give a part of your heart. Thank you for your experience and a unique approach to each disciple, for your infinite patience and responsibility. I want to thank you for coming into my life and giving me so many valuable and necessary gifts, so much knowledge and examples, so much emotion and realizations. You are a wonderful master, a unique person, and a truly wonderful leader. May you have very good health, have patience, peace in your heart and soul, and more responsible, grateful, loving disciples. With love, your disciple Nirakula David Dasi from Ukraine.
Хочу сказать вам спасибо за то, что вы появились в моей жизни и подарили столько всего ценного и нужного, столько знаний и примеров, столько эмоций и открытий. Вы замечательный учитель, уникальный человек и поистине прекрасный наставник. Здоровья вам в Кубе, терпения, мира в душе и сердце, и побольше ответственных, благодарных, любящих учеников. С любовью, ваша ученица Ниракула Девидаси, Украина, Днепр.
Kishore Prabhu, please go ahead, and Divya Leela Rani Mataji, get ready.
Харе Кришна. My obeisances, Guru Maharaj.
Гуру Махарадж, пожалуйста, возьмите из 4-й стопочки, 4-й блок, там тексты для...
Divya Leela Rani Mataji, her offerings is from the 4th blocks.
Mine also.
In your papers, and Shyam Kishore also.
Придется на английском читать.
Я не понял.
Shyam Kishore Prabhu and Divya Leela Rani Mataji will read the offerings now, but you have the offerings in the 4th blocks. So in the paper from 4th blocks.
Все, можно начинать?
Еще нет.
Shyam Kishore and the next will be Divya Leela Rani.
К сожалению, у меня нет.
Ну, давай на английском.
Может быть, на английском?
Да, просто нет перевода, похоже, у переводчика. Не могу на английском.
Это 4-й блок вы, Гуру Махарадж, смотрели? Из 4-го
Unfortunately,
блока?
there is no translation for this.
Шьям Кишор Прабhu, это подношение для Гуру Махараджа, поэтому читайте подношение на английском языке.
You please read it in English.
Я думаю, справится, у них там текст есть.
Спасибо большое. Намаум Вишну Падая Кришна Приштая Буталея Шримати. Гуру Махарадж, I will read in English. Шимати Ниранджана Свами Нитинаминая Нахата Прайсена Прапу Падая Ситуштей Самкиртна Правритяртам Ихатей Гураве Намаха. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my innumerous obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. The blessed day of your Vyasa Puja has come again, and another year is behind us. The spiritual teacher is a student. This is his qualification. Srila Prabhupada said that his qualification was that he simply tried to execute the order of a spiritual master. What other qualities does a teacher have? Tasmat Gurum Prapadinta Jigyasukshre Uttama Shabde Paresha Nishnatam Brahmanyupa Shamashrayam. Shabde Brahmanyu Nishnatam, he has realized the conclusions of the sacred scriptures, having studied them thoroughly, and is able to convince others of their truth. Param Brahmani Nishnatam, he has taken shelter in the Supreme Lord and is established on a spiritual level. Upashamashrayam, he is indifferent to the temptations of the material world. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Listening to you reading a diary of Arjuna Sakha Prabhu, I'm amazed at how much enthusiasm you have in serving Srila Prabhupada. I so want to someday desire to acquire the same enthusiasm. It conquers the hearts of people. Your attitude heals the souls of Vaishnavas. Your Katha is the life-giving nectar, which is not just beneficial, but also pleasant. This amazing combination of qualities led by devotion makes you so attractive. The Guru is Sakshat Hari because he is so strongly connected with Hari that the Lord manifests in him and through him. Yes, watching how you live, how you walk, how you speak, how you treat others, even I was inspired to do something for Krishna, and to my great fortune, you gave me shelter and service. Everything that the disciple has is the property of a spiritual master and should be used in service to him. I very much ask you to bless me to understand this and apply this in my life as you have done. You inspire a huge number of devotees of different levels, and they constantly glorify you. May the nectar of these glorifications gradually purify my heart, and the desire to please you will flare up in it like a fire. So many years I almost live away, not understanding who I am and where I'm going. I clung the poison of pleasures to complain, not realizing that it's empty rowing. I sought the shelter in computers, on YouTube, and in the company of friends, on long night walks, in communication with women, girls, or even in the club. I couldn't fight it despite all tries and squawks. And when despair have approached, embraced, squeezed, and almost killed the rower, then suddenly I heard you, felt the touch. All this is not such valuable and not worth grieving over. We have an excellent activity a day. Please try to do a lot for Krishna pleasure. Then all the sufferings, misfortunes will go away. Life joyfully and finds the perfect treasure. You gave us such a bucket of blessings and Krishna name and taste for Harinam. So we repeat, and after repetitions, it's also possible that we can pass exam. And gradually, by steps and bit by bit, the feeling inside me had mightily changed. Despite I lived in vain so many years, by your grace, service to Hari was finally and beautifully arranged. Guru Maharaj, it was originally on Russian, so translation is maybe not very pleasant. Dear Guru Maharaj, you have given us everything, the holy name, example, care, service, inspiration, devotees, the power of the parampara. You reveal the scriptures. Therefore, I am in ever unpaid debt to you. Please give me the strength to always try to repay this debt and to please you. On this blessed day of your Vyasa Puja, I lie at your feet and continue to thank and ask for mercy to one day become your worthy servant, Shyam Kishore Das.
Thank you so much. We'll spontaneously ask Jambavati Mataji, if you're here, if you're ready, you can read your offering now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Because I'm with you. My baby is sleeping behind the computer as well. Thank you. Yeah, I can. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't ready, but doesn't matter. I'm still here. Thank you so much. So, shall I read?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, my obeisance and glories to Prabhupada. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything, and please accept my humble obeisances. On this special occasion, I wish you a very happy birthday.
May Krishna bestow his blessings upon you. I don't have much to say, but I want to express my deep gratitude for your unwavering service to the devotees. Your continuous dedication inspires us all. I follow your guidance and read your books alongside with Srila Prabhupada books, which has greatly helped me in my spiritual journey. We have a wonderful online reading group in London for the pujaris of Sri Radha. Recently, I had the chance to meet your god brother, Ramanatha Sutta Prabhu, a writer to the Back to Godhead magazine. When he found out that I'm your disciple, he was delighted and eagerly shared some stories about you. Although I'm aware of your instructions not to seek interviews with your god brothers, but please know that I did not initiate this conversation. It was entirely his initiative. I sincerely hope this will not be seen as disobedience to your instructions. Yeah. Ramanatha Sutta Prabhu is originally from America, but he has been living in UK for the past 7 years. So he said that he met you. So all in all, I want to let you know that I'm doing well here in London, happy, healthy, engaged in service for the devotees and the lords here in London, while striving to follow your instructions to the best of my ability. I'm deeply grateful to you for illuminating the path for better understanding Srila Prabhupada's books and for teaching us the importance of cultivating a service attitude towards the devotees. After almost 40 years in ISKCON, I'm beginning to understand more profoundly the significance of a guru-disciple relationship and how vital it is to truly connect with and understand the Guru. Thank you once again for your endless mercy, guidance, and inspiration. Your humble servant Jambavati. Thank you so much for attention. Thank you,
Thank you so much, Jambavati Mataji. So now our first block is over. And if you like, Guru Maharaj, you can have some rest now. And we will be waiting for you at 2:45. Yeah, at 2:45 p.m. at your time, at Indian time. Yeah. Thank you so much.
как раз обед. Харе Кришна.
Yeah.
Guru Maharaj will have lunch right now.
Niranjana Swami Guru Maharaj ki jai. In the meantime, we are continuing with Guru Katha. It's the second block. I hope we can hear now some personal stories and experiences with Guru Maharaja from his devotees. And the microphone I get to the Jambavati. Yeah, so you will be there. Okay, yeah. So you are the speaker now, Jambavati Mataji?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Continue with Guru Katha.
Да, я буду по-русски говорить, да? Я буду вести на русском. Харе Кришна.
I will speak in Russian.
Спасибо всем преданным, что
I would like to thank all the devotees for joining and sharing their realizations about Guru. So we are continuing in Russian. I would like to invite the first Prabhu, Vasudama Prabhu. Are you ready?
Да, хорошо. Я представлю вас одну минуту. Это Vasudama
I will
Prabhu,
introduce you quickly. Vasudama Prabhu is a wonderful devotee from the 90s. At the moment, he serves as temple president in Lutsk, and he is responsible for publishing BPT books in Ukraine.
Спасибо большое. Я
Thank you so
очень
much.
вдохновлен
I'm very
всем, что
inspired
было прочитано
by
преданными,
everything that has
насколько
been read by the
искренне и
devotees.
сладко слушать. Я так,
Very sweet and sincere
я не
words.
готовился для того, чтобы, возможно, так глубоко реализовать
I was
какой-то
not prepared
философский
to speak
понимание
deeply
положения гуру.
and
И
philosophically about the position of Guru.
было запланировано, что мы поделимся
So it was
историями
planned
или
that we will
впечатлениями
share
общения с
some
духовным
stories or
учителем.
impressions of
Поэтому
our
у
association
меня
with
опыт
the
общения с
spiritual
Гуру
master.
Махараджем обогащается всегда. Есть такая
And
возможность
my
периодически,
experience
когда он приезжает в
of
Украину.
associating with Guru Maharaj
Как и
is
каждый из
always
нас, мы получаем большое
rich because I
вдохновение.
have this opportunity
Частично
associating with
его,
him.
может, не обязательно задаем ему вопросы,
So
но
it's not
всегда
that we always
интересно
ask him
реакция на
questions, but
какие-то слова, события,
his reaction to some
то,
words
как
or events is
он
interesting.
прилагает учение
And
Шрилы Прабхупады
it
в
is
жизнь.
also very interesting how he applies Srila Prabhupada's teachings in life.
Поэтому моя жизнь, как
This
и
is
жизнь
why
многих
my
преданных
life,
в Украине,
just as the
она
life of many devotees in
разделилась на
Ukraine,
понятие до и после.
has
После
been
соответствующих
separated in two
событий
parts,
2020
before and
года
after. After the events of
мы
the year
почувствовали,
2022, we felt
что испытания,
that
которые мы проходили до этого,
the challenges that we have
были
been having before
не такими большими.
were not that
Потому что,
difficult,
как вспоминала Матаджи
because just
из
as
Днепра,
Mataji from the Dnieper was
я
remembering,
живу в относительно спокойном
I
регионе на
live
западе
in a
Украины,
relatively
но
calm region
то, что,
in
с
the
чем
west of
соприкоснулись
Ukraine,
все люди,
but
преданные, это было
the
что-то
things that the
невообразимое.
devotees had to
Я понял,
deal with
что
are
понятие
just
война,
unimaginable. I
даже в
realized
фильмах,
that
которые в детстве
the idea
смотрел
of a war
в юношестве до сознания
that
Кришны,
I had based
это
on the movies that I
это
watched in my
что-то
young
невообразимое,
age is totally
гораздо
different from the reality of war, which is very
Когда
terrible and
начались эти
horrible.
события, мы поняли, что
So when the events
обстрелы
began, we
городов,
realized that
гибнут люди.
the people were
Что
dying,
самое удивительное,
the
на том
cities were
фоне через
attacked,
несколько месяцев было понятно,
and
что
in a few
спроса на
months
украинские книги, на украинском языке в
we
Английском
realized
растет.
that the demand
Преданные с
for
разных мест
the
сообщают
books
об
in
этом.
Ukrainian started
И
rising.
мы решили,
The devotees started
что
reporting
надо
from all
интенсивно
parts of the
заняться
Ukraine that they need books in
переводом.
Ukrainian. So we
Их было
realized
много на
that
украинском
we
языке.
needed to
Когда мы обратились к Гуру Махараджу,
translate the books in Ukrainian. And when we addressed Guru
то
Maharaja,
получили
asking
поддержку,
him about it,
подтверждение того, что
we
это надо делать максимально
received his
возможными
support, and he
способами,
told us that
средствами, потому
we
что
should do it
пока есть
using
спрос,
all possible
нужно
means,
обеспечить предложение.
because if there is demand, we
И
have to
это
do it.
как бы вдохнуло энтузиазм, и мы начали думать,
It
где
made
это
us
делать.
enthusiastic, and we started
Много
thinking
всяких
where
историй
we can do
происходило,
it.
преданные
So many things were
с
happening.
разных мест
The
сообщали,
devotees
что
from
там уже
different
невозможно
places were
производить книги,
reporting
потому что
that
в
it is
Харькове
impossible to
обстреливался,
publish
в конце
books there.
концов,
Like, for example, in
большой
Kharkov
риск был.
was under attack and
Разрушена
it was very
типография, в которой
risky.
мы
The
делали книги, начали
publishing
делать здесь,
house
на
was
западной Украине,
destroyed, and we started doing
Киеве.
it here in the western part of
И
Ukraine,
самое
in Kiev.
удивительное то, что
And the
преданные
most
откликнулись
amazing
очень
thing
много
was that
желающих
the devotees were very responsive,
участвовать в
and
литературной работе по
many
древней книге
devotees
появилось.
wanted to
Мы понимаем,
participate
что вначале
in this
всегда
literature
много,
work.
сейчас
And
их
we know that
меньше,
in the
но
beginning there are usually more devotees who are enthusiastic,
видно
but
было,
later
что
not that
какое-то
many remain.
такое
But
желание
still, we could see
Господь,
that
сам Господь
this is a
вдохновил,
desire
чтобы
of the
учение
Lord,
Шрилы Прабхупады
inspired by the Lord,
распространялось и на тех
that He wanted
людей, которые
to
сейчас
spread
терпят большие
these
трудности,
teachings among people who are
альтернативы,
experiencing
которые
difficulties and there is no
сегодня
alternative for them.
кризис веры, кризис
They have
религии
a
даже в нашей
crisis
стране
of religion,
тоже
crisis of faith.
доминирующая религия, они тоже там разделились,
The
спорят.
dominating religions in our country
И
are
с другой
also
стороны,
in
мы понимаем,
crisis
что
now,
суть, которую мы можем
quarreling,
дать, она
and we
людям, которые
realized
отказались
that we can give the
каких-то своих
essence
ценностей,
to
которые
people
подвели их, мы должны
who
то, что дал Шрила Прабхупада, и то,
lost
что
their
оказалось полностью
values, and we could give them the values given by Srila Prabhupada even in these difficult situations.
на Гуру Махарадж очень быстро так организовалось
And
несколько
Guru
встреч.
Maharaj
В 22 году, в 23
organized
у нас была
a few
возможность слушать
meetings in
гостей.
2022, 2023. We were able to see the spiritual master.
Было удивительно. Когда он
It
смотрел
was amazing. He was
присущим его взгляду,
looking at us,
лицо такое преисполненное сострадания, его
full of
брови были
compassion.
подняты. Он
His
смотрел на нас и
eyebrows
говорит,
were rising
да, трудно.
high. He was looking at us, asking us, is it
Хотелось
difficult?
ответить,
And we wanted
что
to answer that yes,
пока вы здесь, Гуру Махарадж, ну, не трудно.
but while you are here, it's not difficult, it's easy. We can go on.
Делать то, что
We can
нужно было.
continue doing the things that
И
we were supposed to do.
когда мы пригласили Гуру Махараджа на
And when we
встречу
invited Guru Maharaja to the meeting
редакторов, переводчиков,
of
корректоров,
editors,
он очень
translators, he was listening to everyone very
его слова были
attentively.
благословением
His
на то,
words
чтобы мы
were the blessing
приступили к
for us
работе, и на данный момент у
to
нас
start working
уже
intensely.
четвертая песня 4.1,
And
которая
at the
сейчас
moment,
уже ну, скажем так, в печати.
we are
Это Шримад
already
Бхагаватам, это
publishing
основные
Srimad
усилия мы
Bhagavatam,
направили на это. И мы это рассказывали
fourth
Гуру
canto,
Махараджу, он
the
говорит,
first
да, это
part.
правильно.
So we were
Мы
telling Guru
делаем.
Maharaj about
Мы
our
знаем,
efforts,
здесь
and
есть
he said,
преданные
yes,
ученицы,
these are correct
которая
efforts.
в команде
I know
очень
that
ценная
here
преданная
there is a
Она
devotee,
много
Draupadi
времени
Rani,
посвятила
who is a
себя
part of our
преданно
team.
этому
She
служению.
has devoted
Она
herself
получила
so much to
наставление
this
и
service.
благословение от
She
духовного
received
учителя.
the
И
blessings and the instructions from the
по
spiritual
милости
master,
Гуру мы
and by the mercy of Guru,
вдохновляемся для того, чтобы
we are
двигаться
inspired
дальше и давать такую возможность
to move
другим людям
forward
соприкоснуться с
and give
учениями
the
Шрилы Прабхупады.
opportunity
Кажется,
to come in contact with
вот
Srila
часто
Prabhupada's
мы читаем,
teachings
в таких
to many
условиях,
people.
но
One may think,
нет,
in such
Гуру Махарадж
conditions, how
сказал,
can one
нет,
read books? But Guru
книги будут
Maharaja said,
актуальны
no, the
всегда.
books will always be
И
relevant.
подтверждение тому
And
то, что
it is
у нас
confirmed
мы отправляем книги в воинские подразделения.
by the fact that we send our books to the military, to the soldiers, together with our Food for Life
Вместе с продуктом,
packages and
который у нас
products
отправляется, мы отправляем книги, и
that we
спрос
send.
есть.
And
Люди
there is
читают
demand. People read these books right on the battlefield, and without the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and spiritual master, it is just not real to preach in such conditions. It is very difficult, but it is sincere. It is the real thing.
До сих пор восхищен
And I'm
подходом духовного
so
учителя к тому, как можно помогать,
inspired
как
by
можно участвовать
our
реально
Guru
в заботе
Maharaj's
преданных.
approach to taking care of the devotees and helping them.
Гуру Махарадж попросил, чтобы
Guru
преданные
Maharaja
прислали
asked
какие-то
the
материалы,
devotees to
показывая
send
праздники в их храмах.
some
А у нас
materials,
в Луцке одна талантливая
some
матушка
information
сделала
on the way
какие-то
they
праздничные видео
celebrate
с Джанмаштами, с
holidays
Говардхана
in their
Пуджей,
temples.
и
And one
отправила их
Mataji
Махараджу.
made short
Первой
video
же
clips
встрече Махарадж
about
вспомнил,
our
сказал очень
holidays.
теплые
And
слова, похвалил
during the
партнера
first meeting
Альберченко.
with Guru
Когда
Maharaja,
мы передали
he
эти слова, то Матаджи
he
радовалась
said that he
больше,
was
чем
very
от
pleased
того, что
with these
раньше
videos.
Махараджу
And this
понравилось.
Mataji who made the videos was even more happy
Я
that
вот подумал,
Guru
что
Maharaja liked
опыт
her
общения с
work.
Гуру Махараджем это как
So I
такой
thought that
реликвиум
the experience
университета,
of
где
associating with Guru Maharaja
выслушивают претендента на самостоятельное исследование, какую-то работу.
is
Также и гуру, слушая о попытках сделать что-то нужное, необходимое, и
is
тем
like
самым
an
удовлетворить
opportunity
его,
for us to do
расширяет
something
нашу
important for him and to please
зрелость,
him. And
самостоятельность
he counts
в
on
духовном продвижении.
our independence
Не хотелось бы попасть в такую
in
ситуацию, что, дорогой
spiritual
Гуру Махарадж,
development, in
благослови
our
меня на то-то и то-то.
maturity.
Ну,
So
ты же
we
уже благословлен, делай.
sometimes want to ask Guru
Говоришь,
Maharaja some
что у
blessings
меня
for
есть такое
something, but he
желание.
says,
Надо
you
было
are
бы
already
здорово, чтобы
blessed.
это получилось.
just do it. And he wants to see us do something, not just have a desire to do something, but to do something. And we think that without the blessings of Guru, we cannot do anything. Sometimes we have to understand that the real efforts, not only the desire, even having a desire is already a big step, but as I said in the beginning, there are two periods, before and after, and this period, the after period, for me, is a sign that we have to be very serious, because our life is like a drop of water on the petal of a flower. And we have to understand that the Guru does not want the same fruits that I want. It's not about the thread, the Brahman thread that you have. It's not about the amount of years that you have spent in the movement. But what is important is seriousness, and his compassion is the manifestation of the Lord's compassion, and we can see that the spiritual master is very valuable, very close to all of us, and to me particularly. I shortened my speech a little bit because I can see that the time is almost up, and I don't know if you liked what I was speaking about. I was speaking about the war, but it's the real thing. It's something that really changes you, something that something that makes you sober, and something that makes you in touch with reality. And the spiritual master's prayer and his desire to thank everyone, not only his disciples and not even only the devotees, but to help all people, is amazing and inspiring and giving strength to move forward, understanding that the process given by Srila Prabhupada, exemplified by Gurumaharaj, is a real thing. It's an applied thing. It's not just a religion. It's not just science, but it's life. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Very interesting and very important. Your story is very important. Now I will invite the next devotee, Ananta Nitai Prabhu. He is a wonderful devotee, a talented one from Riga. All his family are devotees, and he has been with devotees since the age of 12 years old. Prabhu, please take 18 minutes.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Shrimati Niranjana Swami Niti Namine. В глубоком почтении я склоняюсь перед Шрилой Ниранджана
I
Swami,
offer my obeisances to Srila Niranjana Swami, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, because he has no other shelter other than the lotus feet of the Lord. I offer my humble obeisances to my spiritual master, who is always trying to spread the mission of Sankirtana for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. I offer my obeisances to a selfless devotee who acts on the benefit of others and whose life is Krishna Kirtana. My obeisances to Srila Niranjana Swami. In the second part of the Pranama mantra, it is said that our Guru Maharaja feels Srila Prabhupada's mood with all his heart, and he has devoted his whole life to the mission of Sankirtana and preaching. Guru Maharaj has a very big heart, and a lot of love. And he inherited it from his mother, Ruth, who gave birth to him, took care of him. He grew up in a very spiritual family where Guru Maharaj's mother was always cooking cakes on birthdays. And one devotee from Boston, who has been serving Guru Maharaja for 15 years, was asked to take care of Guru Maharaja's mother during her last months of life. And when she met her for the first time, she asked her, "Do you have any close people here in America?" She said, "No." And then she came close to her, embraced her, and said, "Then you will be a part of our family." So what is our Guru Maharaja is saying, is doing? He's also embracing us. And when we offer a garland to him, we embrace him. So in this way, he invites us to the family of our Guru Parampara, our Achyuta Gotra. And it is a great fortune to meet a true spiritual master. I met him for the first time approximately in 1996, 1997. It seemed to me at that time that he does not even touch the ground. There was effulgence coming out of him. And when you see Guru Maharaja, you understand that he is the ambassador of the spiritual world. And he came here to present the culture of the spiritual world to us, to help us and take us to the spiritual world. There was once a meeting in the temple in Riga. Niranjana Swami came there. He didn't know that Niranjana Swami was also there. So he comes out of the car and sees Niranjana Swami who offers him a garland. So they were sitting also together at the Vyasa sun, and the devotees bathed their feet. They were we could witness their loving exchanges. And when Guru Maharaj was the GBC there in the Baltics, there was a legendary Vyasa Puja in Minsk in the year 2000. I was there with another brahmachari, with the temple president, and there is a wonderful video from that time, and you can watch them how Guru Maharaj was happy and smiling, watching the theater plays, and he was singing kirtans and distributing prasadam. I remember that in the year 2000, I received my first initiation. Guru Maharaja would come there with Radhanatha Maharaj, and many devotees were getting re-initiation from Radhanath Swami. It was also a wonderful event that Bhakti Vishramba Madhava took sannyas, and his name was Mahamantra Prabhu at that time. We could witness their relationships when they were sitting together at the Vyasa San. Guru Maharaj was saying Krishna Katha, and Radhanatha Maharaj was touching Guru Maharaj's feet with a flower. It was so amazing that he was offering flowers to him during the Katha. And when Guru Maharaj was talking with the devotees, he was asking them, "What did you understand about this ceremony of taking sannyas? Or what are your realizations about it?" And the devotees were saying that they were inspired by prasadam and kirtan, but Guru Maharaj said that he wanted the devotees to witness the relationship that he had with Radhanath Swami, because his friendship, because a Vaishnava is paradukha dukhi. His heart is full of compassion and love to all the conditioned souls. And he wanted to manifest this. And I remember that legendary Vyasa Puja when Niranjana Swami was also present. It was the Vyasa Puja when I got second initiation. And after the Vyasa Puja, I was asked to serve Guru Maharaja. And we went to the temple at Dnipropetrovsk. We were living in a separate house there. And I was sleeping in a corridor, in a hall, next to Guru Maharaja's room. And in the morning, when Guru Maharaja was going out of his room, I would always stand up and offer obeisances to him. So it's not like you just offer obeisances, but you see Guru Maharaj and you offer obeisances. And then after that, I would enter his room, I would make his bed, I would clean Guru Maharaj's things. There was this wooden stamp for making tilak. I was cleaning it. Every day with Guru Maharaja is like a holiday. Then we went to Kharkov, to Odessa. And in Crimea also, one devotee had one devotee met Guru Maharaja there. He received him, and Guru Maharaja would walk on the beach and chant japa. And when I was with Guru Maharaja together, I was thinking about the fact that it is such a great fortune to be with Guru Maharaja, meditate on his feet. And one evening, the devotees showed a movie to Guru Maharaja about Jesus Christ, starring Mel Gibson, and Guru Maharaj was watching that movie, meditating on Jesus Christ. I remember many things from that trip, but it's interesting how Guru Maharaj is always open to serving the devotees. The devotees wanted to show him a movie about Jesus Christ. He accepted it. He felt their intention of serving him, and he accepted it. He could take rest there in Crimea next to the sea. Then we went to Moldova, Transnistria. I remember that in Moldova, we stopped at Jagadivan Prabhu's apartment, and one day Guru Maharaja asked me to cut his hair. I took the machine, and my hands were shaking. I was a little afraid, and Guru Maharaja said, be careful with my shikha. So I remembered how it's interesting how you see Guru Maharaja on the stage surrounded by thousands of devotees, and then you have an opportunity to be close to him and do this personal service to him, shaving his hair. And of course, there is Vapu and Vani serving the instructions and serving Guru Maharaja personally. There was a funny episode when I was having fun with the Prabhu's son, and Guru Maharaja came also to us because he heard us. He was looking at us, what we were doing, the boys fighting. Guru Maharaja came up and showed with his hand like a coach, saying, "Okay, show me what you can do." And I realized that Guru Maharaja had a funny mood, and of course, I kept in mind that the etiquette has always been there, because when you are with a spiritual master, you should always control yourself not to commit any aparadas. So I just offered dandavat at that moment, and I felt that Guru Maharaja placed his foot on my back. It was so amazing. And when Guru Maharaja is with his disciples and servants, he also wants to associate with them. Sometimes he is strict, sometimes he is open, but we should never forget that he is the representative of Krishna, and we should always be very humble around him. Once in Kiev, Guru Maharaj sent me to take care of the documents, and he told me, if you lose the documents, he showed this gesture that you will be responsible for that. He once told me that if you fall in Maya, I will take you out by your shikha. Also, one day Guru Maharaja, or more precisely speaking, Madana Mohan Prabhu, invited me to serve in Germany. They needed a cook for 2 weeks.
И повар, который будет как бы готовить завтрак, обед, ужин. Гуру
A
Махарадж
cook
меня
who
пригласил.
will cook
Как бы дали мне
in
такое
the
служение.
morning and in the afternoon. So Guru Maharaj invited me. I was given this service, so I came there, and we stayed at Tota Gopinatha Prabhu's. And I remember Guru Maharaj was very strict in the sense that you have to bring the food or water on time. And one day Guru Maharaj asked me to bring him water, and I was late, 5 minutes late, and Guru Maharaj started chastising me. You think that 5 minutes in serving your Guru is not important, that you can neglect these 5 minutes? But I was cooking at that time. I had to cook 6 dishes. But then I realized that you should be very punctual when you serve your Guru. And when Guru Maharaj chastises us, it is a great mercy. Just recently, I was listening a lecture from Divnomorsk about Hrido Chaitanya and Gauridas Pandit, as far as I remember, about his spiritual master, how he was chastising his disciple. And Guru Maharaj was saying that when a guru chastises a disciple, it means that the guru sees that the disciple is ready. If the guru is only smiling at us and praising us, it's a pleasant relationship for us. But when a guru chastises a disciple, when he expresses the things that he's not pleased with, it means that he sees that you are ready for this operation on your false ego. And I remember Savisachi Prabhu was telling a story how he was corrected by senior devotees who said that if a guru chastises you but you feel that it's not your fault, you should still be very humble and accept this lesson of discipline that the guru is teaching you. So it is very important. Another important moment is that you should not sit at the same level with Guru Maharaja. You have to always be respectful. You have to know your place, because in relationship with Guru is the same dasya rasa as with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Of course, Guru can sometimes bring you closer, but you should never forget that you are a servant of your Diksha Guru. With Shiksha Guru, you may have a warmer relationship, a friendlier relationship, but if Guru Maharaja wants it, he can he can manifest this friendly relationship. But for us, the most important thing is to always keep this mood of reverence and respect towards our spiritual master. We should always understand that this is an Uttama Vaishnava, a Vaishnava of the highest level, and it is very dangerous to commit Guru Aparadhas. So when we misbehave with the Vaishnavas, or when this is Guru Aparadha, remember how I went when I stopped at Pyare Mohan Prabhu's in America. Guru Maharaja saw me and he looked at Pyare Mohan and pointing at me, he said, "Does he even deserve to stay overnight in the temple? Did he do anything good?" And I said, "No, I didn't do anything good yet." Then he said, "Okay, then stay overnight." And the next day, Pyare Mohan took me to prepare the woods. This is the simple seva, simple service for a disciple. Why did we need the wood? For yagya, for heating. It is something that we should always be in a humble mood, never trying to show off that we understand the philosophy so well. We should always have this mood of Sat Shishya, of a humble servant.
One day, also in America, I was listening to Guru Maharaj's lectures, and Guru Maharaj knocked at the door, and he asked me if I wanted to walk in the street and chant japa. He was with Pyari Mohan Prabhu, and it also shows how Guru Maharaj is important, is attentive, how attentive he is in his communication, and how he appreciates your freedom of will. One day, Guru Maharaj told me that he wanted to take me as a mridanga player to record for Vyasa Prabhu's album. Guru Maharaj said, this is his will. If he wants, he can go. We all serve here voluntarily, and this gives us to understand that he doesn't push us. This is our own desire, will to be connected to Guru Parampara, to be disciples of such wonderful Guru Maharaj. And Madan Mahana also said that appreciate all the opportunities of association, come to the festivals, do some service that is given to you. This is such a rare opportunity to be in the association of such a pure devotee. And if you will not appreciate this opportunity, you will be very regretful of that later. So, dear devotees, let's appreciate what we have, that we have our Guru Maharaj, that if we will have some opportunity to go to Mayapur to do some personal service, to send some money, some Lakshmi, it's a very, very big opportunity for us to serve Guru Maharaj. Once Guru Maharaj, when we cleaned his room, he gave his sweater, and once he gave his kurta. I gifted it to another god sister of mine, and here it's a great opportunity, great luck. And we need to understand that Guru Maharaj is wanting, desiring to hear different pastimes of Krishna. Spiritual master wants very much to enjoy these leelas, to be, he's always engaged, immersed in leelas, and also Guru Maharaj emerged in leelas of Lord Chaitanya. I remember how he studied Chaitanya Bhagavata, and he told all these pastimes, giving his own examples of pure devotee, how he behaves, how he immerses himself in Harikatha, how much he experienced this joy of this process. I remember in the Niranjana Swami glorified Niranjana Swami that he's always joyful. He always has a desire to help, to pull us out from this Maya. I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you because our Katha is your time is ending. These are very, very pure remembrance. Sorry, I didn't track the time. And the next is Nanda Maharaj. This is a devotee from Dnieper. He is a disciple of Guru Maharaj from 90s. He was vice president of the temple in Dnieper, and he had a lot of opportunities of associating with Guru Maharaj. Are you ready, Nanda Maharaj, Prabhu? Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. 18 minutes, if you can. Yes. Hare Krishna, dear devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to our spiritual master, Shri Niranjana Maharaj. Yes, at the beginning, at the end of the 80s and beginning of 90s, I joined the movement of devotees. And for me, I always have trouble to choose to speak seriously or to make jokes, and so I will tell a few stories that proves how the qualities of spiritual master looks like. Because in the books of Srila Prabhupada, everywhere it is said about the importance of association with such a pure devotees, and that to find such a devotee, we need to find and take shiksha from him and to make our life perfect. Everyone teaches how to survive, how to adjust, and Srila Prabhupada, in form of his books, he gave us opportunity to learn how really to live. And as I joined this movement already quite mature, being adult, I was given the best cars that they had in the temple, so I met and drove Maharaj, and I had opportunity. I had opportunity to draw spiritual disciples of Srila Prabhupada that came to our place, and Niranjana Maharaj was first as Shiksha Guru, and later I accepted Diksha from him. And I will tell one story that happened at his first arrival to Ukraine. And we didn't have good conditions in Dnieper to accept such devotees, and at that time spiritual master was received by some Grihastha couple. So Mataji Shakunda always received such guests, and when they came, she had to clean. She lived in an 8th or 9th floor. She cleaned all the way to her apartment. She kicked out throughout her husband, her devotee, and she also left the flat herself, and she accepted spiritual masters there, and neighbors already got used to that, and that we always led kirtan in front of the house, and local people gathered around. It was interesting for them, and always it was English-speaking people, guests, and it internally, externally, they also impressed these neighbors. And so once Guru Maharaj appeared, and it was Pascha, Easter day, and I came to meet him, and there was several devotees. There was kirtan. The devotees brought petals, and they threw it on the old street. And you know that always there are some old ladies that sit on the bench in front of the entrance, and Niranjana Maharaj came out, and there was these old ladies on the benches, and he went out, greeted them as usual with his wonderful, charming smile. And one old lady stood up, kissed his hand, and gave him some Easter cake. And he thanked him, and Maharaj, I said that, Maharaj, there are eggs there. And he said, I will not eat it. But why did you took it? So that they could also have some blessing, and just feed it to some animals. And after some lecture, near the entrance to this house, there was some drunken person, and he wanted something from the spiritual master. He wanted to associate. Such souls also get attracted, and as he was not very skilled, devotees just pushed him away, and he he tried to play to say something, and then there was a little fight, and there was an article in newspaper that someone seen a Hari Hari and someone got punched. In Russian, Hari is a face. And this is how to say, made a little famous of devotees in that place. So the spiritual master reveals 26 qualities. He controls his tongue, genitals, his speech, his stomach, and who can control all of these. He can accept disciples, and Niranjana Maharaj is a manifestation of these qualities, and he also manifested it. And at the beginning of 2000s, I changed my ashram, and I couldn't understand how I will continue my service, and I knew that Guru Maharaj is in Kiev. Was in Kiev at that moment. He was getting some treatment, and he stayed for alone for 1 month or so in Kiev. So I went there, and at that time I considered myself a very important person, and I came, met with the Achyuta Prabhu, we spoke, and I went to express my respect to Maharaj. He lived in Gurukula. He had one room where he lived, and in another room there was some sofas, some wood, chest of drawers, and the servant could have rest there, or someone who came to him was waiting for him there. And I entered to this apartment, to this room, and he just was leaving his room, and he was surrounded by devotees. They discussed some questions. And he saw me and said, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And I said that I came here. He hugged me. He called himself like the homeless child, and he hugged me, and I felt myself very protected, and I felt him and the deep care of him. And he showed me a sofa, and he said that this is your place, you can stay here and live. And I was very surprised that he allowed me to be very, very close to him. And maybe he saw my attitude, my mood, that I'm so important. And there was some devotee who was responsible for things, and they say that you need to make a hole at the bottom of the door, and everybody was couldn't understand what is going on. And Maharaj started to explain that in America, those people who keeps animals, they cut some hole at the bottom of the door so that these animals wouldn't bother masters to enter and to live. So you need to cut this hole for him to go here and there. We laughed and we understood this joke, but he showed me my place at that moment, and I understood that who am I really. So he never asked me to do anything. He just invited me sometimes to the walk-ins, and in a week of my staying there, I understood that I need to serve somehow, to do something. I'm here close to Maharaj on this sofa, almost like equal to him. I felt myself useless. And I went to the temple and I was thinking, what can I do? And you know, in the temple, there are always some work in the kitchen. I washed dishes, and devotees offered me to cook. And at those time, there was a Food for Life going on, and I had to cook for the temple prasadam and for Food for Life. And for a week, for about a week, every morning I woke up early, got up early, cooked, and went back only at lunch. I took lunch, prasadam at lunch, and went back and had rest before evening. And at the evening, Gurumaharaj gave lectures, took part in kirtan. Prabhu is frozen.
Пропал интернет, да?
Да, я думаю, что это у меня
Yes.
пропало.
I thought that I lost internet, but I heard you. Yes. So what should we do? We can wait. If he will join quickly, we will continue. But if not, you can give the word to the next person.
Все уже наладилось. Слышно меня?
Yes, can you hear me?
Да, я возвращаюсь.
So I came back. He was taking prasadam, and he said where you were, and I said that I was cooked. And he said, why didn't you bring to me anything? And I was surprised because he has some special diet, and the lunch was finished. And he said, it is not so nice from your side that you didn't care about me. And I ran to the temple. I said that lunch finished, all the pots are clean. And I was hoping that there would be left something, and there was some subject, and I brought it to a spiritual master, and he tasted it, didn't tell me anything, and he just tasted it and gave me opportunity to serve him. And we were traveling with him among neighboring yatras in Kiev region, and he always took me with him where he gave lectures. And once I was in the car with him, Achyuta Prabhu was driving, and he said, what are you thinking about? And I was pondering about something. I was sad, and I said that, you know, I felt very, very fallen, like a pig. And he was laughing, and what are you going to do with that? And I said, I don't know. And he said, I will help you. And for a month I was living, I have been living there, and I was going to leave because I had a family already, and I was going to leave for Dnieper. And I approached him and I said, I've just lived here with you, and I felt for the first time that I got some connection with you, some real connection, close connection. And I've just got it, and I need to leave. And he hugged me. And he said, I'm always with you. So such stories took place. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, thank you, Prabhu. Yes, you finished your stories. Yes.
Спасибо большое.
Okay,
Тогда у
thank
нас
you very much. So, the next devotee, we have Madhuranatha Prabhu.
замечательный, сияющий,
He is a
искренний,
wonderful,
преданный
shining, sincere
с
devotee
90-х годов.
from
Лично
90s.
ездит с Гуру Махараджем по
He
России.
personally traveled with Maharaj along Russia and Ukraine. Are you ready, Madhuranath Prabhu?
Хари Кришна. Спасибо,
Hare
Прабhu.
Krishna. Thank you very much.
Тайм, пожалуйста, 18 минут, если можете.
You
Спасибо
have
большое.
18 minutes, if you can. I think that it's less. So many devotees spoke already. I'm very shy to speak because that Hokshuddha Maharaj is here. I would like to listen him first because I'm very inspired about his stories, how he speaks. But as I was asked to speak, I was asked yesterday. I wasn't ready. I didn't plan that. So I'm ashamed to be here in front of you. And Sudama Prabhu said that he's quite fortunate that these events of present events doesn't touch him so much. But I'm quite influenced by that, and my nerve system is quite disturbed by that. In front of our windows, there is this thing that makes very loud sounds. And you wake up during the night, you can't then go to sleep quite long, and like it influence to the nerve system, to the mind. And instead of chanting japa in the morning, you are falling asleep. So I'm very ashamed right now that I'm not able to follow strictly the instructions of Guru Maharaj to follow sadhana. I will try to get myself together to say something valuable, but I would like to say that Ananta Nitai Prabhu, I was very touched by his words, especially when he said that we need to appreciate the association with the spiritual master when we have this opportunity to learn for that, to find it. And we need, if we don't have a personal association, to listen to his lectures again and again, because when we are in such perfect peaceful atmosphere, then we don't understand, don't realize how big fortune it is, because this perfect atmosphere can be broken at any moment. You even don't know when such events can happen that will disturb you very much. It can be some disease or something external. We can face death. And this ideal situation can make us get us in illusion. We become relaxed. We can think that we can deviate a little, but we shouldn't do that. We should always be in the mood of harsh surrendering, to be ready to surrender to the mood of spiritual master. And just a few days ago, there was an attack, air attack. Drone was burst in front of our roof, and he dropped on some road, not at some houses. There was no disturbance for the people, but the windows was broken, and there was some scratches. I don't know. I mean that you cannot plan such events, but when it happens, it disturbs you so much that if you I just wanted to emphasize how difficult can be these external events, and when it happens, it is make such impression in your consciousness that all spiritual life get away a little bit. So these events take the first place of your attention, so it becomes very difficult to practice spiritual life. So please appreciate these situations that you have when it's ideal, that you can wake up early in the morning and chant your japa very attentively. And I'm just waiting when everything get okay in my life and I will be able to follow sadhana very good. And I just want to appreciate, to great and to thank Prabhu that reminded us about that. And I couldn't prepare some personal stories with Maharaj from travelings, but I just wanted to emphasize one quality of Maharaj. We understand that Guru Maharaj is he is an example of spiritual qualities. He is example of surrendering to his spiritual master. He is example of how to apply shastras in the life, how to awake love in his disciples, in the hearts of disciples. These are main qualities of spiritual master, but there is descriptions of one quality of spiritual master. It may not be the main quality. It can be secondary and a manifestation of other his qualities. But if we will think about it, we will get approval how great the spiritual master is, that he is a person from this world. There is such description that spiritual master, he can simultaneously be like very gentle, like a petal of a lotus, and very sharp, like a light, like a light. And if we think about this quality, there can be two manifestations of this quality. How much it can touch other people, and how much he can show this mood of Narasimha. It can be very intensive, and how quickly he can change them. Someone can, ordinary person can be kind, careful, gentle, soft, and someone can be strict, harsh, and to be at the same time have these quality sides at the same time, to show them as quickly as Srila Prabhupada could show. There are such explanations that according circumstances, spiritual master can be very harsh, sharp, to cut this ignorance of a disciple, and then turn and to the different disciple show his gentleness, care, softness to another disciple. And if we will think how it is possible, we can understand that this ability is given only to the person who is free from modes of material nature. People according to their conditioning, they can manifest some of these qualities, but they can get in trap of these qualities. So soft person, in some situations, he can show this quality, but when he needs to be strict or determined, he may not be able to show this quality, and he may suffer more. And a rude person, when he is in a situation when he can need to show kindness, he is not able to do it, and he is also suffering in this condition. And this person, they are conditioned by the modes of material nature, but spiritual master is free from that, and he is in transcendental level. He is able to show these qualities. Maybe devotees can share some stories if they could see these qualities.
И немножко потерял мысль, что еще хотел сказать.
I think I
Сегодня
lost
тоже
track of my thoughts.
пытался заснуть ночью.
I was trying to fall asleep at night. For a few hours, I was fighting with insomnia, but then the alarm went off again and I could not fall asleep, and I only fell asleep closer to the morning. In the morning, I saw all of you and I could feel that my senses are finally awake. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, but I wanted to thank all of you for being there. Please appreciate the association that we have with our spiritual master. The time isn't up yet, right? So maybe next time I will tell some stories. During Guru Katha, I was already talking. Don't worry, Prabhu, we are here with you. We embrace you. We know what is happening with Russia and Ukraine. The war is everywhere, every day, even within the family. So we understand how you feel, Prabhu, and we support you. So don't worry. Feel free to share whatever you remember. Yes, I remembered one thing that I wanted to share, that independently of the qualities that Guru Maharaja manifests, whether it's kindness and gentleness or anger, if a regular person manifests these qualities, like for example joy, it awakens in people the desire for sense gratification. But when a person manifests anger, then the person feels a depression and fear and freezes. But when Guru Maharaja manifests this or that quality, it only inspires the disciple to be a better devotee. It inspires these both qualities of Guru Maharaja inspire us to stay at the spiritual path and follow Guru Maharaja's instructions, chant the holy name, associate with the devotees. So the effect is the same in both cases. Even if sometimes it may seem to us that these are two opposite qualities, but the effect is the same all the time, is spiritual benefit and mercy. It is said that sometimes even the manifestation of anger is a more merciful manifestation than just smiling to the disciple. Of course, it's a very rare thing. When a spiritual master manifests anger, usually we witness Guru Maharaja's sweetness and mildness and softness because a devotee's heart is melted because of the love of God, and we usually see this manifestation more often. The devotees who were traveling with Srila Prabhupada, even though Srila Prabhupada was busy with management a lot, he was teaching the devotees, guiding them, chastising them for some mistakes, and he had to correct them. But still, they were saying that despite all of that, position that Srila Prabhupada had, like a kshatriya who gives orders and manages, they were saying that he was still very relaxed, soft, kind, and accessible in 80% of times. It was still the fundamental mood for him, and it's the same thing with Guru Maharaj. Maybe I will stop here. Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank you so much. Maybe it's about a little chaotic what I was saying, but I'm sorry that my emotional condition is a little bit not good. Thank you. It's okay.
Следующий Прабhu тогда у нас
The
будет
next Prabhu
Варшана Прабhu.
is
Готовы,
Varshana Prabhu. Are you ready, Varshana Prabhu?
Вот. Варшана Прабhu Махамантру
Varshana
начал
Prabhu
повторять еще
started
учась в
chanting
школе
Mahamantra
в
when
начале
he was
90-х.
a school student in the
Движению присоединился
90s.
в 2000
He
году.
joined
Первую
the
инициацию
movement
получил в
in
2009
in
году.
the year
Является
2001.
администратором
He
YouTube-канала
was
Гуру Махараджа
initiated in
и
2009.
служением по
He is the
сайту.
administrator of Guru
Преподает в
Maharaj's
Киевской
YouTube channel
духовной
and
академии.
he serves on Guru
Проводит
Maharaj's
регулярные
website. He
джапа-ретрит.
teaches
Ой, Прабhu, вы
in the
такой
spiritual academy and
useful,
he conducts japa
преданный, что не
retreats.
можем
Oh Prabhu, you're
подключиться
such a
гуру
useful
каналу,
devotee that
веб-сайту и в общем будем с вами
when we
общаться.
are not able
Спасибо
to
большое,
connect to
извиняюсь.
Guru Maharaj's
Харе
website, we
Кришна.
will ask
Готовы
for
вы,
your
Прабhu?
help.
Да, Харе Кришна, сколько
Are you
времени?
ready? Yes, Hare Krishna. How much time do I
18
have?
минут, если можете,
18
будете очень
minutes, please.
благодарны.
We would be really
Спасибо.
thankful if you stay within this time frame.
Ну, я начну сначала, когда я встретил
I
Гуру
will
Махараджа,
start
это
from the
было
very beginning when I met Guru
2001
Maharaja.
год,
It was the year
фестиваль
2001,
в Одессе,
the festival in Odessa.
и там на этом фестивале
And during that festival,
я первый раз попал вообще на Мангаларити.
it was the
Вот
first
как раз
time when I
на
attended
Мангаларити я увидел Гуру
Mangalarti, and
Махараджа первый
at
раз.
the Mangalarti I
И
saw
я
Guru
помню,
Maharaja
что
for the first time.
я увидел эту личность, я не
And
знал
I
еще,
remember
кто
when I
это,
saw this
кто он.
personality, I
Я просто
didn't
его
know yet
увидел, и
who he
я
was.
просто
But when I saw him,
остолбенел. Я не мог, просто
I
не
just
мог поверить, что
froze.
такие
I
люди
couldn't
бывают в
believe
жизни.
that such people exist in this life.
И потом на следующий день он вел
And
киртан,
the next day he was leading
и во
kirtan,
время этого
and
киртана
during this
какой-то
kirtan,
такой, Гуру Махарадж пролил такую милость, что, по сути, я
he
вот с тех
bestowed
пор я
such a
ни разу
mercy that
такого вот опыта
I have
ни в одном
never
киртане, нигде
experienced
не
anything
получал,
like
как
that
вот тогда. И вот
since
тогда
that
у меня
moment
именно на этом
in
киртане,
any other
благодаря
kirtan.
милости Гуру
So
Махараджа,
during
как-то
that kirtan,
появилась
by the mercy of Guru Maharaja,
вера. Потому что до этого у меня
faith
было очень сильное
appeared.
недоверие к
Because before
самому
that,
процессу и так далее, к
I had
преданным.
doubts
А
about
вот благодаря Гуру
the
Махараджу эта
process,
вера
about the
проявилась.
devotees, but thanks to Guru
Вот.
Maharaja, this
И,
faith manifested in me.
но первый раз уже вот непосредственно какое-то общение,
So
конкретный
the
контакт
first
был,
time I had
как раз
a direct contact association with
это
him,
было,
it was
до этого еще история. Получается,
no, I would like to say tell another story that happened
году.
before that. So I had to
И
be
мы уже
initiated in
сдали
2006,
четки. Это была
and
Vyasa
I
Puja
already
в
submitted
том
my
же дворце спорта в Днепре,
beads. It
который
was the
был
Vyasa
вот в
Puja
начале
in
ролик.
Dnipro.
Только в начале
Dnipro.
ролика это был 2003 год,
We saw
а там
this
в
place
2006 он
at the
должен был
beginning
приехать, но
on the video.
и мы
So
уже
Guru
сдали
Maharaja had to
четки,
come
там все
in
преданные
2006,
готовились,
so
мы
we
поехали
submitted the
уже встречать
beads.
его.
We were getting
Во время
ready.
Премараса поехал его встречать в
Premarasa
аэропорт
Prabhu went
на
to the
машине,
airport to meet
а
him,
мы сидели, ждали под
and we were
подъездом.
sitting
Он жил тогда, останавливался в
next to the
доме, в
entrance
квартире у Премараса
to
Прабhu.
the
И
block
мы
of flats
сидим,
where
час,
Premarasa
второй,
Prabhu
третий
lived.
проходит, а
So
Гуру
we
Махараджа
are
умер.
waiting for 1 hour, for 2
Приезжает
hours, for
Премарас и
3
говорит, что
hours.
Гуру Махарадж не
Guru
приедет.
Maharaj is not
Он
coming.
уже
Then
поехал,
Premarasa
у
Prabhu
него
says
тогда
that Guru
поехал уже
Maharaja will
в
not come.
Нью-Йорке в аэропорт.
he went to the airport in New York, but he was feeling very bad, and he realized that he would not be able to fly to us. But we were already prepared, and the next day it was supposed to be the day of my initiation, Vyasa Puja. All the devotees from different parts of the country got together, and Premarasa said, "Okay, let's organize it on let's organize online conference." And it was the year 2006. And the only channel that we were able to organize the connection from was Microsoft Messenger. I don't think that everybody remembers this application, but there was an opportunity to connect an external video source, and we had 3 cameras on the stage. We arranged all the equipment so that we could connect all the cameras to the computer. So I was in front of the computer the whole Vyasa Puja because I had to adjust the connection with Gurumaharaj. He was writing something. I was responding, and I remember at some point he wrote something asking a question. I don't remember what exactly. So he asked me something, and my English was not good at that time. Even now my English is not good, but at that time I only knew one phrase: London is the capital of Great Britain. So I was trying somehow to respond. So he was asking me something, and I was not able to formulate the response in English. Then again, he asks the same question again, and I don't answer. And there was this function in the messenger to wake up your interlocutor. Like if he presses a button, then my screen starts moving. So he was pressing this button for a few times, and I was not able to be awake because I could not respond. And then finally I responded something, and I just remembered this fact that Guru Maharaja never let me relax. He's always strict with me. He disciplines me all the time.
Да, и на этой же Vyasa Puja он, получается,
During the same Vyasa Puja, I mean the same year, he wrote a letter that he would not accept disciples, and it was unclear because he had difficulties with his health during that period. And at that moment, many candidates who had to take initiation, some of them decided to take another spiritual master, some left. Then Guru Maharaj finally started giving initiations in 2009, little by little. And the second experience was thanks to Madhuranath. He was in Kiev at that time, and he was traveling around Ukraine. We came to Kiev, and Madhuranath was the personal servant at that time. He asked me, "Do you know how to ride a bicycle?" I said, "Yes." "Are you a good bicycle rider? Can you do you want to go with Guru Maharaja on a bicycle? But if you go, then be fast enough, because one day a devotee was riding a bike next to Guru Maharaja, and then he somehow left behind. So we went on this bicycle ride, and there was a little hill upwards, and so we are riding, and in a few minutes I just realized that I have no more strength. I cannot go any further. But Guru Maharaj was riding forward, and Madhuranath was. I remembered Madhuranath's instructions that Guru Maharaja doesn't have to. Don't make Guru Maharaja look for you. So I was riding, and for some reason I found some strength. It was challenging, and so I saw that Guru Maharaja started moving outside the city, outside Kiev. So we were riding for like 45 or 50 minutes in total, and all these 45 minutes I was just praying. I only had one thought, not to stay behind, to keep pace with Guru Maharaja. I remember there was a highway, and we were riding, and other people who were riding sport bikes were going faster than us. So we were turning, and we stopped at the traffic light. I was riding a little bit behind Guru Maharaja. Then I lined up with Guru Maharaja. He asked me, "Are you tired?" And I said something like between yes or no. Guru Maharaja saw the condition I was in, and somehow we got to the private sector, close to the temple, and at the last point of our trip, there was a hill, and I got off the bike, and I walked with the bicycle next to me. And when I approached the temple, I realized that I have absolutely no more strength. My legs were so tired. I took rest at the road, and only after that entered the temple. This is the second story of how Guru Maharaj gives strength and faith that we should just follow him and not stay behind. Another story happened during the darshan. I had different questions related to chanting the holy name. I was attracted to this practice, and at some point I started chanting together with Guru Maharaj's and Srila Prabhupada's recording and meditating on them in the time of chanting. Everybody was saying that this is not correct, you should not do it like that, and so I started to have these doubts, and I went to get a darshan from Guru Maharaj. He was very strict. He looked at me, asked me what the question was. I formulated my question, and in a moment he started to be soft like a child. I asked him, like, is it correct to chant together with the recording of Guru Maharaj as a service to him? And then Guru Maharaj said, can I quote something? And I said, yes, of course. And then Guru Maharaj cited a quote that he used many times in his lectures from Amritamani. What are the reasons that we should not for what reasons? What are the reasons that we should not use to chant the holy name? Like, for example, if we want to get rid of some illnesses and so on. So Guru Maharaj confirmed that I was doing the right thing when I was chanting together with his recording. And another thing that happened before the second initiation during the darshan, Guru Maharaj asked me, "Do you have questions?" Because usually I don't go to darshans
с какими-то разными вопросами. Вот. А
with
тут он меня спрашивает, у
different
тебя есть
questions, but
вопросы?
he
Я говорю,
asked me, "Do you have
не
questions?"
знаю.
I said, "I don't
Вот.
know.
Если у меня есть вопросы, я слушаю ваши
If I have
лекции,
questions, I
я
listen to your
получаю
lectures
ответы.
and I get
И
the
я обычно
answers,
слушаю
and I usually
одну лекцию
listen
долго. Ну, там, я ему
to
сказал,
one
что
lecture for a
на
long
тот
time.
момент я как раз слушал одну лекцию
At that
полгода.
time, I was
Я
listening to
говорю,
a
вот я
lecture for
полгода
half
слушаю
a
одну
year.
вашу
I
лекцию, и она
listened the
как-то
same lecture for
более
half a year,
глубже
and
начинаю понимать.
I start
Гуру Махарадж
understanding
тогда
it in a
очень
deeper
сильно
way. Guru
обрадовался. Так,
Maharaja was very
ну,
happy about it.
ну, явно был доволен тем, чтобы, ну,
He was obviously pleased
как я, ну, таким служением.
by this service of
Вот.
listening.
Тоже. Еще один был момент.
There was one more
Вот
thing,
сейчас еще одна история была.
one more
Это уже
story
ближе к нашим дням уже. Когда
that happened
Гуру
closer to the
Махарадж
present moment
проводил
when Guru
такие лекции по
Maharaja
Брихат Бхагаватамрите во
was
время
giving
ковида.
lectures on
И
Brihad
я же там
Bhagavatamrita
как
during
раз
the
тоже
COVID
был
times. I
администратором.
was also the
И
administrator at
Гуру
that
Махарадж
time,
заходит,
and Guru Maharaja would
а я ему не включил микрофон. То есть
Guru Maharaja
я
entered, but
буквально,
I did not turn on
ну, там
his
замешкался,
microphone.
ну, наверное, где-то секунд на 5.
Maybe there was a 5-second delay.
И он пишет, по-моему, это он
And
написал, он говорит, я тебя уже 5
he
минут жду, пока ты
wrote
мне
to me,
включишь
"I'm
микрофон.
waiting for 5 minutes for you to turn
Ну,
on the microphone."
он так очень строго.
He was very
То
strict.
есть Гуру Махарадж очень ценит время, и вот
Guru
по
Maharaja
поводу времени как
appreciates
раз
time
тоже
very
была
much, and
одна история.
there was also
Мы
one story
готовим
about
на кухне
the
с
time
супругой Гуру Махараджу обед. Нет, это был завтрак.
I was
Вот.
at the
И приходит
kitchen
слуга Гуру Махараджа и говорит, что
cooking the
Гуру
dinner
Махараджа
with
сейчас
for Guru Maharaja. The
Zoom-конференция
servant
с
comes
GBC.
and says that Guru Maharaja
И
has a
через час.
conference
А мы
in
уже
Zoom in
приготовили.
an
То есть мы
hour
уже все
with
приготовили.
GBC,
И
but
он
we
говорит, ну
already
через час
prepared
тогда.
the breakfast
И мы,
with my wife.
ну хорошо, через час. И мы там
And we
как
said,
бы
okay, well, in an hour.
ждем,
All right, so
чтобы
we're waiting.
как-то там накрыли, чтобы она температура. И потом, ну, думаем,
We were taking care of
без 5 где-то там,
the food.
без 10 начнем греть, там
And then we thought that,
складывать, чтобы подать вовремя.
so we started calculating
Ну
the
просто
time
в
when we
какой-то
have
момент я
to
чувствую, что
heat
надо
everything
начинать
up.
греть. А
And
это
then
еще было, ну, за 10 минут до того, как мы планировали это
10
делать.
minutes before the
И
planned
мне
time,
супруга
I
говорит,
felt
а
that I,
зачем ты это
that I had
делаешь,
to
там
start heating the
еще
prasadam.
рано,
And my
и
wife
так
was
далее,
saying,
и
like,
так
why
далее.
are
Я
you
говорю,
doing
надо
it?
греть.
It's too early. And
Надо
I
греть, и мы
said,
делаем,
no,
уже
we should heat everything up.
складываем.
So
И
we
только мы
started heating the
сложили
prasadam up.
дверь.
We started
Я
serving it at
открываю
the table.
дверь на кухню,
And
ну,
as soon as we
дверь
did
на
it,
кухню. Я открываю,
somebody knocks at
прям
the
там
door.
передо
I
мной Гуру
open the
Махарадж
door. Guru
стоит,
Maharaj is
говорит,
right
give
in
me
front
my
of me,
breakfast. И он так
saying, give me my
быстро,
breakfast.
я просто ему,
So I
ну, как бы
quickly
подали этот,
took
он
the
там
plate that I
поднос,
prepared
он его просто забрал, не
to
ждал ни
him. He
слугу,
just
ничего, он
took it.
просто
He
забрал
didn't
и
even wait
ушел
for
к
the
себе в
servant. He
комнату.
took it and went into
То
his
есть
room.
он очень, Гуру Махарадж очень ценит время
Guru
и
Maharaj
не хочет
appreciates
терять
time
ни
very much.
секунды
He doesn't
буквально.
want to lose even 1 second.
Вот. Ну, наверное, еще одна короткая история.
One more short story.
Это было тоже в какой-то момент я начал гордиться, что у меня какие-то, ну, я думал, успехи в воспевании
I
Святого
once
имени.
started being proud
И это
about my
было на
success in chanting the
Карпатском
holy name.
ретрите,
It
ну,
was
там на
during the
Карпатском
Carpathian
фестивале
Retreat
была общая
festival.
встреча, там
There was a
300
common meeting,
преданных
maybe
на это
300
было. И в какой-то
devotees were
момент Гуру
present,
Махарадж
and
прямо мне в
at a
глаза
certain moment, Guru
начинает
Maharaja
говорить вот
looked
этот
right
стих,
into
там,
my
Тринада
eyes and started
и буквально не отводя взгляда,
citing
прямо
Trinada
глаза в
Pisunichana,
глаза, прямо как будто
looking
разбивает
right into my eyes,
эти слова. И они как-то мне очень
as if these
вбились в голову.
words
Я
were
потом
addressed
целый год
directly at
как-то
me,
медитировал на
and I
это,
was
пытался
meditating
что-то
on
делать в
this
этом направлении.
the
Даже,
whole
ну, я
year,
так
and I
думал,
was
что
trying to
начало
apply
что-то
it.
получаться. На следующий год, ровно на этом же фестивале, я
And next year,
Гуру Махарадж только приехал
at
на
the same
фестиваль,
festival,
я к
Guru
нему
Maharaja came
подхожу
to the
и
festival,
говорю,
and I approached him
вот, Гуру Махарадж,
and
вы
told
дали
him,
мне такое
well, Guru Maharaj, you
наставление,
gave me
там,
this
да, он говорит,
instruction.
он так на меня смотрит,
He
говорит,
looked at me
да, это,
and said, yes.
я вот пытаюсь следовать
And
And I said, I'm trying to follow.
На русском спрашивает. И как
And,
успехи?
and he
И
asked
в
me
то
in
же
Russian, so what is
мгновение
your
он просто
success?
разворачивается
And
и
at the same
начинает говорить
moment,
с другими
he
преданными.
turned his head away from me and continued talking to another devotee, not even paying attention to me.
И вот этот вот момент, как Гуру Махарадж очень
That moment
разными путями обучает быть гордым, это очень
showed to me that
сначала
there
это
are
больно, но
different ways
потом это
in
очень
which Guru
сильно
Maharaja teaches us not to be proud.
вызывает очень большую благодарность духовную.
It causes a
Ну, вот у
very
меня все время.
great gratitude to Guru Maharaj. I think my time is up.
Харе Кришна Прабху, если у вас есть какие воспоминания,
Hare
вы
Krishna
можете
Prabhu.
поделиться. У нас еще 7
If there
минут.
is anything else that
Если
you
у вас
remember
есть,
and you want
можете.
to
Если нет,
share,
может,
you can
спросим
share.
тогда
If we have 7 more minutes, if not, then we will ask
Да,
Dr.
я тоже
Jaswami.
с вами.
Yes, please,
Ну, давай,
Dr.
Прабху, если
Jaswami.
вы можете поделиться
Okay,
немножко, у
Prabhu,
нас 5-6 минут.
if you
Мы
can
будем
share
очень
something, we
благодарны.
have 5 or 6 minutes, we would be very thankful. Dr. Jaswami, are you ready? Thank you so much.
Не включался звук. Харе Кришна, дорогие преданные.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you so much. So if you can share 5 or 7 minutes, we would be very thankful. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Намао Вишну Падая Кришна Приштая Паталеши Мата Ниранджана Свами Намине. Анахата Прайсяна Прабхупада Сатуштая Санкиртана Правитятха Махате Гурабайнана. Намо Нишкама Бхакта Сару Бхакта Хитайте Кришна Киртна Пранaya Ниранджана Свами Намине. Мне хочется принести свои поклоны
I would like to
моим
offer my
братьям в
obeisances
Святом
to
Боге.
my God brothers and God sisters. Thank you so much for the opportunity to glorify the spiritual master on the day of Vyasa Puja.
Ученик должен чувствовать себя
A disciple should
глупцом
always feel
перед духовным
a
учителем.
fool in
Это
front of
позволит
his spiritual
ему
master.
сохранять
It will
должное
allow
смирение,
him
натуральное
to
смирение.
maintain the same, maintain the proper mood
Безусловно,
of being humble.
нет границ, как мы
Of
можем это
course,
делать.
we can do it in many ways.
Ачарьи прошлого, в частности,
The
Бхактивinoда Тхакур
acharyas
пишет о
of
том,
the past,
что учителя,
specifically Bhaktivinoda
своего
Thakur,
родного
is writing that
гуру нужно прославлять каждый
we
день.
should glorify our Guru every
И
day.
Vyasa Puja — это хорошая
And Vyasa Puja
возможность.
is a nice,
На самом
a
деле,
wonderful
сложно
opportunity,
оплатить духовному учителю за
and
то
it's
знание,
difficult
вкус и
to
понимание,
pay,
которые мы сами получаем.
to repay to the
И
spiritual master for the taste
на
that we
самом
get.
деле пример или ачар духовного учителя
The
важен для нас,
example
потому
or
что
achar of the
с
spiritual
этим
master is very
сопряжена вера
important
его
to us
последователей, его учеников.
because it is connected to the faith of his followers and
Наш
disciples.
духовный учитель
Our
отражает те
spiritual
качества,
master
которые
manifests the
прославляют
qualities
священные
that
тексты.
are glorified
Я
by the holy texts,
много раз
the scriptures.
рассуждал, думал
I
на эту
have
тему.
thought about it,
Нарада Муни
contemplated
говорит,
about it for many
Нарада
times.
Муни
Narada
описывает
Muni
три
describes
качества
three
садхусанги или
qualities of
махатсанги.
sadhu
Говорит о том,
sangha
что
or mahat sangha.
общение с великими
He says that
преданными
the
имеет
association with
три
great
особых
devotees
качества.
has three
И Нарада Муни говорит,
three
махат
special
сангасту гарлахо
qualities.
агамьо амоха
Narada
чар.
Muni says
Первое качество,
the
которое
first
упоминает Нарада
quality
Муни
that
в
is
связи
mentioned by Narada Muni
со склонностями,
in connection
живущими в сердце и также в
to
поведении великих
the
душ.
behavior and the qualities of
Качество
great
садхусанги
souls.
сводится к
The
тому,
quality of
что
sadhu sangha
сама по себе
is
возможность иметь
that
общение со
the
святым человеком
opportunity
является
itself
редкой.
of
Дурлабхо, слово
having
дурлабха
an
означает
opportunity to
редко
associate with
достижимой.
a saint is a very rare and
Далее
difficult
Нарада
to
Муни
achieve.
говорит,
The next thing that
махат-санга
Narada
или
Muni mentions
садху-санга
is that Mahat Sangha or Sadhu
проявляет
Sangha
качество,
manifests the
которое
quality
связано с
that
его
is
сокровенным
connected
аспектом. Он
to
утверждает то, что
his
садху-санга является сокровенной.
intimate or
И
sacred
заканчивает
aspect.
он этот
Sadhu
список
Sangha is very intimate.
утверждением о
And
мохашчаре.
he
Нарада
mentions
Муни
the
говорит о
third
том,
quality
что махат-санга
that
всегда имеет плоды.
Mahat Sangha always bears
И
fruit.
если мы посмотрим
And
на личность нашего Гуру Махараджа,
if we
мы
look at the
можем
personality of our Guru
найти
Maharaja,
отражение всех
we
этих
can
трех
find
свойств, этих трех качеств
all these three
в его лице.
qualities in him.
Я размышлял на эту тему
I was
неоднократно, и
contemplating on
для меня
this
это источник
topic
вдохновения
for many
также.
times, is the source of inspiration for me.
Мы видим, что
We see that
люди, которые имеют
people
общение
who
с духовным учителем, они очень
associate
ценят
with
это,
a
они
spiritual
говорят
master
о том,
appreciate
что в
it very
результате этого
much.
общения
They say that as a result of this
их
association,
духовная жизнь
their
очень сильно
spiritual life
меняется. То
is
есть они получают то,
is
что сложно
changes
получить
very much.
просто
They
так.
get
И
things that are very difficult to get. Associating with a spiritual master is not a cheap thing, it's a very rare thing. It's a rare opportunity. And if we have it, we should appreciate it. Srila Prabhupada was writing in the commentary to the third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam that there are two types of service to the spiritual master, Vani and Vapu. One points at the personal service, and Vani is serving the instructions of spiritual master. And the most important thing in serving the Guru is following the instructions, because this is how we get an opportunity to follow the mood of the spiritual master, and we also fulfill the will of the Guru Parampara. Srila Prabhupada explains that when we meet the spiritual master, we should not miss the opportunity to serve him personally. And Narada Muni says that the opportunity to associate with great souls is very rare. And the second quality that we should mention is that the association with the spiritual master is very intimate. I remember one of my god brothers was saying how Niranjana Maharaja came to Begovaya in the Soviet times, in the 90s. And in the evening, Radhanath Maharaj called him. They were talking the whole night, discussing Gauranga Lila. It's a wonderful example of diving deep in Krishna consciousness. Simple people cannot do that. Maharaja was discussing for so long. And as Narada Muni describes the second quality, it is important to mention in this regard to what is the essence of this intimate aspect of associating with Mahatmas or great souls. Why is the association of devotees the association with devotees so intimate and sacred? In this regard, I would like to quote Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu, where Srila Jiva Goswami describes the meaning of the word sadhu. Sadhu means a saint person. Sangha means attachment. We should understand that when we enter the association of devotees, we have to find a devotee or a Vaishnava who has attachment to Krishna, and association with such a person brings you the ultimate benefit. And Guru Maharaj is such a personality. During Vyasa Puja, in his lectures, Guru Maharaj oftentimes speaks about the thing that the aspect of association with Guru brings to us. Guru is like a transparent via medium. Guru Maharaj emphasized it many times that the Guru is a transparent via medium. And Guru Maharaj has this function. He makes Krishna attractive. Diksha Guru manifests Sambandha Jnana. Dear devotees, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Guru Maharaj has come here. You can finish your thought, and we will continue with the second part of our Vyasa Puja. Then in this case, we should just greet Guru Maharaja. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We will continue later when we have another break. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Welcome back. We continue with our second block of offerings. So we have Amrita Vilasini Mataji is the first speaker, and Shachimai Mataji, get ready. Amrita Vilasini.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. The Vyasa Puja celebration each year is the day I look forward to the most. knowing that you will patiently listen to every word your disciples express to you. My feelings of longing for you are beyond words. They can only be cherished deep in my heart as I eagerly anticipate welcoming you visit again next year. I vividly remember your teaching to be a humble servant, to serve and care for devotees, to seek answers in the books you have written, and to ensure that you never hear my names spoken by others unnecessarily. Over the years, I have strived to keep your instructions firmly in my heart and have endeavored to practice the spirit of caring for Krishna's devotees in my interactions with them. Although there are only few God brothers and sisters around me, we all unite in praying for Gurudev's recovering, hoping you regain your health and resume your travels to spread Krishna consciousness. By Krishna's mercy, your health is steadily improving, which is the greatest blessing and joy for all of us, your disciples. From my conversation with Audarya Nitai Prabhu from Russia, I learned how fortunate we are to have had the opportunity to serve you personally during your visit to Taiwan. I sincerely hope that, like previous years, Gurudev, you will once again grace us with your presence here. Though it might only be for a few brief days, the chance to listen to Gurudev's words, participating in your activities, and serve you by cooking, washing, and ironing for you are privileges I dream of and cherished as the highest honor of being your disciple. When I reflect on the selfless mercy you have shown us and your unwavering dedications to Krishna consciousness, I feel deeply honored to be your disciple. Your teachings are like a beacon, guiding me step by step closer to Krishna and showing me how to find true happiness and fulfillment in serving devotees. I pray to Sri Radha Krishna and Srila Prabhupada for their mercy to bless Gurudev with good health so that you may continue to guide us and bring wisdom and love to even more souls. I also pray for myself to always remain humble, faithfully follow Guru Maharaj's teachings, and become the kind of worthy disciples you hope for. My dear Gurudev, you are forever the lighthouse of my spiritual life, and your teachings and compassions are the greatest gifts in my life. Your insignificant servant of servant, Amita Vilasni Devidasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Shachimai Mataji, it's your turn, and Bhakta Josh, get ready.
My beloved Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances to the dust of your lotus feet on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. For all of us who are lost in this terrible materialistic world, You express your pure and pure dedication through your words and actions. Your sacred teaching makes us feel reunited with Lord Krishna and his eternal companions, even if our rough bodies are still in this material world. Guru Maharaj, please accept our deepest gratitude for your effort to save us. Thank you for providing us with this incomparable gift, the holy name of the Lord, which enables us to reunite with our eternal benefactor, blesser, and our closest friend, Lord Krishna. On this most auspicious day, we humbly and earnestly beg you to give us infinite, compassionate mercy. Please give us your blessings so that we can cultivate a sincere heart and unwavering desire and always please you. In this way, we can become the container of Lord Krishna's kindness to us, because no one can please Krishna without pleasing your divine grace. With the kindness of Guru Maharaj, people can get the blessing of Krishna. Without the grace of a spiritual mentor, a person cannot make any progress. Therefore, I should always remember and praise the spiritual mentor. I should salute my spiritual mentor every day. I have been listening to the video of Guru Maharaj's lecture when he came to Taiwan, which is very inspiring and calming. I hope I can work hard to follow the pace of Guru Maharaj preaching. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, your humble servant. Satyamai Devidasi in Taichung, Taiwan, 2025.
Thank you so much for your efforts, Shashimai Mataji. Back to Josh, it's your turn, and Manibadha Prabhu with Shyama Manjari Mataji, please get ready.
Dandava Pranam. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Guru Maharaj. Dear Guru Maharaj, please expect my humble obeisance. Although countless days have passed since I last parted way with you, I still deeply miss you. This year, all the devotees from Taiwan have been earnest to praying to the merciful Lord for your health and speedy recovery. We can only recall the wonderful times we spent with you through your videos and lectures. Dear Guru Maharaj, this year I began my Bhakti Sastri course under the guidance of Jalangi Ratha Mataji, a Chinese devotee residing in the holy town Shita Mayapur. During the classes, I often think of your lectures where you shared about Srila Prabhupada and Gauranga Prabhu. We have also started translating your Russia disciples' quote shared in their Facebook groups into Chinese and posting them on a Facebook page. We hope the Gauranga's mercy can spread throughout Taiwan through your words. Once again, I offer my humble obeisance to you, my dear Guru Maharaj. On behalf of the devotees in Taiwan, I would like to invite you to visit Taiwan to shower us with your mercy and to fulfill our longing for your association. Thanks to the Russia devotees who came to Taiwan to spread Harinam. This year, Ratha Yatra festival in Taiwan was incredibly successful. I was both surprised and delighted to find our godbrother Odoria Nitai Prabhu among the group of Russia devotees. You are the savior of fallen souls. So I pray for you to shower your mercy upon me, like the nectar of your blessings, aspiring to become your servant and disciple, Josh from Taipei, Taiwan. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. Manibada Prabhu, together with Shyama Manjari Mataji, it's your turn. And New Mayapur, Ukraine, from Magdalenovka, please get ready. Manibandha Prabhu. Try to say something. Your microphone is no. There is no sound. Oh, we can't hear you. Okay, so please maybe try reconnect or write for our tech support because we don't hear you. Maybe some issues with your mic. And
Maybe I try again.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we hear it. Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisance, Guru Maharaj. Намам Вишну Падая Кришна Прештая Бутале Шимати Ниранджана Свами Тинамине Анахата Праясина Прабхупадася Туштае Санкиртана Правритярта Махате Гураве Намо Намаха. Я в почтении склоняюсь перед его божественной личностью Шива Ниранджана Свами, который очень дорог Господу Кришне, ибо обрел прибежище у его лотосных стоп. Я предлагаю смиренные поклоны своему духовному учителю, чьи постоянные непрерывные усилия всегда направлены на продвижение миссии Санкиртаны для удовлетворения Шилы Прабхупады. Намо Ништама Бхактая Сарва Бхакта Хитаите Кришна Киртана Праная Ниранджана Свами Намаха. Поклоны вам, о бескорыстный преданный, который действует на благо всех преданных и чьей жизнью является Кришна Киртан. Поклоны Шрили Ниранджане Свами. Гуру Махарадж, примите наши поклоны в пыли ваших лотосных стоп. Слава Шрили Прабхупаде. Позвольте выразить наши чувства в день вашего явления. Сегодня великий день вашей Vyasa Puja, когда каждый ваш ученик должен заглянуть
when every one of your disciples should look into their heart and re-examine their relationship with their spiritual master. Our whole spiritual life depends on it.
Яся дева пара бхактир, ядха дева татха гурау, тася те катхитах ядхам пракашантах махатмана. Тем великим душам, которые
Only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imprints of the Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. Shvetashvatara Upanishad 6.23. It is stated in the Shastras that if a guru is pleased with the disciple, all Vedic knowledge will naturally be revealed in the disciple's heart. Therefore, the Vedas recommend to accept the Guru, Acharya Upasana. The true Guru always belongs to the authority of disciplic succession, the Guru Parampara, coming from Krishna. Because of this, we can always observe the Guru-disciple relationship throughout the history of the world. Parampara is the spiritual history of humanity in which every person living in this world should be included as a follower. This is the desire of the acharyas, which implies preaching to one and all. Every person must see the relationship between guru and disciple in order to enter into such a relationship. It is important for us as disciples to see your relationship with Srila Prabhupada manifested in your strict adherence to the instructions you have received from Srila Prabhupada, your divine spiritual master. Your love and devotional to Srila Prabhupada is a lesson of grace for our generation of devotees and mercy for 10,000 years to come for further generations of devotees who will come into this world and learn from your lessons of love for the Guru expressed in total selfless devotional to the mission of the spiritual master. Gurumaharaj, you epitomize the principle that dharma is more important than self-preservation. A disciple is one who realizes that fulfilling one's duty to the spiritual master is more important than surviving in this world, especially since it's impossible to survive in this world. No one has ever succeeded. So it is better to give your life to Guru and his mission. You are giving yourself completely to Srila Prabhupada, and even in spite of your health state, one can understand the standard of service to the spiritual master by observing your relationship with Srila Prabhupada. And we have to accept this standard of the disciple. This relationship between disciple and guru is like the darshan, which removes all obstacles to the disciple's service and strengthens the disciple's faith in the teaching of the Shastras. Your determination is not just the act of will, it is a mellow, a power that drives you. Otherwise, how else can you endure all the trials which your body is subjected? Such a life is a real spiritual victory. You represent for us the real power of the soul, the power of the eternal in living on the energy of the selfless, uninterrupted devotional service. The supreme occupation, dharma, for all humanity is that by which man can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendent Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.1.6. You are a great devotee of our time, carrying the mood of the great acharyas of the past. You are like them, timeless, a guru for all time. We express our deep gratitude to you as a spiritual father for the opportunity to see your spiritual relationship with your brothers in God. We should humbly learn from your deep mutual feelings, the great sacrament of spiritual enlightenment penetrating into the heart can purify us from anarthas. With years of service in Srila Prabhupada's movement, we realize more and more how amazing it is that we met you on our life journey. You have given us so much that we are now indebted to you. We can't stop trying to fulfill your instructions to express our appreciation and gratitude to you. Seeing how attracted you are to Srila Prabhupada's mission, we are trying to figure out how to make you satisfied with the service of us, your disciples. We are very much inspired by your service to Guru and Krishna. We would like to live our lives as you do, fully benefiting Srila Prabhupada and his mission. Now we feel safe in our service by remembering your instructions. You have become the meaning of our lives, and we want to serve you and your mission as best as we can. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. We always feel especially protected by your example. We ask your blessings to have spiritual intelligence that will enable us to not to make mistakes on the path of devotional service to Guru and Gauranga. Your insignificant servants and disciples, Manibandha Dasa, Ishyama Manjari Devidasi.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Okay, we will have a new Mayapur from Magdalenovka. This will be Sahasrajit Prabhu, Arunalochana Mataji, Rasastali Mataji, Yuvachi Sudevi Mataji, Alexandra Baranova Bhaktin, Rangavali Mataji, and Yashadhara Prabhu. So it's your turn, and please, Yatra, Almaty Yatra, get ready. And dear devotees, do not exceed your time. There is very important for us to stick to the schedule.
Он же понимает все равно, по-русски
Харе Кришна. Слышно?
Can you hear us?
Шрила Ниранджана Свами, Гуру Махарадж ки. Я хочу поблагодарить дорогого духовного учителя за
express my gratitude to our spiritual master for new Mayapur on behalf of his disciples and well-wishers, this place where everyone is a well-wisher of Srila Niranjana Swami, because everyone knows that this project of Srila Niranjana Swami, and the proof of this is that new Mayapur represents Srila Prabhupada's will, and our spiritual master will be satisfied. In any case, if our project has any difficulties, like Srila Prabhupada room in Boston Temple, but a project of New Mayapur will always be the project of Srila Niranjana Swami. And now devotees who have time to express their feelings now will speak. Sahasrajita Prabhu is the first to speak.
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж, примите,
Dear
пожалуйста,
Guru Maharaja, please accept my hum.
Вся слава Шри Прабхупаде и Гуру Искон.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Guru ISKCON. A disciple is one who learns from his spiritual master. I have heard from Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj that the best form of Guru Dakshina is when the disciple becomes a channel for the instructions of the spiritual master and returns to him the instructions he has heard from his Guru with a great gratitude for this knowledge. Therefore, as my offering, let me offer you those instructions of yours that have a strong effect on my faith in the process of devotional service. This year, I was very impressed by your lecture series that you gave in September 2021 for devotees attending the Bhakti Sangama festival in Ukraine. These were classes on Brihad Bhagavatamrita. The main message of these classes was to discuss why the Lord does not make Bhava available to ordinary devotees. But in the second class, given on September 17th, the topic of deity worship and how one can attain prema through this service was briefly touched upon. Upon hearing this, Maharaja Parikshit asks Narada Muni why there is a statement in the scriptures that deity worship is meant for neophytes. Narada Muni replies that this applies to those who consider the deity to be a material object made of stone, wood, or metal, and do not understand that it is a manifestation of the spiritual form of the Lord and is not different from him. I have heard this many times, and there is nothing new or surprising in it for me, as I foolishly think. But what Narada Muni says next impressed and inspired me. He says that due to such wrong consciousness which pollutes their service, they do not attain prema, but at the same time, even such imperfect worship yields fruits that surpass the results of ordinary karmic punya. And most importantly, if it is done for a long time, then the Lord accepts this constancy as a sign of some devotional and in return can bestow mercy in the form of a cardinal change of consciousness. That is, such a devotee worshipping the deities comes to the understanding of their divine identity. Then he begins to worship in the right consciousness and can attain prema. This news gives me hope. I remember how you, quoting Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura from Bhaktialoka, said that some sadhakas, due to lack of faith and patience, give up their practice without waiting for its results. But it's really difficult to continue to follow sadhana with due enthusiasm, especially understanding that the quality of my practice leaves much to be desired, to put it mildly, and it is not clear when and what such practice will lead to at all. Therefore, understanding that even imperfect practice performed with determination and patience for a long time can lead to perfection gives faith in the power of the process of devotional service and the desire to continue despite all my shortcomings. Thank you very much, dear Guru Maharaj, for these drops of nectar. Thanks to them, there comes hope and determination to continue to put my efforts in devotional service. Your unworthy and worthless servant Hasarjit Das.
Пожалуйста, Матаджи Аруналочин.
Матаджи Арунавочи Матаджи.
Можно. Дорогой мой духовный
My
учитель,
dear spiritual master, Sri Niranjana Swami, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Amazing! Your Shri Vyasa Puja this year falls at a time of a paradoxical existence of opposites of material reality incompatible with each other. Each person has a choice which one to join.
какой из них ему примкнуть?
Each jiva
И у
has
каждой
the
дживы
right
есть
to
право
go
выйти за
beyond
их
their
границы
boundaries.
этих противоположностей. Но это очень сложная
This is
философская
a
задача,
very
которую,
difficult philosophical task
как говорится в
which
Бхагавад-гите, не
cannot be
одолевшим скверну
mastered
отождествления себя с телом,
on once without overcoming the
самостоятельно не
contamination
осилить.
of identifying oneself
Именно
with the
ваше
body.
присутствие,
Your
просто
presence,
наличие
simply
вас в
your
этом
being
мире
in this
с полным
world
набором
with
ваших
a
широко
full set
известных
of your
гармонических
well-known
вайшнавских
Brahminical and
качеств
Vaishnava qualities
трансцендентной
of
личности,
a
определяет
transcendental
этот шаг.
personality determines this step.
Ваша проповедь,
Your
как
preaching, like a
поцелуйте,
mother's
глубокая,
kiss, deep,
доходчивая,
clear,
мягкая,
soft, full
исполненная
of mercy,
милосердия,
faith,
верной
and prayer
молитвы
in its
в
correctness,
его правильность
gives
этого выбора
force
шага,
to strengthen
сообщает силу укрепиться в этом
oneself
праве, сделать
in
этот
this
шаг.
right.
Например, вот я
For
смотрю на
example,
себя,
here I am. I look at myself.
зубы темнеют,
My teeth are getting
зато
dark. My
волосы
hair is
светлеют,
getting bright. My
глаза
eyes are
слепнут, зато
getting
уши
blind,
слышат
but
то,
my
чего те не
ears
видят.
hear
Глаза.
what
Руки
those don't
слабеют,
see. My
зато
hands
нектар
are
Кришны
getting weak,
Катхи,
but the
чашу с
nectar of
которым они
Krishna
едва
Katha,
удерживают,
the cup
льется
of which
через
they
край.
can
Его
barely
роскошь и
hold, is
сладость
pouring
ощущает даже
over the
одежда,
age,
на
and its
которую он
growing
капает.
sweetness
Что
is
уж говорить о
felt
языке, для
even
которого
by
он
the clothes on
предназначен.
which it drips. What can we
Чем хуже
say
снаружи,
about
тем
the
лучше
tongue?
внутри. Но
The
если
worse it is
там,
outside, the
снаружи
better it is
хуже, тогда
inside.
не
But
смотри,
if it is worth
не
uh,
то чтобы глазами,
there, do not look
чем-то
here,
там внешним,
not with your eyes,
мир
not with
умер.
something
Мир замер.
external.
Перед
Has
шагом
the word
успешным все
died?
ты
No,
меняла
it froze
своим
before
божеством,
a
как своим божеством.
successful step to the
В
holy
последнее время,
names
слушая ваши
as
лекции и
to your
воспевания,
deities. Lately,
я
listening to your
со
lectures
все
and
большей
chanting,
благодарностью думаю о
I
вас.
think
Ваши слова
about you with an
прикасаются к душе,
increasing
как ветер с
gratitude.
Малайских
Your
гор.
words touch
После
the
долгой
soul
гонки,
like a wind
заменяющая
from
вода,
mountains, like
заменяющая
water
пищу.
replacing food after a long
Каждый день
race.
несколько раз
Every
склоняясь к
day,
вашим
several
стопам, так
times
или иначе,
bowing
в
down
полном
to your
соответствии с
feet,
протоколом этикета,
anyways,
я
in full accordance
стремлюсь
with the
обнять их и
protocol of
прославить.
etiquette, I strive to
Прославить за то, что
embrace
они,
them
как
and
цветы в
glorify
ботинках,
them,
отягощенные
glorify
тяжелой
them,
обувью,
because they are like
добровольно
flowers
и
in boots,
сознательно имеют
burdened
дело с
down
каменными
by
дорогами
heavy
этого
shoes,
мира,
voluntarily
превращая их
and
в благоприятный
consciously
путь
deal
домой
with the
Богу для
stony
идущих за
roads
вами и
of
с
the
вами.
world,
Я стремлюсь
turning them
обнять
into
ваши
a
стопы,
favorable
потому
path
что они дают
for those
прибежище без
who go
убежища,
back to get.
убежище без приюта,
I strive
приют
to
без
embrace your
липкого
feet
уюта,
because
привязанности
they
и
provide shelter
успокоенности.
without refuge, refuge without the
Ядья
sticky
Пьямара
comfort
Чайтанья
of the
Радаса
attachment calmness.
Татхапиджания Ами Тангара Пракаша 1.1.44. Вслед за
Following
Кришной,
Krishna Das
Кавираджа
Kaviraj
Госвами,
Goswami, I
Даса
know that
Госвами,
you,
я знаю, что вы мой духовный учитель,
my
слуга Шри
spiritual
Чайтаньи.
master,
То есть,
are the
как
servant
пишет
of
Шрила
Shri
Прабхупада,
Chaitanya. That as Srila Prabhupada writes,
что
the
духовный
spiritual
учитель,
master
один из
is
приближенных
one of
слуг
the
Шримати
confidential
Радхарани или
servants of
проявление Шримати
Srimati
Нанды.
Radharani or
Но
manifestation
я
of
также
Sri
знаю,
Nityananda. But
что
I also
духовный
know that
учитель,
the spiritual master is a bona
Бонафайда
fide
Гуру, а
guru,
это вы,
and
полное
that is
проявление
you,
Господа
is a
Шри,
plenary manifestation of
полное проявление
Shri
Господа. Шри Ниранджана Свами.
Uh,
Тот,
Shri
кто не
Niranjana
попадает
Swami,
под влияние
one who is
материальной
not
энергии,
affected
тот
by the
способен
material
путем глубоко
energy,
опутанным
who is
веем,
able to extend
кто,
his
по
hand
выражению
to
Шрилы
those who are
Прабхупады,
entangled by
так же
it,
хорош, как и сам
who,
Господь.
as Srila Prabhupada says,
Будучи
is as
другом и
good
слугой
as the
Хари
Lord
Кришны,
Himself.
вы
As a
временно
friend
проживаете
and
здесь,
servant of
попирая
Hare Krishna,
иллюзию
you're
и
temporarily
воссоздавая
residing
действительную
uh,
реальность в глазах готовых
and
сверхучиться
to
этому у вас.
recreate the actual
Очевидно,
reality in the
что
eyes of
без вмешательства
those who
внутренней
are
энергии
ready
здесь не
to
обойтись.
put faith in you.
Янха
It
Хайта
is
Кришна
obvious that
Бхакти
we
Сей
can't
Гуру
do
Хай.
without
Того, кто
intervention
пробуждает
of
преданность
internal
Кришне,
energy.
следует считать
One who
духовным
awakens
учителем.
devotional to Krishna is certainly the spiritual master.
Дальше. Подходит калоши, надевай. Вы
If,
суп
if
превратили
the
в
shoes
аквариум
fits, wear it.
и
You have
счастлива
turned the
рыбка в
soup
нем,
into an aquarium,
забыв
and
про
if
нестерпное
the fish
варево,
is happy,
как ночное
forgetting the
видение днем.
unbearable brew, like
Ночное
the night
vision
vision in the
незабвение Кришны,
daytime. A
день
night vision is
памятования ему.
forgetfulness of
С
Krishna, Krishna, and the day is remembrance of him within heart, breaking without compassion for the obviously suffering, misdirected civilization. In the book, Krishna protects his devotees. You remind us, as if sharing an incredible secret, that Krishna runs after those who remember him. And if a person forgets Krishna, Krishna does not forget him.
Is it possible to measure your generosity, which is able to reveal to the world and give it such truth to the bewildered soul about the relations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna? I take this message as your personal instruction, but Srila Prabhupada notes that the instruction is not enough. Something else is needed, so please allow this truth to manifest in my heart that has strayed to you. To you who takes full responsibility for the disciple, watching how the instructions are applied in practice and reflected in his spiritual life. To you who take risks for the sake of the disciple, risks that go beyond duty. To you who provide disciple the opportunity for spiritual practice. This means systemizing knowledge, writing books, building temples, installing deities, creating a social structure, establishing educational system. To you who asks no one for anything, no sells nothing and buys nothing, who does not control over them, and who is pure and selfless and has a faith to Krishna. To you who miss your disciples no less than we miss you, sincerely awaiting you in the service of the Lordship Shishi Nitai Shichinadana in Mayapur. The fish floating in the ocean of your mercy, Aruna Lochana Devidasi.
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, примите, пожалуйста, мои смиренные поклоны в пыли ваших лотосных стоп. Слава Шриле Прабхупаде. Дорогой учитель, я понимаю, что не способна и на каплю оценить вашу личность и ваше служение Шриле Прабхупаде и Господу Чайтанье. Но все же я хочу попробовать прославить вас и ваше служение. Меня сильно впечатляет тот факт, что вы в самом начале своего пути предались лотосным стопам духовного учителя и планам на вас Господа. И целеустремленно, стойко идете по этому пути преданности. Столь множество испытаний и сложностей встречается на вашем пути в трудах, сложности в путешествии, сложности с воспитанием, сложности со здоровьем и прочее, и тонких. Как найти подход в сердце каждого? Но вы никогда не сдаетесь в вашем желании удовлетворить Шрилы Прабхупаду, каждому вашему ученику и ученице, да любому преданному.
But you never give up your desire to satisfy Srila Prabhupada. You find a way to every disciple and every devotee. You find the right words and give support. You never consider any of your disciples to be useless or disqualified. You lovingly take care of the elevated and the fallen in any situation. It is impossible to overestimate your role in the service to Srila Prabhupada. That's why it is important to have an experience of a relationship with a living guru, not just read examples from the scriptures. Sometimes it is hard to believe in the great deeds of devotees on the pages of books, but when I see the undeniable fact of your personal example, a living example, I can't argue that it's not true. I see that it's not really possible to live such a life full of devotion to the Lord, the Guru, and his mission. You once quoted a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 1.9.16, Bhishmadeva's words to Yudhishthira. O king, one can know the plan of the Lord, Shri Krishna, even though great philosophers inquire exhaustively, they are bewildered. And you quoted Srila Prabhupada's purport on this verse. Even though we may not be able to understand Krishna's plan, a devotee is one who is always ready to surrender to Krishna's plan, even if he doesn't understand it. You're just a perfect example of such a devotee. You're always submissive to the Lord's plan. Often I want to envisage and plan the desired result, but then I get tired of fighting with the material energy and try to accept the Lord's plan or his sanction. But you are the best disciple of your guru. You have read and heard from the lecture what needs to be done, and you surrender to the gurus and Krishna's plan throughout your life and beyond. Dear spiritual master, I hope that I can become your true disciple, even just by your continued faith
Продолжайте
in my
верить в
success
мой
on the
успех
spiritual
на
path.
этом пути. Пытаюсь
Thank
стать
you.
вашей ученицей.
And trying to become your true disciple, Rasastali Devidasi.
Пожалуйста, примите мои почтительные поклоны.
Please accept my respectful obeisances, dear Guru Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Last year, when you were in Hungary, one devotee asked me if I wanted to go there to serve you. At first, I couldn't find anything to answer and began to think deeply about what I really wanted. Last year, in my offering, I asked for your blessings so that I could finally, after a long break, distribute books again. A few months later, I was happy to offer you some stories of Sankirtana. This is the service through which I feel the most direct connection with you and Srila Prabhupada. And I'm very happy that these stories can be shared with you on your website. Last time, a man stopped to talk to me. He said he was interested in the universe and asked if there was anything about it. That was how our conversation began. When I offered him the books, he looked at them, but returned, saying that he was going through a difficult time with his earnings, and told me a little about his life as a former successful businessman, about his view of the world. I saw him as a responsible father and husband, as well as a reasonable, searching person, of course, like many others, confused by the consequences of his actions, and offered to take the book as a gift. He took perfect questions. Then we talked some more, or more likely, he did most of the talking and I rather listened, sometimes trying to convey to him that worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead makes a person happy and automatically solves so many problems that piled up. And I was already so cold and so eager to leave, and he kept talking and talking. In the end, he finally noticed that I was shifting from food to food, but on my hood was completely frozen and apologized for freezing me. We started to say goodbye to each other, and then he suddenly said that he wanted to give me money and donated 100 gulden. I was very happy because I know that these books are priceless. And although I sometimes give them as a present, I'm more inspired when people give a donation, knowing that not many, of course, I meet on the street in our time, value books and knowledge. A couple of days before this, an interesting story also happened. I looked at the two men, momentarily assessing which one to approach, and approached the younger one, thinking that it was less likely that the older one would be interested. But the one I choose resolutely refused, and the other, passing by us and hearing about the books, suddenly turned around and asked me what kind of books I was offering. I showed him all the books, said that these were the books of Srila Prabhupada, and he said that he had read some, but was now reading others. He started talking. Of course, he had his own view of things, and he asked me if I had seen God. It seems that if he had seen him, all doubts would suddenly disappear, and he would surrender. I tried to tell him about the manifestations of God in this world from chapter 7 of the Bhagavad Gita, what I remembered about the cataracts that need to be removed. But it seemed that this did not convince him. But after looking through all the books, he pointed to the signs of self-realization and said, "This is a good book, offer it." I continued my work. People also refused, but suddenly two young guys stopped. One wanted to go further, and the second stopped to began to explain me that he did not have cash, although he was already holding the paper yoga in his hand. I began to insist that he take the book, that it could be that if he take the book, it could be transferred to the card. He asked how much it cost. I said that the cost price was about 30 hryvnia. In the end, we went to the ATM. The one who took the book took out and offered me candy. I said that I did not eat, but I would take one of for my husband. The second one said that his friend was just very kind and ready to give everything to everyone. When this guy withdrew money from the ATM, he began to explain that the ATM did not give less than 100 hryvnia, and I took the signs of self-realization. I said that it was not a problem. I would give him another book, and we swapped. After saying goodbye to them, I realized that this was exactly the book that this man pointed to, the recommended to offer. Another man, inspired by the realization that God is in his heart, took perfect questions and beyond birth and death. He asked many questions. The conversation was long and sometimes funny. He solemnly gave me a coin of Ukrainian army, 10 hryvnia, which he said was worth much more, and a phone number with which I was supposed to send a card for a donation. Such a number, it turned out, did not exist. I don't know whether he lied on purpose or it just happened by accident, but I was not upset because I thought that Krishna already had some kind of plan for him. He listens to music, and among his favorite songs, there is probably one in Hindi. And although it's in the discourse style, as far as I can hear, but in the chorus is singing the mantra, and it really inspired. Every time a person takes a book, I feel sincere surprise and even amazement that this is happening. I am a direct observer of how Srila Prabhupada's mission is spreading. Thank you, dear Guru Maharaj, for this opportunity, and for many others as well, for being able to spend more time with the society of devotees, reading, chanting with them, taking prashadam, dancing with Krishna, and getting more and more satisfaction in the process. Your words about the necessity for the disciple to have firm conviction in the process of chanting rounds and devotional service made me think again about how this is manifested in my life, in my heart. The disciple's duty is to constantly deepen his faith in the chanting of the Holy Spirit. I read this phrase over and over again, so that this instruction will deeply enter my heart and my mind. This year, thanks to the Living Name retreat, I began to feel less despair that my chanting of the holy name so often remains hopelessly offensive and inattentive, because upon analysis, I began to notice that over the years, it doesn't become more conscious and attentive, at least sometimes. Now I just have to continue to take efforts, pray for mercy, and try not to disturb the devotees when they, by the will of Krishna, help me get rid of some attachments. I was also glad to know that I began to listen to other devotees chanting. How many times I have heard you quote this, where Srila Prabhupada says, I chant, you listen, you chant, I listen. And I did not listen to anyone, only myself. And suddenly, this time, at the Kirtan Mela, I found myself listening to the devotees chanting in response when I was leading the Kirtan, and even enjoying, trying to repeat their Alankar on the harmonic. I hope and accept that this is a sign that my stone heart has softened a little, at least for a while. Your disciple, increasingly inspired by the process of devotional service, Yuvati Sudevi Devi Dasi.
Thank you, Yuvati Sudevi. Bhaktin Alexandra Baranova is next. Rangavali Mataji, get ready.
Да, подходите.
Я смотрю, что перевод. Гуру Махарадж, вы нашли перевод Матаджи Александры? Да. Ага, все хорошо.
Хари Кришна, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, примите, пожалуйста, мои
Hare
смиренные
Krishna,
поклоны
Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances and the dust of your lotus. Glorious loved spiritual master Srila Prabhupada. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, let me thank you for your life, a perfect example of constant efforts, spreading the glories of the holy name, your determination and enthusiasm. You generously share with all who are eager to hear. The first Namahata I attended in my life was the Namahata of your disciples, Sri Gurudeva Prabhu and Mataji Pujeshwari in 2018. They were Timur Prabhu, Mataji Zoya then, and after that I was absolutely convinced that I wanted to come to the devotees again and again. I am currently living in the New Mayapur Dham in Ukraine. The devotees living here sincerely serve the Lord, showing an inspiring example. This is a unique place where the deities personally participate in the destiny of the devotees. I am very grateful for the opportunity to offer my efforts in the development of this community. I am very grateful to you for kirtan, performances, retreats, living name of Mataji Arunalochana. Her association brings out the best qualities in people. Seeing her, one wants to chant the holy names. With her purity and determination, many Vaishnavas beg to go back to Buddha. She shows in every way how attractive and kind Krishna is, how sweet the service to his lotus feet is. She conveys deep and serious attitude to the angas of devotees. My mentors, Yashodhara Prabhu and Tirangavali, take care of me as a soul. As it is said in Srimad Bhagavatam 1 to 10, life desired should never be directed towards sense gratification. One should desire only an healthy life or self-preservation. Human being is meant for inquiry about the absolute truth. Nothing else should be the goal of one's works. They help me to stop living for sense gratification and become healthy on social, emotional, and physical levels, so that I can steadily practice Krishna consciousness. They support and help me to open my wings and connect my whole life with Krishna. I thank you for your direct teaching, for transmitting firm conviction, sweet taste, and showing the practicality of Sriprad's protecting the faith, purity of love and service. You preach shelter of the holy in any situation. In Japa Pradesh, 8 days ago, you said that spiritual thoughts of serving myself are like daydreaming. There is no shelter in that. I am very happy to and glad to learn how to live, thinking how to make the Lord the spiritual master and all the devotees, and how to take responsibility for my life. I am happy to make efforts in hearing Japa. I beg for your blessings. Go to bed early, to get up, listen to the holy name, attend and desire to become your disciple and the disciple of your disciples, Bhaktin Alexandra.
Thank you so much. Rangavali Mataji and Yashodhara Prabhu, get ready.
Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру-Махарадж, примите, пожалуйста, поклоны. Я прошу прощения, и если позволите, чтобы супруг сделал свое подношение.
I would like to ask my husband to speak first.
Харе Кришна.
Hare Krishna.
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж, Шрила Ниранджана Свами,
Guru Maharaj,
примите, пожалуйста,
Niranjana
мои
Swami,
смиренные
please accept
поклоны
my humble
в пыли
obeisances
ваших
in
лотосных
the
стоп.
dust of your lotus
Слава
feet.
Шриле
All
Прабхупаде.
glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Не стыдно признаться,
I'm
но в
ashamed
своей войне
to
сложного
admit
эго,
that in my war
ленью
with the false
и
ego,
желанием чувственных
laziness, and desire for
наслаждений я не всегда выхожу
sensual
победителем.
gratifications, I'm not always
По воле
victorious.
Господа я переехал
By the
из
will
Киева
of the
в
Lord,
Днепр,
I
теперь живу
moved from
ближе
Kiev
к
to
новому
Dnieper and now
Майяпуру,
live
где
closer
находится
to
моя
New
семья и
Mayapur,
близкие.
where my family and
Работаю
beloved
возле
ones
храма,
are.
что
I
дает
work near
возможность
the
приходить
temple,
почти
which gives
каждый
me
день
the
на даршан
opportunity to come almost
божеств
every
и
day for
почитать Варса
darshan
с
of the
преданными.
deities and take
На Новый
prasadam
год
with
мы
the
с детьми
devotees. On
приехали
the
в
New
Новый
Year's
Майяпур
Eve,
к жене, маме
my
и
children
преданным.
and I came to New
Когда был
Mayapur to
обмен
my wife,
подарками
mother, and
с
devotees. When
божествами Шри
there was an
Нитайши
exchange
Чинанданой,
of
мне
gifts
достался
with the
подарок с
deities of
посланием от
Shri
Шрилы
Nitaish
Прабхупады.
Chinanda, and I received a gift with a message from Srila
Большое
Prabhupada.
спасибо за твои
Thank you
искренние
very much for
усилия
your
и веру в
sincere
своего
efforts
духовного
and faith
учителя.
in your spiritual master,
Постоянные усилия,
constant
направленные
efforts
на
to please the
удовлетворение духовного
spiritual
учителя,
master.
исследование его наставлениям
Um,
есть ключ к успеху в духовной жизни.
One makes
Тот, кто с
such
решимостью
efforts with
прилагает эти
determination
усилия,
will
будет
advance
очень
in
быстро
Krishna
продвигаться в
consciousness
сознании Кришны.
very
Шрила
quickly.
Прабхупада, Калькутта,
Srila
20
Prabhupada,
февраля
Calcutta, February 20,
1972 года.
1972.
Я думал об этом письме и о
I have
том,
been
какие
thinking about
усилия вы
this letter and
прилагаете, чтобы
the efforts
передать
you are
веру,
making to convey
чтобы
the
передать
faith in
вашу
Srila
веру,
Prabhupada to
Шрилу
us, your
Прабхупаду,
disciples
нам,
and
всем
well-wishers.
ученикам и
In any
доброжелателям.
state of
В
health and
любом
mood,
состоянии
you give
здоровья и
lectures, preach
настроения
Lord
вы читайте
Chaitanya's
лекции,
movement, chant the
проповедуйте
holy
движение
names,
Господа
and
Чайтани,
inspire people
воспевайте
to read
святые
Srila
имена,
Prabhupada's books.
You are constantly making efforts to please your spiritual master and follow his instructions, showing by your example how a true disciple of your true guru should act. Your faith in Srila Prabhupada following his instructions inspires us to think about Krishna and his associates. Your lectures on Brihad Bhagavatamrita about the journey of Gopakumar encourage us to think about the relationship between the Lord and his devotees, about his love and friendship, devotional service, and spiritual life. The other day, my wife and I were thinking why the Lord does not give spiritual masters strong and unshakable health, because the meaning of your life is to preach Krishna consciousness, and the better your health is, the more people you will be able to preach to. But it turns out that no matter what health the Lord gives you, we irresponsible disciples influence it with our negative actions, breaking vows, inability to cooperate, and in connection with this, criticism of devotees. Therefore, you suffer, taking a part of our karma. Having though thought about it, I realized that by being lazy, rarely listening to lectures, rarely reading Prabhupada's books, we become defenseless against the material world, and it is only a matter of time before Maya pulls us away from the spiritual path, the path on which you lead us, making colossal efforts and determination. In the purport to Bhagavatam 5:14:1, it is said, if a person is really tired of the meaningless struggle for existence in the material world, he must find a bona fide guru and falling at his lotus feet, listen to his instructions. And I'm very fortunate. I have already found my true guru. I have found you, and I want to promise you that I will do everything possible so that my spiritual path does not negatively affect your health. I'm learning to cooperate with devotees. I'm trying to curb my critical mind, and I'm developing a desire for selfless, pure devotional service. I'm struggling with laziness and developing a taste for attentive sadhana. I want to make the purpose of my life caring for devotees so that I can help you. Please, Srila Prabhupada, at least a little bit. And if my drop of participation in the ocean of the service to the Lord helps to make the Srila Prabhupada smile, I will be happy trying to become your servant, an insignificant disciple Yashad Haradasa.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. And then Mataji Ramgavale. And please, Almaty Yatra, get ready.
Дорогой Гуру-Махарадж,
Dear Gurumaharaj,
Шрила Ниранджана
Srila
Swami,
Niranjana Swami,
примите, пожалуйста,
please accept my
мои
respectful
respectful
obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet.
Слава вашей
All
божественной
glories to
милости.
your divine
Слава
grace, all
Шриле
glories to Srila
Прабхупаде.
Prabhupada.
Несколько лет
A
назад
few years
Сарватма
ago,
Прабху из
Sarvatma Prabhu from
Санта-Барбары
Santa Barbara
сделал
made a
вам
gift to
и
you
всем
and
ученикам
all your
подарок,
disciples by offering
предложив
you
вам
additional
дополнительные
lines
строки к вашей
to your pranama
пранама-мантре.
mantra. He
Он
shared that
поделился,
he
что
felt that
чувствует ее
it was not enough
недостаточность
to
для
remember
того,
you and
чтобы
properly
помнить о
honor
вас
you.
и правильным
Therefore,
образом
he
оказывать вам
ventured to
почтение.
write an additional
Поэтому он
shloka to your
отважился
pranama
написать
mantra as
дополнительную
a
шлоку
sign
к вашей
of
пранама-мантре,
recognition and a weak
как знак
attempt to
признания и
reciprocate
слабую
the
попытку
affection
ответить
you
вам
always show to
взаимностью,
everyone
которую
who
вы
come
всегда
in contact with
проявляете ко
you.
всем,
His
кто
Holiness
соприкасается с вами.
Hridayananda
Его
Das Goswami
святейшество
Maharaj translated it
Хридаянанда
into
Дас Госвами
Sanskrit.
Махараджа перевел ее на санскрит. Намо Нишкама Бхактая Сарва Бхакта Хитате Кришна Киртана Праная Ниранджана Свамине Намага. Поклоны вам,
Obeisances
о
to you,
бескорыстный
O
преданный,
selfless
который
devotee,
действует
who
на
asks
благо
for the
всех
benefit
преданных
of all
и
devotees
чьей
and
жизнью
whose life
является
is
Кришна
Krishna
Киртан.
Kirtana.
Поклоны Шриле
Obeisances to Srila
Ниранджана Свами.
Niranjana Swami.
И
And
действительно,
indeed, the
бескорыстие и
selflessness
щедрость
and
вашего
generosity
сердца
of
не
your
знает
heart knows
границ.
no bounds.
Оно может
It
вместить
can
в себя
accommodate
не
not
десятки
tens
и не
or
сотни, а
hundreds, but
тысячи других
thousands of other
нуждающихся
needy
сердец
hearts and
и разных
various
земных
earthly
витиеватых судеб.
intricate
Вы способны
destinies.
слить искристую
You're able to
надежду
instill
и помочь
sparkling
развить
hope
твердую,
and help develop
непоколебимую
firm,
веру в святое
unshakable
имя,
faith in the
в
holy name,
процесс
in the process
садхана-бхакти
of
и
sadhana
силу
bhakti and the
Гуру
power
of the Guru Parampara.
Chaturvidha
Shri Bhagavat Prasada. Every time I hear the words of these words of Gurvashtakam and Mangalarati, a vivid memory from Chernovtsi in 2023 comes to my mind when you came to celebrate Janmashtami and Srila Prabhupada's appearance day. After the program was over, there was a feast and you distributed prasadam. And approaching each person sitting, you looked not just in the eyes, but into the very heart, filling it with your inexhaustible love and faith. Arjuna Sakha Prabhu writes in his diary, deep thanks for him for that. In his diary, he writes how much he loved to distribute prasadam to the complete satisfaction of everyone present, both offline and online, and for this, there must be a lot of it, and it must be delicious. Recently, immersed in a painful state of tamaguna, I acutely felt my helplessness and the complete lack of desire to serve the devotees and you and Krishna and the ever-increasing expectation of serving me. And I became very scared how easy it is to forget everything good and to make everything far-fetched true. I prayed and asked you for help admitting my inability to influence anything, and I understood that only the mercy of the spiritual master, which is now coming to me through the devotees who are next to me, and Nama Prabhu can protect me from my cunning mind and insatiable pride. And thanks to your senior disciples, I receive what I pray for and even much more. I remember the words of Srila Prabhupada on this matter addressed to his disciples. My difference from all of you is that I'm afraid of Maya and you are not afraid. I'm afraid of Maya and you are not. You think, oh, what about Maya there? You should be afraid of Maya. In Shri Guru Vandana, it is sung that the lotus feet of the spiritual master are the only way to attain pure devotional service. Only by the mercy of the spiritual master we can cross the ocean of material existence and attain the mercy of Krishna. I want so much the instructions coming from the lotus mouth of the spiritual master to purify my consciousness. In New Maipur, there is a tradition of exchanging gifts with the deities, and each devotee receives from them a sweet bowl and instructions that always correspond to the actual state of affairs. And once I came across a quote from the commentary of Srimad Bhagavatam 2.9.24. The Lord Himself, or through the bona fide spiritual master, gives instructions, and to carry out these instructions at any cost is severe austerity. One who strictly follows this principle will certainly achieve success and attain the mercy of the Lord. These words inspired me to continue my efforts on the spiritual path and supported me. I came to understand that the spiritual path certainly consists of austerities, and faith and devotion are tasted and strengthened in this way. But most importantly, I felt that you, my dear spiritual master, are always near, protecting me and simply asking me to be happy in service and in the company of devotees. I pray every day that you will engage me in service today, and I just want to be an obedient brush, like in the hands of the greatest artist, so that your skillful hands paint unique landscapes of service by me, and I pray for the qualifications of a humble servant. In Bhagavad Gita 3.21, Krishna tells Arjuna, whatever a great man does, ordinary people follow his example, and whatever standards he sets by his behavior, the whole world follows them. So, thousands of people want to follow many of your examples, and you feel this responsibility. You put so much effort in maintaining relationships, restoring health, continuous preaching, immersing yourself in the lila of the Lord, and despite all the pains, you continue your service to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. You continue to take care of all of us and pray for our success on the path of to Krishna. You do not allow yourself to relax and continue confidently go to the spiritual world and lead us. For example, following in your footsteps and relying on your instructions, Mataji Aruna Lochana over decades imbued with your wisdom and devotion to Srila Prabhupada deeply studies the scriptures and shares in a simple or sometimes very not very simple way by realized spiritual knowledge, which makes many devotees take their spiritual practice very seriously. In July 2024, by the grace of Mataji Aruna Lochana, the first retreat of the living name for Matajis took place. It was a revolution in consciousness and a real acquaintance with Nama Prabhu. I finally came to understand, thanks to small sense and daily mini performances, who Nama Prabhu is and what he does, how different from Krishna he is, and how he takes off his turban, puts on a gamcha, enters our heart with a broom, and cleans it of all anarthas. This understanding allowed me to address him personally and ask for help in getting rid of envy, pride, greed, and many other things that hinder pure devotional service. In November of the same year, the second retreat took place, and the realizations were also quite deep. Absolutely all the participants with great gratitude immersed themselves in joint chanting during the morning japa, after which there was a discussion and analysis every day. And the women's kirtans throughout the retreat left no one indifferent. This is a firework of feelings, of a fountain of joyful emotions, an unforgettable experience, and at the end of the day, the pain of the upcoming separation of the time of sleep. It was very difficult to stop the kirtan. A special atmosphere of friendliness, cooperation, trust, warmth, and burning desire to get even closer to the holy name, to understand the essence of our spiritual practice, reigned at the retreat. We were united by a single goal, but also different, like seemingly incompatible products in a nectar desert that give a gourmand festive taste that one wants more and more. Now we are waiting for the next meeting in March 2025. Also, thanks to the preparation for the retreat, I got acquainted with Srila Prabhupada's wonderful work, Light of the Bhagavata, which he wrote in Vrindavan in 1961 as a response to an invitation to participate in a world conference held in Japan. This is an illustrated 20th chapter of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, describing autumn in Vrindavan, place where Krishna appeared. It was published due to the fact that completing this serious project became the duty of the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, which published Srila Prabhupada's books. By the Mataji Aruna Lochana's mercy, this work has been transformed into a peaceful, hopeful, positive autumn Vrindavana-like meditation, adapted for serious practice in Matajis. At the Srimad Bhagavatam classes, every morning Mataji Aruna Lochana revealed the secrets of the Kali Santarana Upanishad to all who were eager to hear. We learned that through Narada Muni, we had the opportunity to receive the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and Lord Chaitanya made it available and adopted it to pacify the worried Brahmanas. We also learned that the power of the Hare Krishna mantra is capable of destroying all 16 coverings of ignorance that cover the soul while being in the material world. At the Vyasa Puja to your spiritual master, in 2023, you began your offering with the following words, which I want with which I would like to conclude this offering. On this most auspicious day of your appearance, I fall at your feet and pray for the intelligence to never forget that it is to you that I'm eternally indebted. With a straw between my teeth, I pray to be your eternal servant. Rangabali Devidasi. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for the devotees from New Mayapur. So now this will be the collective offering from the Almaty Yatra, and then Kirtida Priya. Kirtida Priya Mataji also get ready next. Yes, please.
Харе Кришна, Сананда Сундари скажет несколько слов. Говори сейчас.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. On this very auspicious day, disciples from Almaty Yatra and some disciples from Kazakhstan gathered together to express their deepest gratitude and respect. First, we'll read her offering, Katsida Priya Devidasi.
Харе Кришна. Дорогой Гурудев, примите мои смиренные поклоны.
Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances to lotus feet. I want to constantly glorify your grace, but where can I find the words in this material world that can express all my reverence, attitude, and love for you? Therefore, I bow down again and again to your lotus feet. Please accept these imperfect lines from your servant. Everything you say is always simple, brilliant, and straightforward. Your words cut tight knots of material attachments and anarthas my heart is entangled in. I'm like a prisoner in a prison chained in the shackles of material desires, but you cut these desires and attachments to sense gratification by engaging me in devotional service to God. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for trying to liberate me from a false ego. I realized that this is a disease affecting all conditioned souls, including myself. I am very grateful to you for doing everything you can to quickly cure me of this terrible disease. It is said in Sri Guruvashtaka, the spiritual master is receiving benediction from the ocean of mercy, just as a cloud pours water on a forest fire to extinguish it. So the spiritual master delivers the materially afflicted world by extinguishing the blazing fire of material existence. By your causeless mercy, even though we are completely helpless, we have been given a unique opportunity to become Krishna conscious. One cannot approach Krishna without receiving the mercy of Guru and Gauranga. Indeed, we can receive his mercy only through the service to your lotus feet. You are my master and the ocean of good qualities, and I bow to your lotus feet in deep reverence. His Holiness Niranjana Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Your servant Kirtida Priya Devidasi. Almaty Yatra, January 4, 2025.
Keshavadas will read group offering.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Hare Krishna, please accept our most humble obeisances. And here we gathered in the flat of Mataji Galia, and she's cooking very good feast in to celebrate your Vyasa Puja. And here is Atmananda Prabhu, Shraddha Kashai, Valentina Likhan, and Vrajeshwari Devi, and of course Ananda Sundari Devi Dasi. Okay, Guru Maharaj, we will very quickly read because we was given only 7 minutes to read our offering. And also Vrajamani Das, he is very much eager to very short read if he will be given this opportunity.
Later, we need to stick the schedule, so we gave them opportunity later in the fourth block maybe.
Намам Вишну Падая Кришна Причитая Буталипс, Niranjana Swami, Anahata Prasna Prabhupada Setu Shtes, and Kirtan Pravati Mathai Guru Maha. Dear Guru Maharaja, actually it's written by Ananda Sundari, but I was putting some corrections. I mean, some details was changed. Dear Guru Maharaja, please accept our humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you on this most auspicious 72nd anniversary of your divine appearance in this world. Today, as we reflect on your immersible kindness and compassion, we find ourselves unable to fully express the gratitude that fills our hearts. Our presence in our lives, your presence in our lives is nothing short of a miracle, a beacon of light in a world that often feels dark and confusing. You are the embodiment of Krishna's mercy, tirelessly guiding souls like us back to our eternal relationship with Him. You have taught us by your own example that it means what it means to surrender to Srila Prabhupada's mission. Your unwavering dedication to spreading Krishna consciousness and serving Srila Prabhupada's instructions inspires us to strive harder, to push beyond our limits, and to take shelter of devotional service even in the face of our own weaknesses. You have often reminded us of the importance of listening to lectures and reading books of your beloved spiritual master Srila Prabhupada and serving his mission with sincerity and humility. This guidance has been our lifeline. When we falter and our minds are restless or distracted, we turn to your lessons and example to reorient ourselves on this path of devotion. In the purport of verse 35, first chapter of Adilila Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srila Prabhupada says, the service of the spiritual master is essential. If there is no chance to serve the spiritual master directly, a devotee should serve him by remembering his instructions. Even in your physical absence, we feel your presence in your instructions and in your lectures and in the association of your disciples. You are always encouraging us to take shelter of Krishna's holy name, to chant sincerely, and to strive for a life centered on service to Krishna and his devotees. Through your words and actions, you awaken in us the desire to strive for higher goals, overcome the weaknesses of the material mind, and focus on what is truly matters, which is pleasing Krishna and the Vaishnavas. So Bhagavad Gita 18:75 says, Man mana abhav mad bhakto, always think of me, become my devotee. Your life is a living example. Of this verse. You always inspire us to fix our minds on Krishna, to serve his devotees, and to find joy in sharing Krishna consciousness with others. Although we feel unqualified, we pray to follow in your footsteps, carry out your instructions sincerely, and assist in your mission to the best of our ability. We are fortunate to have the opportunity to meditate on your jewel-like instructions. One of the valuable lessons you have shared with us is from an initiation letter by Srila Prabhupada, dated May 27, 1974, addressed to His Grace Traidas, President of the ISKCON Temple in Boston. In this letter, Srila Prabhupada instructs to take good care of you. He says that the goal of Krishna consciousness is to create a perfect people by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra and ensuring that others are chanting as well. Dear Guru Maharaja, you never fail to encourage us even when we fall short of our expectations. Your unwavering faith in Srila Prabhupada's mission gives us hope that despite our shortcomings, we can still make a small contribution we are eternally grateful to you for showing us the path of serving Krishna in this age of Kali and sharing with the whole world the signs of living life in true devotion to Bhagavan. We bow at your lotus feet with utmost humility, aspiring to participate in your mission, disciples and servitors from Kazakhstan. Jai Shri Niranjana Swami Guru Maharaj Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Thank you so much, dear devotees from Kazakhstan. And now the last offering in this block will be from Yatra from Sochi, Balaramovka. Please, dear devotees.
Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру Махарадж.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj.
Примите наши, пожалуйста,
Please accept our
поклоны к
humble
вашим ученикам
obeisances
из
from your
общины
disciples from
Баларамовка,
Balaramovka community, Sochi.
Мы хотели бы вам показать
Uh,
наших божеств.
we would like to show you our deities.
Есть?
Я вас не вижу.
И, соответственно, Шрила Прабхупада Кинджай.
And Srila Prabhupada.
Скажите, пожалуйста, нас слышно?
Can you hear us?
Да. В этот благоприятный день вашей
On this
Весапуджи
auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja,
позвольте, пожалуйста, выразить
let us express our gratitude to you and offer you a small report about our service as an offering to your lotus feet. Because of your association, which you gave through your lectures, online japa, the sweetness kirtans, and the impeccable example of the disciple, we have the opportunity to be spiritually nourished, to keep our enthusiasm in Krishna consciousness, and to share that enthusiasm with the others. Thank you and your disciples for providing this invaluable association through quality broadcasts and translations of lectures, printing of books. At a time when we do not have the opportunity to serve you in person and absorb the grace of your personal presence, we can serve you by listening to you through the computer screen and chanting the holy name with you, even while being several thousand miles away from you. This is a great value for us. Fulfilling your instructions, we continue to try to develop relationships and care for the devotees in the community. We can say that Balaramovka is the community with the largest number of your disciples in the Krasnodar region. Each of your disciples is performing service for the pleasure of the deities of Shishi Gauranga Nityananda. A good standard of deity worship is maintained in the community, which is a connecting force for us. Your disciples are maintaining service in various departments of the community, such as temple administration, deity worship, street harinamas, book distribution, social preaching, organizing Vaishnava festivals, preaching through Medini Pati Prabhu's authored course Yoga as it is, and due to which, to a greater extent, the community is gradually expanding. We also try to take care of children, organizing them different activities and programs, children's clubs. This year, social preaching has started to develop more actively, including cleaning the Sochi National Nature Reserve by devotees and participation in the village social programs. We are meditating for more association among all devout disciples, as well as the opportunity to serve you personally with our group. We hope for your merciful glimpse to continue our devotion and service to you, ISKCON and Srila Prabhupada. Your disciples of the Balaramovska community, Sadhana Siddhadas, Kamala Kshi Devidasi, Ashtasakhi Devidasi, Yumi Nishwari Devidasi, Nikunja Vilasini, Sanatana Dharmadas. Most of us send you our personal offerings.
Thank you so much, dear devotees from Sochi. So we have finished the second block of offerings. Dear Guru Maharaj, you can have some short break till 4:30 p.m. Yeah, for your Indian time. I think. No? Yes? Yeah. And then it will be a lecture. Yes. I can hear you. There is no sound. It's awful as usual. you can write me in the chat. Yeah, so yeah, I understand the mic is off. So can we expect it, your lecture? Okay, just write me. Okay, just write me in the chat. It's 4:15. It's 4:15 at your time. It's 4:15 now. Okay. So we have lecture scheduled in 2 p.m. Moscow time, so it's plus 2.5. Yeah, for you. So
4:30.
it's
4:30 p.m.
4:30. Yeah, as I said, 4:30. It's enough. 15 minutes for you, or you need a little more time? You need more time. Half an hour. Yeah. Okay. So please come back in a half an hour. We will waiting for you. Thank you so much. Shri Niranjana Swami Gurumaharaj ki jai. Okay, meanwhile, we continue with the second part of Guru Katha. So issues with the microphone solved. Nityananda Charan Prabhu is here. Jambavati Mataji. So he's up in here. Okay. So we are waiting for Nityananda Charan. So we can make a few minutes break. Okay.
Да, Прабhu, Нитянанда Чаран Прабhu, немножко трудности с подключением, да? Мы можем продолжать о Докшакшаде, да, с вами.
We can continue Ahoprija does. He has something more to say. Can you please continue what you were saying?
Перебол?
Примите, пожалуйста, мои поклоны.
Немножко ближе к микрофону или громче? Очень тихий звук.
Can you make it louder?
Так, нормально?
Спасибо, супер. Перебол.
Ну, хорошо. Я продолжу с того момента, с которого кончил. На самом деле, качества, которые свойственны
the qualities which were today glorified, the qualities of our Guru Maharaj, his abilities, they are very important for our faith because the disciple lives with his faith in the Guru. And I started to say about the three qualities of Sadhu Sangha, which Narada Muni glorifies, mentioning his association. And the first quality he tells us about is that such association is very rare.
Мы видим, что в лице нашего духовного учителя
We see that our Guru Maharaj epitomizes this quality. People who had association with Niranjana Maharaj, had darshans with him, said that this association gives a lot of faith and taste. And it's obvious
that Guru Maharaj is one person who has many disciples, and Srila Prabhupada says in Srimad Bhagavatam that the most important thing is to serve the instructions of the Guru Maharaj, and Guru Maharaj emphasizes in his lectures and letters that the most important is to fulfill the instructions. But Srila Prabhupada says that a disciple should always be ready to serve to his Guru Maharaja, and this opportunity is very rare, and we should always remember that fulfill the instructions is the most important. The second quality mentioned by Narada Muni is that this association is very intimate. The intimate aspect of Sadhu Sangha tells us that the spiritual master is a transparent medium who represents Krishna for us. People who listens to Srila Niranjana Maharaj lectures about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they feel that their heart changes very deeply, and a spiritual master represents Sambandha Jnana. Sambandha Jnana is our relationship with God, and Sambandha Jnana has the important place because it allows to understand how Krishna is attractive and gives us strength to do our sadhana. And this important moment is mentioned by Rupa Goswami in Bhakti Ratamrita Sindhu. And Rupa Goswami mentions Vakya sadhana, philosophical understandings, и Raganuga sadhana bhakti. И Rupa Goswami says that
И он упоминает в этом стихе
he
определенную
mentions
последовательность.
in this verse a certain sequence that should be followed by a disciple. Sambandha Jnana allows us to reveal the attractiveness of Krishna. И Guru helps reveals Krishna to the disciple. And this is the essence of Narada Muni words, that qualities of Sadhu Sangha are connected, that Sadhu Sangha is an intimate process, and a spiritual master and or saintly person reveals Krishna and his attractiveness. Namoharcha, the last quality mentioned by Narada Muni, this association brings some fruits. And these fruits mean that we have the opportunity to do devotional service, and Niranjana Maharaj, people who associate with Niranjana Maharaj have faith and they are ready to do devotional service, and they are determined to do pure devotional service. They understand the life in a different way. Their destiny was changed completely. These are the fruits that we get thanks to our Guru Maharaj. And so these qualities, three qualities, are mentioned by Narada Muni. And these three qualities we can see in our Guru Maharaj life, and this makes our Guru Maharaj great. Thank you very much. Шила Ниранджана Махарадж ки джай.
Спасибо большое. Очень интересно, да. А Нитянанда Чаран Прабhu, вы еще не готов?
Nityananda Charan Prabhu, are you ready?
Да, еще нет у нас.
Джамбавати Матаджи, да, нет, он не смог зайти.
Ага.
Нет
He
его.
couldn't join.
Может, Харарата Матаджи, у нее столько много
Maybe
рассказов.
Hararata Mataji will
Харарата, солнышко
say
золото наше.
something
Ты
to us.
здесь?
Are you here?
Кто-нибудь? Сейчас я напишу.
Дорогие преданные, у нас участвует 155, присутствует сейчас в Зуме. Матаджи Джамбавати, Хари Кришна, примите, пожалуйста, мои поклоны.
So there are 155 participants in the Zoom, and there is the unique opportunity. Maybe someone wants to share their story. They can write in the chat and turn on your mic. Is anyone willing to speak?
Ушла на несколько минут, но все равно.
Maybe Харарата Матаджи is absent.
Матаджи Джамбавати, а вы не могли бы поделиться своими историями?
Матаджи Джамбавати, maybe you can tell us anything.
Подняла руку.
Амсумати Mataji is holding your hand.
Включите микрофон Матаджи Амсумати.
Please turn on your microphone. Thank you, Амсумати Mataji.
Не слышно, еще не слышно Амсумати.
Включите, пожалуйста,
Хари
микрофон.
Кришна.
Матаджи Амсумати, все.
Да, все. Можете немножко представиться, кто вы, откуда и там? Ну, немножко,
Can
не все
you
знают.
please tell us about you? Hare Krishna, dear devotees, I live near Moscow. Many years I lived in Brazil, and now I'm back to Russia. Again, near Moscow. You can hear me, right?
Слышно, Матаджи Амсумати. Вы так скромно
Yes.
представляетесь, и я возьму слово представить вас.
You're very humble, and I will present you to the audience.
Посмотрите, во-первых, как Матаджи Амсумати очень похожа на Гуру Махараджа.
Mataji Amsumati looks like Guru Maharaj. In the 90s, she translated Guru Maharaj's lectures. She is one of the senior disciples of Guru Maharaj. For a long time, he was a personal secretary of Guru Maharaj, and she translated a lot of darshanas and served to devotees and translated a lot of letters for Guru Maharaj, and we are very lucky today to hear from Ansumati Mataji. Hare Krishna, I won't comment on this.
Просто большинство моих историй, поскольку
Most of my stories, as I was lucky to translate personal darshans, and my story is connected with other devotees, and I'm embarrassed to speak about the intimate things of other devotees, and I will tell about my last time when I saw Guru Maharaj, and we didn't see each other for a long time. And at our last Vyasa Puja, his last Vyasa Puja, we met each other in Mayapur. One day before my I thanked Guru Maharaj for his nice japa sessions together with his disciples, and I said sorry because I rarely visited these sessions because I have some problems with sleep, and I was surprised with Guru Maharaj reaction. He said he thanked me for coming, and he will thanked me very sincerely, and I was surprised that he thanked me for this insignificant thing. And he said, I see your presence, not your absence. I say, I'm sorry for not coming, and he said, I notice your presence, not your absence, and the ice broke in my heart. These words gave me a lot of hope, and they transformed my heart. They were very important for me. And one more memory I have. I'm sure that the disciples who served personally to Guru Maharaj maybe organized anything or worked with the books or texts. They had such an experience when I translated Guru Maharaj mails. He sent to me some mails which were in the Russian language, or they were handwritten in Russian, and it was my duty to translate such texts. But every time when he asked me to do this, he said, "Dear Ansumati, could you please translate this text for me?" And I understood that these words are not just a sign of his good manners, but he expressed in this way his care for his disciples, and he is very careful with our free will, and he does not think that he is an object of service, and so my heart melts with this memory. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Hararata Mataji, which dedicated herself to book distribution. She agreed to share some stories. Hare Krishna. And this is our son.
Хари Кришна, мои поклоны. У нас сейчас не Санкиртана Катха. Санкиртана Катха будет чуть позже. Да, сейчас у нас Гуру Катха идет.
So now it is time for Guru Katha, and Sankirtan Katha will be later. Please accept my obeisances, my dear God brothers and sisters. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and our spiritual master. I want to say a little bit about Vaishna Ansumati Mataji. She is very looks like Guru Maharaj, like his biological daughter, and 2 years ago I saw Guru Maharaj in Almata in Vrindavan Park when he came to Euro Asian Festival, and it was a very a coincidence because I meditated on Niranjana Maharaj when my first spiritual master left the movement. And when we came to Vrindavan, when Guru Maharaj Harikesha Swami gave lectures, I always saw Niranjana Swami. I was always meditating on Niranjana Maharaj because I saw how he loves his God brothers and God sisters. And I saw this um, uh, desire to serve. And when I listen to his lectures, I see that he is very concerned that he wants us to cooperate, to care about each other. And this is the most important mission that I accepted as my own one, because I understand that this is Guru Maharaj's desire. And then 2 years ago, I was in Vrindavan Park. Lived in one house with Guru Maharaj, and each morning we prepared the breakfast for Guru Maharaj, and I had no present for Guru Maharaj, and I prepared some present, and then I came to darshan with Guru Maharaj, and Guru Maharaj said, Hararata, do you have any questions? And I said, yes. And he said, okay, which questions do you have? And I said, oh, I have no questions, only one. When I will come back to Godhead, I I want to be happy serving you and your mission and come back to Godhead. And he said, you have to care for the devotees, and please write your book about Sankirtana. And I accepted it as an instructions that I understood that Sankirtana Leela is the Leela of my spiritual master, and he gave me an instruction. And after our darshan, when Guru Maharaj uh, went away, and Madana Mohan knocked at the door, and his servant said, I have a present from Guru Maharaj. And Madana Mohan says, this is for you from Guru Maharaj. And I say, why? And there was a messaging thing from Guru Maharaj. And I took it and said, oh, it's Mahaprasad, and I will take it to Moscow, and I will give this Mahaprasadam to every disciple. And as the Theological Swami said, it is very important that we have Babu, but it's very rare opportunity to have the personal service, so we can participate in Lord Chaitanya's mission. And I was very much desiring to come to Mayapur, but we had a December marathon, and I dedicated all the results of the December marathon to my spiritual master, and I felt his presence. I felt him while I was distributing books, and later I will share some book distribution stories. But now I want to say that our spiritual master, Niranjana Maharaj, on whom I was meditating along with Harikesha Swami, and recently Guru Maharaj took me to his family, and I feel myself as your servant, as the servant of Guru Maharaj, I I feel that we give him a drop of love, and he gives us the ocean of love, and this ocean is felt in his every smile, in his every gesture. Maybe this sounds sentimental, but that's true. And I felt that the spiritual master, as said this in Chaitanya Charitamrita, it represents God. Like Srila Prabhupada represents God along with our spiritual master Niranjana Maharaja, and I'm very much amazed with the care that he treats his god brothers and god sisters, and I will go to Mayapur, and I really hope to come to his darshan, and I will try to.
Спасибо вам большое. Вот здесь еще преданные просятся из
Some devotees want also to share. So there are 5 minutes left. Thank you. Please turn on.
Сюда включилась.
Все нормально, я прощаюсь с вами.
Так все спонтанно сейчас проходит.
Yes, so now it's spontaneous process. Vedanta Shiromani Prabhu from St. Petersburg, he has a story for 5 minutes.
Ятра Санкт-Петербург, там подписано у них.
St. Petersburg Yatra.
Видата Широмни Прабу, Ятра Санкт-Петербург, вас не слышно. Техническая поддержка, микрофон.
We can't hear you. Please, technical support. Is the microphone on? Turned on?
Хари Кришна.
Хари Кришна.
Санкт-Петербург, ответьте, пожалуйста.
St. Petersburg, please answer.
Санкт-Петербург не подключается.
St. Petersburg can't join. Sudarshana Prabhu wants to say something.
Техподдержка, включите, пожалуйста, микрофон.
Technical support, please turn his microphone on. You have 5 minutes to tell us a story till Guru Maharaj comes.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. You have 5 minutes. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Несколько лет назад, хотя это уже давно, наверное, лет 10-15 назад.
Some years ago, 10 or 15 years ago, Guru Maharaj said in one lecture
Но мне посчастливилось однажды под этот топор попасть.
About the acts of war, and I can say a short story. I think it was an interesting story. It was 1998 or something. Maharaj came in November at Srila Prabhupada disappearance day, and at this day he said that we had to organize a feast for devotees, and Yatra leaders had some financial problems, and there was no feast planned. And Guru Maharaj said, I will go to the streets, collect money, and organize a feast. And they managed to organize a feast. And Guru Maharaj strictly said that I will offer this feast in the altar room, and I want to no one present, and everyone who was present were a little bit afraid, and Guru Maharaj offered the feast and then had to speak a lecture, and some brahmacharis wanted to know which prasadam was offered, and they stole the Mahaprasad. And Guru Maharaj was very angry, and he strictly said before the lecture, he told of the whole yatra that because somebody stole the Mahaprasadam, and then at the lecture everyone was silent and humble, and from this lecture I remember that our senses are like holes, and we were told of. And then at the feast, Guru Maharaj gave prasadam to everyone. There were a lot of people present, and he gave halava to everyone. And I remember he approached me, and he halava couldn't stick to the spoon, and he gave me the full spoon of halava. And I remember this very clearly when the anger of Guru Maharaja turns into his mercy. So this is the short story. Thank you. Does anybody see if Guru Maharaj is present? Radhika Mataji is raising her hand. Please turn on her microphone. Mataji Radhika, please accept my obeisances. So you have a couple of minutes. You can speak. Hare Krishna, dear Vaishnavas, my obeisances. I want to add something to what Harata Mataji said.
Погромче, пожалуйста.
I wanted to say about my God brothers and sisters. From 2000 years, I cooked for Guru Maharaj. In 2004, Guru Maharaj Guru Maharaj invited his 12 God brothers for a meal, and servants of Guru Maharaj saw how he cared about his God brothers and sisters. He wanted to serve very nicely to his brothers and sisters. He was in a prayerful mood. And by his causeless mercy, we managed to help to Guru Maharaj, and he personally served to his God brothers and sisters, put food on their plates, and there we were free in the kitchen.
Я прошу прощения, что я вас прерываю.
Guru Maharaj has come. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
И мы увидели,
So this we saw how careful he was with his god brothers and sisters, and he very much wanted them to be satisfied with his service, and he
Спасибо большое, Мата Джарадхи. Thank you so much for Guru Katha. Shila Niranjana Swami Gurumaharaj ki jai. Welcome back, dear Gurumaharaj. Nice to have you back. Dear devotees, Gurumaharaj is going to give a lecture now. You want to check your microphone?
Is the microphone working?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah. But we don't see you.
Now you see.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to start with a very short kirtan. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Vastyachade Satarane. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. I thank you all for coming to participate in today's event and giving me this opportunity to have your association. It's something I've hankered for a long time, but haven't been able to come yet to the standard of giving regular classes online. But I hope to very, very soon resume classes online, probably sometime this month. And I'll get that opportunity once again to be in your association. How is this being translated? Simultaneously? Or is it being translated sentence by sentence? Or is it not being translated at all? Can somebody please give me an indication of what's happening?
Madana Mahan Prabhu is translating. Yeah.
Simultaneously. Simultaneously? Yeah. Okay. As far as the purpose for today's gathering is concerned, you've all come to give homage, most of you, to your spiritual master. I've listened attentively to all the offerings. I will read them also. And I also received by email, I received your book of
Guru Maharaj, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. So we have some issues with translation. We can hear the Madan Mahan Prabhu. Just wait a second.
Подключите, пожалуйста, Мадан Махан Прабху как организатора.
Shall I be speaking through the English channel?
Wait a second. Гауру Сундари, я не могу из-за записи переключить, послушать канал. Кто-то может подтвердить, что есть перевод и все работает?
На русском нет перевода, не слышно. В русском канале нет перевода.
Мадан Махан подключен?
Вот, прекрасно.
And we're not on the same channel, right?
Все хорошо слышно.
Все, есть перевод. Да?
Саки Севака, спроси, пожалуйста, Гуру Махараджа.
To accept my humble obeisances, Maharaj, I couldn't turn on my microphone, and I was told that it was supposed to be sentence by sentence.
Yes, so that's what I thought we were going to do also, because many times devotees say they like to hear me also.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was told that we were going to translate sentence by sentence, and I couldn't turn on my microphone all the way up until now.
Madan is here nearby you. Maybe he will come and sit there.
So, should I switch to the English channel? I'm on the English channel.
Гауру Сундари, давайте тогда переведем Мадан Махана просто не в русский канал, а в главный, чтобы он говорил одновременно с
No, Madan Mohan, can you hear me? No. Madan Mohan can't hear me.
I can
No,
hear
he
you,
can
Maharaj.
hear, but he's in another
But I was put in the Russian channel, so you cannot hear me.
Переведем Мадан Махана не в отдельный канал, а
Oh,
одновременно.
yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we should both speak on the same channel. The original
Yeah, in the
audio.
same channel.
Whatever you decide, Maharaj. I was told that it was supposed to be sentence by sentence.
I'm in the original channel now. Can you switch to the original channel?
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
We can hear you, yeah. Madan Mohan,
Okay.
he's
So
here.
now I'll speak and stop, and you'll speak, and then when you stop, I'll speak again.
Yeah, so it will be one channel. Thank you so much. Yeah, please continue.
Okay.
Maharaj, I have to translate what you have said so far.
Okay, go ahead.
Махарадж сказал, что он очень рад приветствовать всех собравшихся на эту церемонию. Он долго ждал этой возможности, у него не было возможности со всеми вами пообщаться в таком формате, и он надеется снова возобновить лекции онлайн, возможно, чуть позже в этом месяце. Он очень внимательно слушал все подношения, которые прозвучали до сих пор, и вот сейчас Махарадж продолжит свою лекцию.
And I received the lectures by email, and I'll be reading, the offerings by email, and I'll be reading those also.
Я также получил ваши подношения по электронной почте, и всех их внимательно прочитаю.
So, regarding your offerings, certainly I'm grateful for those who have written and made an offering.
Что касается ваших подношений, я очень благодарен всем вам, всем тем, кто их прочитал, и тем, кто их написал и прислал мне.
And I will try my best to live up to your words and expectations.
Я постараюсь изо всех сил соответствовать вашим ожиданиям и вашим словам в мой адрес.
It's sometimes very difficult to sit and to hear these offerings, as you well know. I don't really like to have to do it, but I know that I have to do it.
Иногда довольно сложно сидеть и слушать все эти слова прославления в свой адрес, как вы наверняка знаете. Мне это делать не нравится, это сложно, но тем не менее мне приходится это делать.
And if there's anything that comes through by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and our Guru Parampara, is simply due to my faithful acceptance of what Srila Prabhupada calls the law of disciplic succession.
Если что-то приходит по милости Гуру Парампары и Шрила Прабхупады, нашего духовного учителя, то это приходит благодаря тому, что Шрила Прабхупада называет законом ученической преемственности.
Many times Srila Prabhupada has used this reference. The law of disciplic succession is that the disciples should accept their own disciples after the departure of the spiritual master.
Шрила Прабхупада очень часто ссылается на то, что он называет законом ученической преемственности, который гласит, что после физического ухода своего духовного учителя из этого мира ученик должен принимать своих собственных учеников.
So, trying my best to follow the law of disciplic succession according to his instructions.
Я стараюсь следовать этому закону ученической преемственности в соответствии с наставлениями Шрилы Прабхупады.
And in turn, whatever words of praise or recognition that you give me, I give all credit to Srila Prabhupada, who has given his mercy upon so many fallen souls, including this lowly self.
И что касается ваших слов признательности и прославления в мой адрес, я просто перенаправляю их Шриле Прабхупаде, который по своей беспричинной милости спас так много обусловленных живых существ, включая вот это недостойное живое существо.
In this connection, I was reading something the other day that I thought may be relevant for topic for discussion today.
В этой связи недавно я читал то, что сейчас хотел с вами обсудить и поделиться с вами. Мне кажется, эта тема очень актуальна для сегодняшнего обсуждения.
The reference I was reading from was Lagu Bhagavatamrita.
Это ссылка из Лагу Бхагаватамриты.
And Srila Rupa Goswami, in this particular section from which I was reading, is describing the expanse of all the universes throughout creation.
В этом отрывке, который я читал, на который сошлюсь сейчас, Шрила Рупа Госвами обсуждает невероятно обширное материальное творение и разнообразные вселенные, которые в нем проявляются.
As I was reading this description, it made me think, boy, this description of how the living entities are spread throughout the entire creation, really, if we contemplate it, it helps us to, reminds us of our insignificance.
Когда я читал это описание огромного гигантского материального проявления различных вселенных, я не мог не думать о том, что все живые существа, рассыпанные, рассеянные по этим вселенным, представляют собой очень ничтожную часть творения.
Millions and trillions, and Prabhupada, and Rupa Goswami even uses the word quadzillions.
Все эти миллиарды и триллионы, и Рупа Госвами использует слово квадриллионы.
And he was using it in reference to the expanse of the particular material universes.
Он говорил этими словами он описывал гигантские масштабы материального творения, материальных вселенных.
He says some of them are 2 billion yojanas wide, some of them are 10 billion yojanas wide, or some of them are 100 billion yojanas wide, some are trillions of yojanas wide, and he even says some of them are even quadrillion yojanas wide.
Некоторые вселенные, говорит Рупа Госвами, 2 миллиарда в ширину, некоторые 10 миллиардов, некоторые 100 миллиардов, некоторые 3 триллиона, а некоторые занимают в своем пространстве квадриллион миль.
Of course, our universe is the smallest universe. It's only 2 billion yojanas by 2 billion yojanas.
Наша вселенная самая маленькая из всех, она занимает всего 2 на 2 миллиарда йоджин в размере.
But I was thinking this in reference to the verse Brahmanda Brahmate Konya Bhagavan Jeev Guru Krishna Prasade Pai Bhakti Lata Bija.
Но размышлял я над размерами вселенных в контексте этого стиха из читания Чаритамриты, в котором говорится,
that in this verse from Lord Chaitanya to Rupa Goswami, he's describing how, according to their karma, the living entities are moving in the universe from higher planetary systems to lower planetary systems.
В этом стихе, который произнес Господь Чайтанья, Махапрабху говорится, что живые существа скитаются по этой огромной вселенной, то поднимаясь на высшие планеты, то опускаясь до низших уровней существования.
But if they are greatly fortunate, they may come in contact with a devotee of the Lord, and from that devotee receive the bhakti lata bija, the seed of devotional service.
Но если по своей неизъяснимой удаче им посчастливится встретиться с преданным Господу, то благодаря общению с преданным Господом они получат бхакти лата биджу, или семя преданного служения.
And Prabhupada says in the beginning of the purport, when we speak of Brahmanda, we refer to the whole universe.
Шрила Прабхупада говорит в своем комментарии, что под Брахмандой понимается вся Вселенная.
Or to the cluster of many millions of universes.
Или, может быть, гроздь или кластер этих разнообразных многочисленных вселенных.
And when we think of our own universe and we think of the unlimited living entities existing even within this universe, according to the 8,400,000 different species of life.
Говоря про нашу Вселенную, мы можем вспомнить, что живых существ 8 миллионов 400 тысяч видов жизни, и их тоже очень много.
And how the living entities are traversing throughout these various species of life, coming to the human form of life, sometimes degrading themselves.
Иногда эти живые существа поднимаются до человеческой формы жизни, иногда в следующих рождениях они снова опускаются до низших форм существования.
By having to accept the lower form of life and then having to come back up again.
Им приходится принимать низшие рождения и потом снова подниматься до высших уровней существования.
And some of them are being elevated by their pious activities into the upper planetary systems, and then if they're not completing their journey, they come back down again to the lower planetary systems.
Иногда они поднимаются до высших планетных систем благодаря своей карме, благочестивым поступкам, но если они ведут себя неправильно, то снова опускаются на низшие уровни существования.
So we're speaking about this particular Brahmanda, this particular universe.
Поэтому мы сейчас говорим об этом конкретном материальном проявлении этой Брахманде, этой Вселенной.
And even in this universe, there's incalculable number of living entities throughout all these different species of life.
И даже в этой материальной вселенной просто неисчислимое количество живых существ, которые населяют множество видов жизни.
And they're forced to wander up and down and up and down and continuously, as Prabhupada explains, that since time immemorial, the living entity has been conditioned into material way of life.
Шрила Прабхупада объясняет, что этим живым существам приходится скитаться, они обречены на скитание по различным формам жизни вследствие материалистического существования, то поднимаясь на высшие уровни, то опускаясь до низших.
Now we can look at this from different perspectives.
Но посмотреть на эту ситуацию можно и с другой стороны.
One perspective is to think how fortunate we are, Bhagavan, by good fortune.
Можно посмотреть, например, на эту ситуацию под углом зрения того, что мы очень бхагьяван, мы очень удачливы.
By good fortune, one may come in contact with a devotee of the Lord and actually receive the seed of devotional service. I'll speak a little bit about this seed and how Prabhupada describes it a little bit later.
По своей удаче мы сможем встретиться с преданным Господа и получить от него семя преданного служения. О том, что представляет из себя семя преданного служения, мы поговорим чуть позже, ссылаясь на слова Шрилы Прабхупады.
So, from one frame of reference, it helps us to understand how fortunate we are in comparison to all the living entities throughout this material universe who have not been able to come in contact with a devotee of the Lord.
Поэтому, посмотря на нашу ситуацию с одной стороны, под определенным углом зрения, можем понять, насколько мы удачливы, встретившись с преданным Господу. Эта удача не выпала большинству живых существ этой Вселенной.
But when we discuss about millions of universes,
но если говорить об этом в контексте существования миллионов вселенных,
and of these millions of universes, all of them are larger than this universe.
И все эти вселенные, все остальные бесчисленные вселенные гораздо больше, чем наша собственная.
Now, Srila Rupa Goswami describes that in our universe we have 14 different planetary systems.
Шрила Рупа Госвами говорит, что в нашей вселенной существует 14 планетных систем.
There's the 7 lower planetary systems, and then there's Burloka, Bhuvarloka, then Svargaloka, Mahaloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Satyaloka.
Есть 7 низших планетных систем, которые находятся ниже нашей планетной системы, затем Бурлока, Буварлока, Сварлока, Джаналока, Махалока, Тапалока, все эти локи и Сатилока над нами.
And of course, as we've also read in our journey in Brihad Bhagavatamrita, we've also read about how with the different coverings of the universe, each different covering, there were living entities wandering in those coverings as well, as Gopakumar was invited to come and to participate in those coverings of the material universe.
Мы с вами уже путешествовали по страницам Брихад Бхагаватамриты, в которой описывается также, что существуют оболочки Вселенной. Эти оболочки окутывают Вселенную, и даже в них, в этих оболочках, живут различные живые существа. И Гопа Кумару предложили также поучаствовать в скитаниях в этих оболочках.
And in this universe, Lord Brahma has only 4 heads. It's a very small universe.
В этой Вселенной у Господа Брахмы всего 4 головы, что тоже указывает на ее маленькие размеры.
We know from the Lord Chaitanya's instructions to Srila Sanatana Goswami, where he tells the story about Lord Brahma, who came to Dwarka to speak to the Lord.
Мы знаем из читания Чаритамриты историю, которую рассказал Господь Чайтанья Санатане Госвами о Господе Брахме, который пришел повидать Господа Кришну в Двараку.
And when he was received at the gate, he was told, "Wait a second, I'll tell to the Lord that you're here." And then the Lord asked him to please go back and ask him which Lord Brahma is present.
Господа Брахму встретил у ворот стражник, привратник. Он сказал: подожди, пожалуйста, я схожу и доложу Господу Кришне о твоем прибытии. Господь Кришна, услышав о том, что к его воротам пришел Господь Брахма, сказал привратнику: иди, пожалуйста, и спроси у него, какой именно он Брахма.
And when Lord Brahma arrived before the Lord, and the Lord asked him, please tell me, what is it you've come to speak to me about?
Господа Брахму пустили, он предстал перед Господом Кришной, и Господь Кришна спросил его: ну, пожалуйста, докладывай, о чем ты хотел со мной побеседовать.
And Brahma said, well, before I do this, maybe I could ask one question of you that I'm a little bit confused about. When you asked which Lord Brahma, I was confused because it's me, it's Lord Brahma.
И Господь Брахма сказал, да, сейчас, но прежде чем я спрошу, о чем хотел, я хотел бы скажу, о чем я хотел. Я хотел спросить у тебя вначале, Господь, когда ты узнал, что я пришел, ты спросил, а какой Господь Брахма? И это привело меня в замешательство. Я не понимаю смысл этого вопроса. Что значит, какой Господь Брахма? А я есть тот самый Господь Брахма.
You mean there's more Lord Brahmas besides myself?
Что, неужели есть другие Брахмы, кроме меня?
At which point the Lord, by his meditation, he spoke to all the Brahmas throughout the different creation, and not only Brahma, but here in Laghu Bhagavatamrita, also Indras came, Lord Shivas came from all these different universes. They all appeared at that place in Dwarka.
В ответ на вопрос Господа Брамы, Господь Кришна погрузился в медитацию, в своей медитации обратился ко всем господам Брахмам во всех вселенных, и не только к ним. Он призвал также Господ Шив и Господ Индр, которые также эти вселенные населяют.
And as we know, our four-headed Brahma, when he saw all the different Brahmas and other demigods arriving from all the different universes, he felt very insignificant in their presence.
Об этом говорит Рупа Госвами в Лагу Бхагаватамрите. И как мы знаем, когда наш Господь Брахма увидел всех тех Брахам, Шив и других полубогов, которых Господь Кришна пригласил прийти к нему, он почувствовал себя крайне незначительным в их обществе.
Now, if Lord Brahma, who is the creator of this universe, feels insignificant in the presence of all the Lord Brahmas,
и Господь Брахма, наш Господь Брахма, Творец нашей Вселенной, почувствовал себя крошечным и незначительным в присутствии всех других Брахм из других вселенных.
then just imagine how insignificant we should feel when we hear about the living entities who exist throughout all of creation.
Если он почувствовал себя таким незначительным, какими же незначительными должны чувствовать себя мы, когда мы помним о том, что у нас, таких как вот мы, живых существ, бесчисленное количество рассыпано по всей Вселенной.
Especially when all these living entities are so numerous and uncountable, then what is our position? We think we're so important.
Когда все эти живые существа, их так много, на самом деле они просто неисчислимы, и мы при этом как-то умудряемся думать о себе как об очень значимых.
But it also gives us a sense that if we've become so fortunate to come in contact with devotional service by the mercy of a devotee of the Lord, just how much we should feel responsible to help make others fortunate.
Но это также наводит нас на мысль, что если нам так повезло, так несказанно повезло получить возможность заниматься преданным служением по милости преданного, то мы должны проникнуться чувством сострадания к другим живым существам и помогать им стать такими же удачливыми, как и мы.
Now, Prabhupada says when we speak of Brahmanda, we refer to the whole universe or to the cluster of many millions of universes.
Шрила Прабхупада говорит в своем комментарии к этому стиху, что когда речь идет о Брахманде, то имеется в виду либо наша Вселенная, либо скопление миллионов других вселенных.
In all the universes there are innumerable planets.
И в каждой вселенной есть бесчисленное множество планет.
And there are innumerable living entities upon those planets.
И на всех этих планетах обитает неисчислимое количество живых существ.
In the air, on the land, and in the water.
Они живут и в воздухе, и на земле, и в воде.
There are millions and trillions of living entities everywhere.
Миллионы и триллионы живых существ находятся повсюду в этом мире.
And they are engaged by Maya in suffering and enjoying the results of their fruitive activity, life after life.
И Майя занимает их страданиями из жизни в жизнь, пожинать плоды своих поступков и страдать или наслаждаться.
This is the position of the materially conditioned living entities.
Когда живое существо оказывается в плену материи, вот таково их положение.
So I wanted to just read what I happened to be reading not long ago from Laghu Bhagavatamrita about these different universes, just to give you a sense of what we're talking about by unlimited universes.
И сейчас вот в этом контексте я хотел бы прочесть отрывок из Лагу Бхагаватамриты, который как раз недавно читал, чтобы нам более ясно стал понятен контекст всех этих бесчисленных вселенных, о которых мы сейчас говорим.
Rupa Goswami says, by the potency of the Lord, there exist virtually innumerable universes.
Рупа Госвами говорит, что благодаря могуществу Господа существуют практически неисчислимые вселенные.
Of many different kinds.
Их множество различных видов.
There are different kinds of universes.
Есть различные виды вселенных.
Some, and the Baladev Vijayabhushan, the commentary says, some philosophers think that all the universes are the same. They're the same size, that they have the same number of planetary systems. They have the same similarities in many different respects.
Шрила Баладева Видябушна в своем комментарии к Лагу Бхагаватамрите, к этому стиху, говорит, что некоторые философы считают, что все вселенные одинаковы по размеру, по разнообразию, по количеству живых существ. Во всех аспектах эти вселенные равны друг другу.
But Rupa Goswami goes on to explain.
Но Шрила Рупа Госвами продолжает объяснять.
By the potencies of Lord Hari, some of the universes extend 1 billion yojanas in width.
Он говорит, что благодаря могуществу Господа Хари некоторые вселенные занимают 1 миллиард йоджанов в диаметре.
Inside some of these universes, there are 20 planetary systems.
И в некоторых планетных системах, в некоторых таких вселенных 20 планетных систем.
In others, there are 50.
А в некоторых 50.
And in others, there are 70.
В некоторых 70.
In others, there are 100 planetary systems.
В других 100 планетных систем.
Some there are 10,000.
В некоторых 10 тысяч.
And in some there are even 100,000 planetary systems.
А в некоторых 100 тысяч планетных систем.
Now imagine Brahmanda Brahmate Kona Bhagavan Jiva in that universe.
Но при этом помните, что Брахманда, Брамиты, Кона, Бхагаван Джива относятся не к той вселенной.
We're wandering in this universe since time immemorial amongst 14 planetary systems.
Мы с вами скитаемся в этой вселенной всего лишь по 14 планетным системам.
But in some universes there are 100,000 planetary systems.
Но в некоторых вселенных 100 тысяч планетных систем.
And the living entities in those universes are wandering since time immemorial throughout those different planetary systems, higher and lower, middle and lower planetary systems.
И в тех вселенных живые существа также скитаются, только уже по 100 тысячам планетных систем, то поднимаясь на высшие уровни бытия, то опускаясь на низшие.
Now, if we try to conceive how many living entities are wandering in those planetary systems, we obviously cannot do it, because we can't even conceive of the number of living entities wandering in this universe.
И в наше сознание просто не уместится число живых существ, которые скитаются по тем сотням тысяч планетных систем, потому что мы не можем почитать даже количество живых существ, скитающихся по нашим 14 планетным системам.
But not only are there differences of the size of the various Brahmandas or universes throughout the creation of the Lord.
Но разница между этими различными брамандами или вселенными, которые сотворил Господь, не только в их размере.
But in some of the universes, the demigods led by Indra live for 100 mahakalpas.
Но в некоторых вселенных полубоги во главе с Господом Индрой живут в течение 100 махакалп.
And demigods like Brahma live for 100 trillion mahakalpas.
А полубоги, такие как Господь Брахма, живут в течение 100 миллиардов или триллионов, вернее, махакалп.
Now, mahakalpa is actually it's the time of a universe's existence before it's destroyed.
Махакалпа это как раз время жизни нашего Брахмы, это время продолжительности его жизни, это время продолжительности Вселенной.
And then immediately somebody may think, well, how is it possible for Lord Brahma to live for 100 trillion mahakalpas when all the universes are destroyed simultaneously?
Поэтому кто-то может задаться вопросом, как же Господь Брахма в тех вселенных может жить в течение сотен триллионов махакалп, если все вселенные уничтожаются одновременно?
This universe, Lord Brahma lives for one Mahakalpa. And at the end of Mahakalpa, he gives up his body.
В этой вселенной, например, Господь Брахма живет ровно одну Махакалпу, и в конце Махакалпы он также расстается со своим телом.
Of course, there are different destinations for Lord Brahmas according to their particular qualification at the time of universal destruction.
Разумеется, во время уничтожения Вселенной Господь Брахма или Господы Брахмы могут достичь разного следующего бытия в зависимости от того, чем они занимались в
This
этой
is
жизни.
explained in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. The different
Это
types
объясняется,
of different destinations for the different Lord Brahmas, but we won't go there.
это объясняется в 11-й песне Шримад Бхагаватам. Разные Господы Брахмы достигают разных целей после окончания этой жизни, но мы об этом говорить сегодня не будем.
So then, Rupa Goswami tells the pastime about Lord Brahma coming to Dwarka. I won't repeat it. We all know what happened at that particular time.
И затем Рупа Госвами рассказывает эту историю про то, как Господь Брахма пришел в Двараку, чтобы повидаться с Господом Кришной, но мы эту историю уже знаем, поэтому повторять ее не будем.
Then something very interesting is explained.
И затем Рупа Госвами объясняет нечто очень интересное.
Rupa Goswami quotes the Vishnu Damodara Purana that says that all the universal spheres are of equal size and have similar living beings.
Затем Рупа Госвами цитирует Вишну Дарма Пурана, Дармотара Пурана, в которой говорится, что все вселенные одинакового размера и заполнены одинаковым количеством живых существ.
Now this sounds like a contradiction.
Это кажется противоречием.
In one sense, there are different Lord Brahmas, different size, different durations of life.
С одной стороны, различные вселенные, различные размеры вселенных, различные Господы Брахмы с различной продолжительностью жизни.
And in this Purana, it says that all the universal spheres are equal size.
А в этой Пуране говорится, что все сферы вселенных одинакового размера.
All the universal eggs are equal in form.
И все эти яйцеподобные вселенные одинаковой формы.
They each contain the same volume of space.
В каждой одинаковый объем пространства.
And are inhabited by comparable creatures.
И они населяются сопоставимыми друг с другом живыми существами.
And therefore, Rupa Goswami says, we will reconcile this contradiction.
Рупа Госвами говорит, сейчас мы это противоречие разрешим.
Because how, on one hand, can there be Lord Brahmas with much greater duration of life than our Lord Brahma?
Потому что непонятно, как с одной стороны могут существовать Господы Брахмы, которые гораздо дольше живут, чем наш.
That would seem to suggest that our universe goes first back into the body of Mahavishnu, and all the other universes, they hang around for many more Mahakalpas.
И из этого может показаться, что наша Вселенная первая попадает в тело Махавишну в конце существования, а другие Вселенные остаются существовать и там плавают.
And how do we accommodate the different sizes when here in the Vishnu Damodara Purana says that they're all equal in size?
И также, как мы можем примирить эти утверждения о том, что все они разного размера, хотя здесь в Вишну Дармотара Пуране утверждается, что все они одинакового размера.
And Rupa Goswami says that according to the Kurma Purana,
Шрила Рупа Госвами говорит, в соответствии с Курма Пураной,
when two scriptural statements conflict, one should not assume that one or the other lacks authority.
Он говорит, что если два утверждения из двух различных священных писаний, кажется, входят в противоречие друг с другом, мы не должны считать, что одно или другое из этих писаний уступает по авторитетности другому.
Rather, one should seek an elucidation that reconciles the two statements.
Нужно на самом деле искать возможности или какого-то объяснения, которое бы примиряло два этих утверждения.
Indeed, the Lord sometimes annihilates all the universes simultaneously.
Иногда, говорит Рупа Госвами, Господь уничтожает все вселенные одновременно.
And he quotes the Vishnu Damodara Purana, stating as such.
И он цитирует высказывание, соответствующее высказывание из Вишну Дармотара Пураны.
But after destroying all the universes, he once again creates new ones.
Но как только он уничтожает все эти вселенные, он сразу же создает новые.
But sometimes he makes them dissimilar, and sometimes he makes them similar.
Иногда он делает эти вселенные одинаковыми, иногда разными.
So sometimes they're the same universes throughout creation, and sometimes they're completely different, like we just described.
Поэтому иногда эти вселенные одинаковые, иногда совершенно разные, как мы только что с вами обсудили.
So this is how, and then Rupa Goswami says, having dealt with this side topic, we can now return to our main discussion.
И Рупа Госвами говорит, ну вот, мы с вами отвлеклись сейчас на эту второстепенную тему, дополнительную тему, давайте вернемся к нашему главному обсуждению.
So when I was reading this the other day, I was thinking, when Prabhupada said there is a cluster of many millions of Brahmandas, this is how some of the Brahmandas that exist, this is how they're existing with much bigger, much longer duration of existence, and you can imagine how many more living entities are there.
И когда, поэтому в контексте того утверждения Шрилы Прабхупады, которое мы прошли с вами из читания Чаритамриты, где он говорит, что когда речь идет о Брахманде, имеется в виду либо наша Вселенная, либо скопление, совокупность миллионов Вселенных, то можно представить себе, что во всех этих Вселенных, скопившихся в одном месте, некоторые из них гораздо большего размера, чем наши.
So although there are millions and millions of universes,
хотя существуют миллионы и миллионы Вселенных,
it is very rare for a living entity to come in contact with a devotee of the Lord and by the good fortune receive the seed of devotional service in the heart by which he can cultivate the pure devotional service from within the heart.
Тем не менее, живому существу крайне редко выпадает удача встретиться с преданным Господа и получить благодаря такой встрече с Ним семя преданного служения, взращивая которое живое существо само может начать заниматься преданным служением, взращивать его в своем сердце.
Prabhupada describes this seed of devotional service in different ways, in different places.
Шрила Прабхупада обсуждает природу семени преданного служения в разных местах своих наставлений по-разному.
But I prefer to use the reference from the Srimad Bhagavatam 3rd canto where Prabhupada describes what the seed of devotional service actually is.
Но мне нравится ссылаться в этой связи на слова Шрилы Прабхупады из третьей песни Шримад Бхагаватам. В этом комментарии Шрила Прабхупада объясняет, что такое преданное служение, что такое семя преданного служения.
This is a 3rd canto, 2nd chapter, 6th verse.
Это 6 стих 2 главы 3 песни Шримад Бхагаватам.
Where Prabhupada says, the conditional changes of the living entity are explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Шрила Прабхупада говорит в своем комментарии, что процесс изменения сознания обусловленного живого существа описан в читании Чаритамрити.
In his instructions which are given to Rupa Goswami.
В наставлении Господа читаний Рупи Госвами.
The living entities all over the universes.
Живые существа, населяющие различные вселенные,
are enjoying the effects of fruitive results of their own work.
наслаждаются результатами своей кармической деятельности из жизни в жизнь.
Life after life.
Yes, из жизни в жизнь.
Are you reading?
Yes, I have it in front of me, Maharaj. I have it in front of me.
Okay, that helps me to know that.
Yes, I just got it.
Out of all of them, some may be influenced by the association of pure devotees.
У тех из них на чью долю выпала удача встретиться с чистым преданным.
And thus get the chance to execute devotional service by attainment of taste.
Может появиться вкус к преданному служению, так как перед ними открывается возможность заняться им.
This taste is the seed of devotional service.
Этот вкус к преданному служению и является семенем преданного служения.
And one who is fortunate enough to have received such a seed is advised to sow it in the core of his heart.
Вкус, да, и тот, кому посчастливилось получить это семя, должен посадить его в своем сердце.
Prabhupada has described the seed as the taste, attaining the taste for devotional service, which is planted in the heart by the mercy of association with devotees.
Шрила Прабхупада объясняет, что этот вкус к преданному служению есть то семя, которое оказывается посажено в наше сердце благодаря общению с преданными Господа.
And what does devotional service actually mean? How does it continue? How does that seed grow into a creeper?
Как же это семя проклевывается и вырастает в лиану? Как оно может расти? Как его нужно возделывать?
And the way the seed grows, as Lord Chaitanya explained to Rupa Goswami, is by the watering process.
Господь Чайтанья Махапрабху объясняет Рупе Госвами, что это семя может расти, если его орошать.
As one cultivates a seed by pouring water to fructify it.
Чтобы посеянные семена дали всходы, их следует поливать водой.
The seed of devotional service sown in the heart of the devotee may be cultured by pouring water in the form of hearing and chanting of the holy name and pastimes of the Lord.
Подобно этому, для того, чтобы в сердце преданного взошло семя преданного служения, он должен орошать это семя водой слушания и повторения святого имени повествования об играх Господа.
How does the seed grow?
Как это семя растет?
It needs to be watered.
Его необходимо поливать.
We often quote the verse Shusho Shraddhanasya Vasudeva Katha Ruchi Syamahat Seviya Viprapunya Tirtana Shevanat. By serving those devotees who are freed from vice, great service is done.
Мы часто цитируем этот стих из первой песни Шримад Бхагаватам, в котором говорится, что благодаря служению, чистым преданным Господа, мы на самом деле занимаемся в высшей степени благотворной деятельностью, великим служением.
By such service, one attains a taste for hearing and chanting about Krishna.
Потому что благодаря такому служению чистым преданным мы обретаем вкус к слушанию и воспеванию о Кришне.
It may begin with a gyata sukriti, unknowingly rendering service to a devotee.
Это может начаться даже с неосознанного служения чистому преданному Господу.
Or it may begin by unknowingly hearing the holy name of the Lord from the devotees of the Lord.
Или, может быть, это начинается с того, что мы неосознанно услышали святое имя Господа с уст преданного Господа.
Or as described in Chaitanya Bhagavat, Haridas Thakur, when he emphasizes the glories of chanting the holy name of the Lord loudly rather than softly.
Шрила Харидас Такур в читании Бхагавати, например, превозносит славу громкого воспевания святых имен по сравнению с беззвучным или тихим воспеванием.
Because even the trees, the plants, the creepers, the flowers, and all living entities who are near, who get the opportunity to hear the holy name of the Lord, they all benefit by hearing the holy name of the Lord. So Haridas Thakur says it's much more important to loudly chant than silently chant.
Поэтому Шрила Харидас Такур объясняет, благодаря такому громкому воспеванию все живые существа, неподвижные живые существа, такие как лианы, или деревья, и растения, и прочие живые существа обретают возможность услышать святое имя Господа и получить благо.
However one comes in contact with the holy name of the Lord or with the discussion of the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the association of devotees of the Lord.
Как бы человек не соприкасался с пением святого имени Господа или с обсуждением деяний Верховного Господа в обществе преданных.
That is the watering process.
Это и есть процесс орошения.
So once the seed is planted, then the watering must continue.
Поэтому, как только в нашем сердце оказывается высаженным это семя, его необходимо непрерывно орошать.
I want to end, because I don't want to go over time, I want to end simply by continuing and finishing this rest of this commentary by Srila Prabhupada, because it's so beautiful.
Я хотел бы завершить наше обсуждение, закончив чтение комментария Шрилы Прабхупады к этому стиху из Шримад Бхагаватам, поскольку комментарий этот прекрасен. Я не хотел бы слишком затягивать наше обсуждение.
The creeper of devotional service, so nourished, gradually grows.
И эта лиана преданного служения растет при таком уходе.
And the devotee, acting as a gardener, goes on pouring the water of constant hearing and chanting.
А преданный, выступая в роли садовника, продолжает орошать ее водой непрерывного слушания и повторения.
Of course, we've spoken many times how to constantly hear and chant.
Разумеется, мы с вами много раз уже обсуждали, что значит непрерывно слушать и воспевать.
This is the way to constantly chant the holy name of the Lord and to hear the glories of the Lord.
Главным условием для такого непрерывного воспевания святых имен и непрерывного слушания святого о Господе является Тринада Писуничина.
The creeper of devotional service gradually grows so high that it passes through the entire material universe and enters into the spiritual sky.
Вырастая, лиана преданного служения поднимается так высоко, что достигает границ материальной вселенной, минуя их, дотягивается до духовного неба.
Growing still higher and higher until it reaches the planet Goloka Vrindavan.
И продолжает расти, пока не достигает Галоки Вриндаваны.
Now, if we want our creepers of devotional service to go to Goloka Vrindavan and take shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in Goloka Vrindavan, we have to hear appropriate topics about Goloka Vrindavan.
Разумеется, если мы хотим, чтобы наши лианы преданности доросли до Галоки Вриндаван и там приняли прибежище лотосных стоп Господа, живущего на Галоке Вриндаван, нам необходимо слушать соответствующие темы, которые нам в этом помогут.
And we have already emphasized such topics being heard, the necessity of such topics being heard in our classes from Bihad Bhagavatamrita, which we hope to continue soon.
И мы уже подчеркивали важность слушания таких тем, подчеркивали необходимость этого в своих лекциях по Брихад Бхагаватамрите, которые мы в скором времени надеемся продолжить.
The creeper of devotional service gradually grows so high that it passes through the entire material universe. Did I just read that?
Yes, Maharaj.
Growing still higher and higher until it reaches the planet Goloka Vrindavan. The devotee gardener is in touch with the abode of the Lord, even from the material plane.
И садовник, преданный, даже находясь в материальном мире, получает доступ к обители Господа.
By dint of performing devotional service to the Lord, simply by hearing and chanting.
Благодаря преданному служению Верховному Господу, состоящему из слушания и повторения Святого имени.
As a creeper takes shelter of another stronger tree, similarly the creeper of devotional service, nourished by the devotee, takes shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord and thus becomes fixed.
Обычно лиана обивает другое, более крепкое растение или дерево, и лиана же преданного служения, за которое ухаживает преданный, чтобы расти и крепнуть, обивает лотосные стопы Господа.
These kind of creepers are very abundant here in this area in Mayapur.
Здесь, в Майяпуре, таких лиан очень много.
The creepers, they grow, they wrap themselves around the tree. Right? They don't just grow along the ground and just spread out through the ground, but they find a tree to wrap themselves because they get strength and more nourishment when they take shelter of a stronger tree.
Таких лиан очень много здесь, и мы видим, как они расползаются, пока не достигают какого-то крепкого ствола. То есть они не просто стелятся по земле повсюду, нет, они дотягиваются до какого-то крепкого ствола растения, затем поднимаются, карабкаясь, обвиваясь вокруг него вверх, потому что таким образом они обретают гораздо больше силы и гораздо больше питания, принимая прибежище крепкого растения.
In fact, right outside my window, there's a tree that has no leaves on it.
Например, прямо перед окном у меня растет или стоит дерево, на котором вообще нет листвы.
But it's completely wrapped around the whole tree with creepers all the way up to the top.
Но все это дерево увито лианами от корня до макушки.
If you looked at the tree, it would look like it's certainly alive. But actually there's no life to the tree. It's the creepers have taken shelter of something stronger to hold them up.
И может показаться, что это живое дерево, но на самом деле, приглядевшись, можно понять, что жизни в этом стволе уже нет. Но все то, что кажется жизнью, это просто лианы, которые обвили это дерево и таким образом нашли в нем прибежище.
When the creeper is fixed, then the fruit of the creeper comes into existence.
И когда лиана таким образом крепнет, она приносит плод.
And the gardener who nourished it is able to enjoy this fruit of love, and his life becomes successful.
И тогда ухаживающий за ней садовник наслаждается этим плодом любви, достигнув тем самым цели своего существования.
That is Srila Prabhupada's poetic rendition of Brahmanda Brahmate Gona Bhagavan Jeev Guru Krishna Prasade Pai Bhakti Lata Bij.
Вот так поэтическим образом Шрила Прабхупада пересказывает нам этот стих Брахманда Брамита Кона Бхагаван Джива Гуру Кришна Прасады Паи Бхакти Лата Биджа.
So it is so rare
Это крайне редко.
for a living entity to come in contact with a devotee and experience this planting of the seed of Bhakti Lata Bij within the heart.
Это крайне редко для живого существа найти или встретиться с преданным Господа и по Его милости испытать, что на деле означает, что в сердце его оказывается высаженным семя преданного служения Господу.
We should consider our great fortune.
И мы должны помнить о нашей великой удаче.
After wandering throughout the universe, throughout many different species of life, we have gotten the opportunity to associate with a devotee of the Lord and receive the seed of bhakti.
Наскитавшись по всей Вселенной, по различным уровням существования, мы в конце концов встретились с преданными Господа и обрели от них семя бхакти.
And what is the seed, as Prabhupada described? It is the attainment of taste.
И что же это за семя такое, о котором говорится? Прабхупада объясняет в этом комментарии. Это семя – суть, вкус.
So we should all be eager to attain this taste for hearing and chanting about the glories of the Lord by rendering service to devotees who are freed from vice.
Это вкус, как объясняет Прабхупада, к слушанию, воспеванию Господи, также вкус к служению преданным, которые свободны от пороков. И мы должны стремиться к развитию такого вкуса.
If we get the opportunity to render such service, then certainly the devotional service can begin and can grow and grow and gradually continue to grow until it flowers at the lotus feet of the Lord.
Если нам повезет, и мы сможем получить возможность такого служения, то, несомненно, наше преданное служение начнет расти, лиана преданного служения начнет тянуться выше и выше, в конце концов она принесет плоды или цветы, вернее.
I'd like to take this opportunity to simply express my gratitude to all the devotees who've remained steady and fixed in hearing and chanting about the glories of the Lord.
И поэтому я хотел бы воспользоваться этой возможностью, чтобы выразить признательность всем преданным, которые остаются непоколебимыми, остаются стабильными в своей практике слушания и воспевания о Верховном Господе.
Those of you who remain steady in rendering service to the devotees.
Благодарю вас всех тех, кто остается стабильным в своем служении, преданным Господу.
And even those who haven't remained steady, but are simply praying for the strength to become steady.
И благодарен также всем тем.
I thank you for your sincere prayers.
И также благодарю всех тех из вас, кому эта стабильность пока не дается, но тем не менее вы искренне молитесь о том, чтобы ее со временем обрести. Я благодарю вас за эти искренние молитвы о стабильности в преданном служении.
Because it is this faith which is required to continue the process of growing our Krishna and our Krishna consciousness.
Потому что для того, чтобы продолжать расти в преданном служении, нам необходима вера.
So despite the fact that I was unable to travel this year, many of you have shown, demonstrated by your examples, your enthusiasm to remain steady in the execution of your service.
И хотя мне в этом году или в прошедшем году не удавалось так путешествовать, как я бы хотел, но тем не менее многие из вас демонстрируют на собственном примере способность оставаться стабильными в преданном служении.
I am grateful to you for your efforts.
Я очень благодарен вам за ваши усилия.
And I pray for the opportunity that I may continue to assist you on your journey to the lotus feet of Shri Shri Radha and Krishna.
Я молюсь о возможности продолжать помогать вам в вашем путешествии к лотосным стопам Шри Шри Рады и Кришны.
I'm thanking you now because I will not speak again.
Я вас благодарю сейчас, потому что больше я говорить не буду сегодня.
But I like to thank the devotees who've organized this event also for giving me this opportunity to have your association.
Но я также благодарю всех преданных, которые организовали сегодняшнее мероприятие, чтобы и таким образом дали мне возможность получить общение всех вас.
I know it takes a lot of work, and
я знаю, что на это требуется множество усилий.
I'm very grateful for your efforts. Thank you so much. I won't name you all.
Я очень благодарен вам за ваши усилия, и я не буду их поименно называть, но благодарен всем вам без исключения.
And I definitely would like to take this opportunity to thank the devotees who organized December 24th event here in Mayapur, which was also something that was overwhelming to my heart. I was very pleased by all of your efforts.
Я также хотел вас воспользоваться этой возможностью, чтобы поблагодарить всех преданных, которые организовали празднование Vyasa Puja 24 декабря. Это празднование оставило очень глубокое впечатление, и я хотел бы поблагодарить всех вас за его организацию.
Now I will let you continue with your schedule.
Я хотел попросить вас продолжить это мероприятие по вашему расписанию.
If you need a little bit more time to finish, I can go as late as 8:15, but I have a conference call at 8:30.
Если вы хотели бы чуть больше времени занять, чем изначально было отведено, то можно продолжать до 8:15, но в 8:30 у меня будет конференция в онлайне, поэтому я должен буду в любом случае отключиться.
It says on the schedule that it was supposed to end at 8 o'clock my time, but if you need to go to 8:15, I can do that.
Поэтому, хотя вот в моем расписании говорится, что вы планировали закончить к 8, но можно до 8:15 продолжить, если нужно.
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada.
Вся слава Шриле Прабхупаде.
Thank you, dear
Niranjana
Gurumaharaj,
Swami Maharaj
for your
ki jai.
wonderful lecture. Niranjana Swami Maharaj ki jai. Thank you for your lecture, and this is a great inspiration for all of us. We will try to stick to the schedule as we can. And now we are going ahead with the book distribution results. And Kundalata Mataji, you are the speaker now. Please. Please turn on Kundalata's microphone.
Харе Кришна. Как меня слышно?
Скажи,
Харе
добрый час.
Кришна. Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, дорогие преданные, примите мои поклоны, пожалуйста. И в этот раз мне выпала удача зачитать результаты Санкиртаны, и я с радостью это сделаю. В этот раз я только скажу, что у нас было очень мало времени, чтобы собрать все результаты, и я думаю, что это только небольшая часть из того, что было распространено. То, что нам прислали, это совсем небольшая часть. И, к сожалению, в этом году мы тоже не сможем зачитать баллы, только будет количество книг, тоже с определенных обстоятельств, вот только книги. И некоторые преданные присылали результаты не только за марафон, а еще за весь год. То есть это будет у кое-каких преданных, которые выслали, кто распространяет не только в марафон, а будут еще результаты годовые. Вот, чтобы не отнимать много времени, я начну зачитывать. Прислала всего 50 преданных.
You don't have translation in the English channel, yeah?
Ничего.
Гаур Сундари Мамай, у нас есть трансляция параллельно сейчас?
Трансляция
Do you hear me? I translate in English.
Гурумахарадж должно было распечатано на английском языке результаты Санкиртаны.
Do you hear me?
Okay, so it was just preview, so you have printed results, and Kundalata just say that there is no chance to say about everyone and about every results and collect all the balls, and so it was just 50 devotees that time, and she will announce now all the results. Yeah, Kundalata. Микрофон Кундалати.
Okay.
Хорошо.
Да, я заранее прошу прощения, если я неправильно имя
I ask to forgive me if I will pronounce wrongly some name.
Итак, Матаджи Кавери Девидаси.
Матаджи Кавери Девидаси from Budapest. She distributed 2 books. Dhanishth Hagopi Devidasi from St. Petersburg, Russia. She distributed 2 books. Shastakrit from Ukraine, from Nikolaev. He distributed 5 books. Govinda Vanidas from Vilnius, Litva. He distributed 6 books. Kundalata Devidasi from Germany, from Badenhausen. She distributed 6 books. Pridha Mataji Devidasi from Russia, from Murmansk. She distributed 7 books. Tulasi Manjari Devidasi, Kiev, Ukraine. She distributed 7 books. Yogeshi Devidasi from Nizhny Novgorod. She distributed 8 books. Vrajeshwari Sundari Devidasi from Tomsk, Russia, 9 books. Bhakta Zhuravlь Vladimir from Kiev, Ukraine, 10 books. Shachimai Devidasi, Taipei, Taiwan, 11 books. Madhurekshana Devidasi, Kiev, Ukraine, 12 books. Bhakta Gaidayenko Evgeny, Kiev, Ukraine, 12 books. Daya Sagaradas from Tampa, Florida, 12 books. George Taipei from Taiwan, 13 books. Karunya Devidasi, Novosibirsk, Russia, 23 books. Kamala Kandha Pandit, Kiev, 20 books. Rajajana Viharidas, Kiev, Ukraine, 24 books. Ananta Seva Devidasi, Badenhausen, Germany, 28 books. Lalita Hridaya Devidasi from Dnieper, Ukraine, 30 books. Bhakti Rasa Devidasi, Vladikavkaz, Russia, 37 books. Shyamdas, Kiev, 40 books. Niti Rangini Devidasi, Izyaslav, Ukraine, 41 book for marathon and 55 in year. Mataji Prithu, I haven't read 90 books. She distributed in the year also, during the year. Amrita Vilasini Devidasi, Taipei, Taiwan, 42 books. Sukeli Devidasi, Irkutsk, Russia, 48 books. Yamuna Jivana Das, Kamensk-Podolsk, Ukraine, 60 books. Premaratna Devidasi from Riga, Latvia, 68 books. Sheni Devidasi, Moscow, 76 books. Madhavi Sundari Devidasi, Israel, Beersheva, 110 books. Vijay Gopal Das, Pimza, Russia, 115 books. Padakamala Das, Lvov, Ukraine, 266 books. Namahata of Mataji Mahamana Devidasi from Kiev, 163 books. Also Tejo Rupa Devidasi, Odessa, Ukraine, 184 books for marathon and 448 books during the year. Anadi Krishnadas, Chernovtsi, Ukraine, 188 books. Prema Mahotsava Das and Bhaktin Maria Shakova, Kiev, Ukraine, 192 books. Dandaka Das, Kishinev, Moldova, 220 books. Mahata Arunalochina Devidasi, Kiev, Ukraine, 222 books. Yamuneshwari Das and Mataji Shriradha Devidasi, Kiev, 238 books. Mataji Mahamana, Kiev, 283 books. Tamal Krishnadas, Dnieper, Ukraine, 302 books. Maheshwara Das, Moscow, 560 books. Devaki Priyadas, Kharkov, Ukraine, 709 books. Averhotra Das, Tula, Russia, 855 books. Namahata Tanushri Radhi Devidasi, Kiev, 1011 books. Vishwambara Das, Moscow, Ashram Yurlova, 1,307 books. Also, group of Dhanishta Gopi, Kiev, Ukraine, 2,289 books. Mangala Bhakti Devidasi, Kiev, Ukraine, 2,504 books. Ekantita Bodhidas, Kiev, 3,153 books. And also, we have Hararata Devidasi, she's from Moscow. This time she didn't have time to send her results, but I remember that previous year she distributed more than 3,000 books. And this year, I think that she distributed almost the same amount of books and the same number of books. And totally, the whole disciples of Guru Maharajas, they distributed more than 18,000 of books during this marathon, and we can say also about this year. But it's not all results, of course. It's only part of the results. I think there were much more. Hare Krishna. I give word. I pass my word to another.
Every December, we have a tradition to make a marathon within a marathon. And Tilakini Mataji, as everyone knows, has been organized and collecting results from this marathon for many years. But today, Niti Kishori Mataji will present us with the results. Niti Kishori, are you ready? And then you are going to read your offering, yes? I'm correct? Please turn on Niti Kishori's microphone. Чуть-чуть ближе или громче?
Do you hear me?
Харе Кришна.
Could you speak louder?
Дорогие преданные, дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Dear
сегодня
devotees, dear Guru Maharaj, today I will read this offering around Mataji Tilakini because she cannot do it. My dear Guru Maharaj, accept please our humble obeisances and our congratulations to you. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. We ask you to take this offering. Yes.
Это всего лишь капли нектара преданности, добавленные в океан
Могу
нектара
понять, кто это
преданности,
читает.
который вы бескорыстно и непрерывно предлагаете Шриле Прабхупаде. Шрила Прабхупада, обращаясь к своим ученикам, сказал, что вы докажете свою любовь ко мне тем, как вы будете сотрудничать. Вы, дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Dear spiritual master, please let me congratulate you from the bottom of my heart on your appearance day in this world. This day is very important for me, your disciple, because it is an opportunity to glorify you and thank you as much as I can. With each passing year, I become more and more deeply and vividly convinced that I have been swept into the stream of causeless mercy in this life because I joined the mission of Lord Chaitanya, Srila Prabhupada. It is a miracle and I don't deserve it at all. By their mercy and compassion for fallen souls, I have met you. It is a real gift in this life that you, my spiritual master, initiated me. This is the most important event in my life. Otherwise, my life would be meaningless. Without accepting a spiritual master, there is no chance to come back to the spiritual world. No matter what effort a person makes, and it is impossible to understand and accept the true philosophy of Krishna consciousness. We were just recently discussing this important topic at a Guru Katha, where your senior disciples shared valuable reflections based on their spiritual realizations. You, dear Guru Maharaj, inspire me with your purity of consciousness, your chanting of the holy name, and your way of life. You are the perfect example of devotional service. It gives me strength, determination, taste for devotional service. You represent your spiritual master, dear Srila Prabhupada, in a perfect way. I am deeply grateful to you for all this, and I cannot find words to thank you for what you are doing for us, your disciples, for the important instructions and divine knowledge you are giving us.
Рушатся города, взрываются бомбы.
In Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavad Gita emphasizes the importance of a qualified master who has spiritual knowledge and wisdom. Vyasa Puja was the spiritual master of Sanjaya. Vyasa was the spiritual master of Sanjaya, and Sanjaya admits that it was by Vyasa's mercy that he could understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This means that one has to understand Krishna not directly but through the medium of the spiritual master. The spiritual master is the transparent medium, although it is true that the experience is still direct. Bhagavad Gita 1875 purport. It is therefore the duty of every man, in every country, in every circumstance, and at all times, to approach a bona fide spiritual master, question him about devotional service, and listen to him explain the process. A bona fide spiritual master is in the disciplic succession from the time eternal, and he does not deviate at all from the instructions of the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Master, who is fully surrendered unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead and had no business other than the Lord's service, is called the best of Paramahamsas.
Вы всегда в марафоне Шрилы Прабхупады и в наших сердцах занимаете достойное вас первое место. Самые яркие подарки.
You often speak of the importance of chanting the holy name.
Санкиртана Яги Ки Джай, Шрила Прабхупада Ки Джай, Шрила Ниранджана Свами Ки Джай. И следующий марафоне в 2025 году будет проходить с 7 по 12 декабря.
Will be after.
Принять в нем участие. Харе Кришна.
Oh, sorry. It seems like I read the wrong offering. Please, sorry.
And then your offerings, yeah.
And right now, I will read offering of Mataji Niti Kishore. Please. Please allow me to read my offering. Right now it will be your offering. I was confused a little bit. Sorry, please. All glory, I will read the same offering, sorry, part of it. All glories to Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, and his eternal associates. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to all the Parampara, all glories to Vaishnavas. Om Gyan Timran Desya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Please let me congratulate you from the bottom of my heart on your appearance day in this world. This day is very important for me, your disciple, because it is an opportunity to glorify you and thank you as much as I can. Of course, I cannot glorify you in a whole way as all of my spiritual brothers and sisters did, but I will try. With each passing year, I become more and more deeply and vividly convinced that I have been swept into the stream of causeless mercy in this life because I joined the mission of Lord Chaitanya, Srila Prabhupada. It is a miracle, and I don't not deserve it at all. By their mercy and compassion for fallen souls, I have met you. It is a real gift in this life that you, my spiritual master, initiated me. This is the most important event in my life. Otherwise, my life would be meaningless. Without accepting a spiritual master, there is no chance to come back to the spiritual world, no matter what effort a person makes, and it is impossible to understand and accept the true philosophy of Krishna consciousness. We were just recently discussing this important topic at a Guru Katha, where your senior disciples shared valuable reflections based on their spiritual realizations. You, dear Gurumaharaj, inspires me with your purity of consciousness, your chanting of the holy name, and your way of life. You are a perfect example of devotional service. It gives me strength, determination, taste for devotional service. You represent your spiritual master, dear Srila Prabhupada, in a perfect way. I am deeply grateful to you for all this, and I cannot find words to thank you for what you are doing for us, your disciples, for the important instructions and divine knowledge you are giving us. The Bhagavad Gita emphasized the importance of a qualified master who has spiritual knowledge and wisdom. Vyasa prasada chrutavan etat guhyam aham param yogam yogeshvarat krishnat sakshat kathayatah svayam. Vyasa was the spiritual master of Sanjaya, and Sanjaya admits that it was by Vyasa's mercy that he could understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This means that one has to understand Krishna not directly, but through the medium of the spiritual master. The spiritual master is the transparent medium, although it is true that the experience is still direct. Bhagavad Gita 1175 purport. This is the experience of direct communication with the Lord. It is Bhagavad Gita. It is therefore the duty of every man in every country, in every circumstance, and at all times to approach a bona fide spiritual master, question him about devotional service, and listen to him explain the process. A bona fide spiritual master is in the disciplic succession from time eternal, and he does not deviate at all from the instructions of the Supreme Lord. Bhagavad Gita 4.42 purport. The spiritual master who is fully surrendered unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead and has no business other than the Lord's service is called the best of Paramahamsas. A Paramahamsa has no program for sense gratification. He is interested only in satisfying the senses of the Lord. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 9 to 289th purport. You often speak of the importance of chanting the holy name properly, attentively rather than mechanically. How can we achieve this? This is very difficult for me because my mind is awful unstable. Please, dear Master, bless me to purely chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. After all, this is the most important service in our spiritual practice. The other services are meant to perfect the chanting of the holy name, meditation on the name of the Lord, and deep absorption in these divine sounds which are non-different from Krishna himself. Chanting the holy name for the pleasure of the Lord gives a person complete perfection. Srimad Bhagavatam 3.33.7. The Acharyas explain that Radharani is very pleased when she hears someone chanting Krishna's name. And it is the same when Krishna hears someone chanting Radharani's name. By chanting the Maha Mantra, we chant the names of Radha and Krishna and can give pleasure to them. Kirtan is meant for Krishna's pleasure. This meditation is especially important for those who lead Kirtan. And it is their responsibility to remind others of this and help them to be in Krishna consciousness. We all need support to one degree or another. Of course, the more we take shelter of the holy name, the more renounced we will be able to be. And less dependent we will be on external circumstances. The more we rely on the holy name, the more strength we get from it. Taking care of Krishna's devotees, part 2. Remember the faith in the holy name Srila Prabhupada had when he went to preach in Tompkins Square Park in New York City. He didn't have any kartals or mridangas. He had only a small drum, which is still there in New York Temple. Srila Prabhupada played it and chanted kirtan with firm faith in the holy name. This is how Srila Prabhupada started the Krishna consciousness movement. This is how he spread it, and this is how he intended it to be spread by us. From your lecture on 6 November 22nd, Budapest. Chanting the holy name is a fundamental part of devotional service, but devotees don't fully understand its deep meaning and relationship with it. In order to become self-realized, one must chant the holy name of the Lord. A person who wants to constantly chant the holy name must develop certain qualities in himself, to be as humble as grass lying on the street and as tolerant as a tree. If such a person is chastised or punished, he does not resist. It is also very important for devotee to be able to forgive. The devotees often ask for mercy, but Srila Prabhupada says that anyone who turns to chanting the holy name of Krishna has already obtained the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All we have to do is to continue to chant the holy name of the Lord, and then we will certainly become purified. Book of Lectures on Chaitanya Charitamrita, text 187, Madhya Lila, page 2067. Kalikala Nama Rupa Krishna Avatara, Nama Haite Haya Sarva Jagata Nistara. In this age of Kali, the holy name of the Lord, the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, is the incarnation of the Lord Krishna. Simply by chanting the holy name, one associates with the Lord directly. Anyone who does this is certainly delivered. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila 17.22. Lord Chaitanya spread the holy name and pure love for God, and therefore everyone who joins our chain of disciplic succession must accept this gift from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One must accept the holy name filled with all the transcendental power and energies of the Lord, for it can bestow not only liberation from the sinful reactions, but also pure love for God. This is passage from lectures, excerpt from lectures from Disciple 1:3, chanting the holy name. To get rid of offenses to the holy name of the Lord, one must keep chanting the holy name. Because by constantly chanting of Mahamantra, we will get rid of all offenses, Padma Purana. Another important condition is that the pure name of the Lord must be received in a bona fide disciplic succession. Excerpt from Lectures from a Disciple 1:3, chanting the holy name. Dear Master, I pray to always remain in the association of devotees, to remain your disciple, to continue your service to you in your mission for Srila Prabhupada. I pray that my determination to purely chant the holy name remains with me, and that I will have a chance to come back home to the spiritual world and see the divine couple, Lord Krishna and Srimati Radharani. My mother, Galina Nikolaevna, who is 91 years old, also congratulates you and sends her kindest words of gratitude for gaining such unique knowledge about devotional service and Srila Prabhupada's mission by hearing your lectures and instructions. Your eternal servant and disciple, Niti Kishore Devidasi.
Thank you so much, Niti Kishore Mataji. Dasagara Prabhu, it's your turn, and St. Petersburg's Yatra, please get ready. And dear devotees, we have humble request, because we want to let Guru Maharaj leave on time. Please read your offerings faster, or if it's possible, make them shorter. Thank you so much. Dasagara, please.
Thank you. Om Agyanam Timirandasya Agyana Jana Shalakaya Chakshu Om Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances unto the dust of your lotus feet. On this auspicious appearance of your holiness, please permit me to say a few words in glorification of your magnanimous personality. It is said in the Shastras that a disciple can never repay his debt to the spiritual master. The only thing we can do is to try to please him with our efforts to sincerely serve the instructions of Guru. In your last year's Vyasa Puja offering, you expressed gratitude for the efforts of your disciples in their offerings to the Guru Parampara. You said, and I quote, "If I somehow try to repeat what I've heard, then the process works," close quote. You talked about being chaste to Srila Prabhupada. Dear Guru Maharaj, your love for Srila Prabhupada is deep and infectious. Just hearing you speak about him and the services you've done for him and his movement overwhelms me. It gives me strong faith in your instructions and a firm conviction in Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara. In this connection, I recall one lecture where you talked about how you would distribute Srila Prabhupada's books for 14 hours a day outside in the business norm. Onlookers would often comment while passing by, and I quote, I hope you're getting paid well for what you're doing. Your only joy and sustenance were to please your spiritual master. I have no such conviction and devotion, but just by hearing about your example, I know that such selflessness exists and I can aspire for that. In your most recent in-person initiation lecture in the US, you referred to a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam that encourages you. Quote, pure devotional service rendered to the Supreme Lord is spiritually so potent that simply by hearing about such transcendental service, by chanting its glories in response, by meditating on it, or by respectfully and faithfully accepting it, or by praising the devotional service of others, even the person who hates the demigods and all other living beings can be immediately purified. This is Srimad Bhagavatam 11:2-12. For me, pure devotional service is so far out, but I am blessed to see direct example in your personality. Your commentary on the verse gave me so much hope that simply by seeing, hearing, and meditating on your example of pure devotional service, I may one day attain it by mercy. You said, and I quote again, it may take some time, but it will come someday. In 2022, when I met you in Sri Mayapur, you had advised that I keep the association of devotees and carry on with my duties as a Grihasta. I realize how this is important to you. By your causeless mercy, somehow or other, I got the highest association I've always desired in the form of reading Srila Prabhupada's books in the association of senior devotees. Reading Srila Prabhupada's books in such an association of devotees is a very rare opportunity, and I thank you very much for your instruction and blessings, which allowed me to have such a sublime association. I'm learning a lot from Vishabhanu Prabhu and the other senior Vaishnavas. I feel very fortunate, and I always thank Srila Prabhupada for bringing me under your shelter, the shelter of your lotus feet. Thank you very much for literally saving my life. Jai Gurudev. I humbly take shelter of your lotus feet. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. Please, St. Peterburg's Yatra, make your offerings during 10 minutes, if you can, and Ratnavali Mataji, get ready.
Харе Кришна, Гуру Махарадж, нас слышно? Окей.
Так.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, can you hear us?
Если можете, минут 10 ложиться.
Уже 10. Дорогой Гуру Махарадж, мы очень кратко хотели бы поблагодарить и дать слово каждому преданному.
Dear Guru Maharaj, we would love to very briefly thank you and to just give a word to each of the devotees in our St. Petersburg Yatra. I'm very grateful. Huge thanks for this trip in Mayapur. There has been a great trace in my heart left behind. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj.
Громче, ближе и громче.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, thank you so much for your lectures, for your kirtanas, for your association, for having admitted me to your family and have initiated me. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Thank you so much. I would love to express my gratitude for your example of what kind of disciple we should be, looking at you the way the kind of disciple you are. Thank you so much for your patience, for your humility, for example, your example of many, many qualities. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I am very glad at this opportunity to express my reverence and gratitude at this remarkable day by the mercy of all the Vaishnavas, your personal servant. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I would love to thank you for your devotion to Srila Prabhupada. It may sound a little strange, but relationship of a disciple and a spiritual master is a very confidential thing that is not to be shown off. And so we can never actually apprehend your relationship with Srila Prabhupada, but due to your lectures, what you share in your lectures, when you tell about your spiritual master, we can just catch a glimpse of this relationship. And we hope that we're going to be able one day to develop the same kind of relationship with you, a humble servant. Hare Krishna.
Практически нет звука. Попробуйте еще раз. Ближе и громче.
Krishna has given us free will, and as a perfect gentleman, he respects our choice to be apart from him, but you mercifully come to interfere our free will and convince us to accept this Krishna consciousness in our heart by your example, your sweet kirtan, and your deep classes. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful example, and please bless us for being part of this Harinam Sankirtan. Это очень хорошо. Преданиас. Я люблю
It's
тебя.
very good. We love you. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Sometimes we cross some hard time in our life, and it's hard to find the words to express the gratitude. But only by your mercy and association with the devotees, I can understand that all these difficulties is only for our growth. Thank you so much, dear Gurudev, for this unlimited and unconditional mercy and this life with the devotees. Always in your depth, Amala Sundari Devi Dasi.
Гуру Махарадж, примите, пожалуйста, мои смиренные поклоны, мои скромные
Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances and help me glorify you. I would love, first of all, to thank you for your devotion to Srila Prabhupada. Recently, at a Sunday program, a senior devotee, Jivaraj Prabhu, gave a definition of Niranjana, what it means, the word. And the literal translation is dissipating the darkness of ignorance. I'm sorry if I've confused something. So at that moment, there was a light. It seemed like there was a light lit in my heart. And I'm so grateful for the name you've gotten from Srila Prabhupada, your spiritual master, because this name is equal to the quality of what you're bearing in your heart. And the love of Srila Prabhupada is entering my heart through your example of how to live. And thank you so much. And please, on behalf of my husband, please let me express my obeisances, my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this remarkable day, he would love to thank you for the message of Srila Prabhupada that you are transferring to us. And he's just getting acquainted with you, and he's gratifying you for this deep feeling that you're conveying to us. And he's a professional footballer, and he's very, very grateful to you. Thank you so much. This is your humble servant, Rukmini. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Thank you, devotees. Please don't forget your names. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I would love to thank you for having initiated me, having admitted me to your disciples, the list of your disciples. And thank you so much for Darshana in Mayapur that you have given. It was such a source of many discoveries for me, many insights, realizations. Maybe some of them are not always easy to accept. Thank you so much for everything. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. Your words about A real friend is one who helps us to remember about Krishna. So they are deep in my heart now, and the spiritual master is our best friend on this way and our best well-wisher. Thank you so much for being such a well-wisher for us. Thank you for your mercy, for your compassion, for your indifference to everybody, not just your disciples. Thank you so much for giving us a hope, for giving us a shelter, despite all our hindrances, all our difficulties. Your servant, Lalita Samgini Devidas. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I would love to tell you thank you for your sincerity and for the senior devotees, for your disciples, who I have an opportunity to be next to listen to their glorifications of the Lord and to participate in kirtanas and listening of the scriptures. Your humble servant, Mataji Natalia. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. I've got a huge wish to express my gratitude to you. I've remembered the process when I was searching for a spiritual master for a long time. I couldn't make up my mind. I was afraid of making this decision on the level of on the mental platform. But my friend Danishka, she did it without any hesitations. But my friend, she chose you directly without any doubts. By the will of Krishna, there were three spiritual masters who were giving a lecture on the stage, but the words about devotional service of the last lecturer, they entered my heart deeply. And Krishna, from my heart, he said clearly, this is your spiritual master, walk towards him. And I asked senior devotees to introduce me to the last lecturer, to ask for pranama. My surprise was so big when I saw you. Before I hadn't seen you. I had seen you many times, but I couldn't make up my mind before that. I'm very grateful to the Lord for having pushed me towards your lotus feet. Since then, I have never ever had any more doubts. Thank you so much endlessly. Thank you so much for having admitted me as your disciple. My low obeisances, Rasayani Devidasi. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaja, please accept my humble obeisances. Your heart is filled with real love for Krishna, truthful love of Krishna. The light coming out of your heart reflects the effulgence of the divine effulgence of the heart of Srila Prabhupada. And I'm so grateful to you for having let me to be somehow be involved somehow with the mission of Srila Prabhupada, and to feel happy in devotional service, to feel happy in the association of devotees. And also I'm so grateful to you for putting this faith in our hearts to walk along the path of devotional service. That you give us an example of how to completely surrender to the holy name and not to lose our faith in the holy name. You, by your own example, you show us you show each person how to believe and how to relate only from the positive side, to relate to the process and to see only good qualities in each person and not to criticize anybody, not to judge anybody, and to be humble. I'm endlessly grateful to you for your mercy, for your instruction, for your patience, and for your support. Your servant, Godavari Devidasi. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, I'm very glad to see you, very happy to see you. Please accept my humble obeisances. In the dust of your lotus feet, I would love to say thanks to you so much for carrying this, for carrying the message of the spiritual world to us daily. And you teach us to, and for teaching us to be grateful and for what Srila Prabhupada has given us. I can't just express all of my feelings of gratitude to you. I'm so sorry for all of my imperfections and all of my mistakes and offenses. I just want to say that probably your mercy is the only, your divine mercy is the only thing I can count on. I just bow down in your lotus feet, to your lotus feet. And please forgive me for everything. Thank you so much, dear Guru Maharaj, for being present in my life. Your servant, Gauri Rathika Devi Dasi. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Спасибо большое, Гуру Махарадж. Примите,
Thank you
пожалуйста,
very
нашу
much, Guru
поклон.
Maharaj. Please accept our humble obeisances. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, dear devotees. Ratnavali Mataji, you please go ahead.
Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру Махарадж. Харе Кришна,
Hare Krishna, dear
дорогие.
Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, dear devotees.
Сегодня в этот благоприятный день
Today, in this auspicious day,
ваши ученики, преданные,
your disciples,
ваши
devotees,
преданные,
your
растущие ятры,
devotees
Курангакши,
from our yatra,
Сахасрасирша, Виджай Гауранга и
Vijay Gauranga Sahasra Shirsha, Kunjarani, we have come together
поблагодарить вас
to thank you
полной преданностью.
with love and devotion to you.
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Dear Guru Maharaj,
примите, пожалуйста, мои почтительные поклоны
please accept my humble
ваших
obeisances
лотосных стоп.
at the dust of your lotus feet.
Чистому преданному
All
служению.
glories to your pure devotional service to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Вы завладели моим сердцем с
You
первого
immediately
моего
captured
взгляда
my heart
на
the
ваше
first time I
фото.
saw you in the
Среди фото
photo.
Гуру Искон,
There were
которые
several photos of
подарили
ISKCON gurus that senior devotees gave me from
для
whom I could choose a
выбора
spiritual
моего
master.
духовного учителя. Это было в самом
This
конце
was in the
80-х
very
годов.
late
Я
80s.
была слишком еще
I
молодой,
was still very young and
незащищенной и
enthusiastic
необразованной
and
бхакти,
uneducated
чтобы
bhaktini,
понять всю
and
глубину и
therefore was not
истинную
able to
суть
understand the full depths and
происходящего.
vital necessity
Фото
of what was
стояли в
going
ряд.
on. The
Гопал
photos
Кришна
were in the
Госвами,
following order:
Радха
Gopal
Кришна
Krishna
Госвами,
Goswami, Prabha
вы,
Vishnu
дорогой
Prabhu,
Гуру Махарадж,
you, dear Guru
Радха
Maharaja,
Гуру Махарадж
Indradyumna
и
Swami,
Харикеша Прабhu.
Harikesha
И когда
Prabhu.
мой взгляд
And
остановился
when
на
I
вас,
saw you,
а он остановился и
my eyes stopped
задержался,
and
не желая
lingered,
ни
not
на
wanting
кого,
to
ни на
part
что
even for a
расстаться с вами,
moment.
я долго всматривалась в
I
ваши
looked at your
бесконечные
face and
глаза.
your eyes for a
И
long time,
ощущение
and the
обретения
feeling of
чего-то
finding something
никогда не
that I had
испытанного
never experienced
держало меня
before
в
kept me
оцепенении.
stupefied.
Все стояли молча,
Everyone stood silently.
поняв, что что-то произошло.
Realizing that something had happened,
Я не своим
I
голосом
said in a
сказала,
voice that was not
если
mine,
нужно выбрать
if you
путь,
want me to choose a spiritual
пусть
master,
будет он.
then let it be him.
Я предалась вам.
I surrendered to you.
Это было как со Шилой Прабхупадой.
That's how it was with Srila
Отдаваясь
Prabhupada. After reading Easy Journey to Other
другие
Planets,
планеты, я поняла,
without
что Шрила
interruptions,
Прабхупада
I realized that
предупредил
Srila
меня
Prabhupada
о
had
необходимости
convinced me
принять
of the
сознание
need to accept Krishna
здесь и
consciousness
сейчас.
here and now.
Я предалась ему.
I surrendered to
Вы
him.
тот же мой вечный духовный
You remain my eternal
наставник,
well-wisher,
мой вечный духовный
my eternal
учитель,
spiritual master,
в чем вы мне
a man from
позволили
Vaikuntha.
убедиться
You
в
allowed me
вашей
to get
сути.
confirmed of this
Вы на
in Kurs.
собственном примере доказали,
You,
что если искренне, с
you have
непоколебимой
proven by your own
верой
example that
предаться
if
духовному
one
учителю,
sincerely, with
которому
unwavering
насовременно и
faith,
своевременно,
surrenders to the spiritual master, following his instructions
сможет
and
ощутить
selflessly serving
совершенство в
him,
сознании
he
Кришны.
can achieve perfection in Krishna
Вы живой
consciousness.
пример чистой
You are a living
преданности,
example of pure
осознанности.
devotion and
И
conscious
даже
living.
ваша шутка очищает
Even your joke
и
purifies
дает
and gives peace to
успокоение
the
мне в
heart,
сердце
happiness, and
и
new
счастье,
energy.
обновление.
I am still the same Ratnavali, your eternal servant from life to life. I have become more skillful in serving you, using various opportunities. Your knee had gotten inflamed, and my heart began to beat anxiously. You began to limp, and pain of the gopis, which they experienced when Krishna walked barefoot to the pasture to graze the cows, manifested in my heart. I felt a connection to their pain. But when I saw you with a cane in the photo and video, my heart could not stand it. And spontaneously, unexpectedly for myself, I entered your cane as energy and became your reliable support, servant. And the energy of the support is unidirectionally to be only a support. It is concentrated precisely on this service. Service by nature is happy, nothing for myself. Its happiness is to serve as a reliable support. After the operation, Arjuna Sakha shared with us that you were experiencing unbearable pain. How to live after hearing this, what to do to help. There were so many highly qualified doctors next to you. Arjuna Sakha posted a photo of your operated knee, and in an instant I turned into healing energy and found myself near your knee, bending over it and feeling the resistance of the energy of pain.
Сопротивление энергии боли. И началась схватка.
And the fight began. And only after my words, this is my Guru Maharaj and I want to treat him. He's mine. And to be convincing, I began to blow on your knee like a child. And the energy of pain disappeared. And again, my healing energy concentrated to the point of self-forgetfulness, and in this mood, plunged into service of healing.
Матушка Ратнавали, нужно немножко быстрее.
Все хорошо. Колено, ты здоровая.
Everything is fine. We're healthy. The energy of pain is gone. Everything is fine. The pain is gone. Nothing for myself. My dear Guru Maharaj, this is your mercy and mercy from above. This is your compassion and compassion from above. You have allowed your eternal servant to serve you in this way and to deepen her concentration. By fulfilling her desires, increase her attraction to perfection, to the pure chanting of Shri Nama. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your eternal servant from life to life, Ratnavali Devi Dasi, Rostov-on-Don.
Преданные, очень коротко, преданные, по пару слов. Okay, нам нужно...
Please briefly, devotees, please speak briefly. Once I was with Ratnavali Mataji in Moscow, and we met with you, and I had never ever been present at such gatherings before in any other city, and I was confused, I was lost, but as soon as I saw you, my heart got filled with joy, with indescribable joy, and I felt so relative to what was going on, to your disciples who were surrounding you, and the joy of your association with me. You looked at me and I filled with this happiness. Thank you so much for all of your instructions, for your books.
За то, что вы пишете в книгах ваших, они
for
поддерживают
what you convey to us in your books. They persuade us and they support us, our spirits. Thank you so much. Dear Guru Maharaja, please let me express my devotion to you, my devotion to my spiritual master. In the third issue in the fourth issue of To My Disciples on page, this in that page, I know you say that I know that my duty as a spiritual master is also to allow you to express your sincere feelings on the occasion of my birthday. Please let me express on this auspicious day very elevated feelings towards you and your spiritual and your disciples who are now surrounding us. It's due to them that through such disciples as Mataji Ratnavali, her enthusiasm hasn't decreased even to the slightest when she did compared to the moment when she was young that she was talking about. She's still as young as that. I'm very happy to be next to your disciples. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, thank you so much for being present in my life. Thank you so much for being a bright example of serving your spiritual brothers and caring for devotees and caring for your disciples, your servant. Vijay Gauranga Das, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, you occupy a very important place in my life. I'm very grateful to you for having admitted me as your spiritual, as your disciple. I admire kirtanas, your bhajans. I listen to them with big pleasure and I chant them myself. And I pray through those kirtanas and I get inspired by your qualities such as enthusiasm, patience, and attentive, considerate attitude to each of your disciples. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, you are our big luck. Thank you so much.
Dear devotees. Okay, we finished now the third block for offerings. One short announcement. Yesterday and today, devotees from different corners of the world lovingly prepared prasadam for Guru Maharaj. These offerings have been carefully collected and beautifully arranged into a gallery. Guru Maharaj, you will receive on your email a showcasing 108 dishes soon. This wonderful tradition of making the prasadam offerings has been lovingly organized since 4 years now by Deva Vishwambara Prabhu and Chema Priya Mataji. Yeah, so please accept this offering. And if you like, you can have some rest now for half an hour. Yeah, and we will waiting for you at 7:15 at your time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Srila Niranjana Swami Guru Maharaj ki jai. And in a while we will continue with Sankirtana Katha. And Kundalata Mataji, you are the speaker now. Guru Sundari wants to say something also. Yeah, please turn all the microphones.
Перед тем, как Матаджи Кундалата начнет говорить, Сакисевака, прости,
Before
пожалуйста.
Mataji Kundalata starts to speak, I need to make an announcement, an organizational announcement, considering reading your offerings, please, dear devotees, especially those devotees who haven't yet had an opportunity to
the offerings yet. In the third section, we shifted you to the fourth section because we are limited in time. Please make sure that you are concise. I'm so sorry for that. I can do nothing for you apart from that, and please be noted that not everyone will be allowed to speak today. So Guru Maharaja is having dinner now. Later on, he will join us for an hour.
Харе Кришна, дорогие преданные, примите мои поклоны,
Hare
пожалуйста,
Krishna, dear
еще раз.
devotees, please accept my humble
Сейчас я хочу
obeisances.
представить
Now
вам
I would like to
первого
introduce
участника Санкиртаны
the
Катхи.
first
Это
participant of
Акантита Будхи
Sankirtana Katha.
Прабhu, он из
This is Akantita
Киева,
Budhi
по крайней мере,
Prabhu from
сейчас
Kiev, at
он
least for the
живет
time
в
being.
Киеве
He
и
lives
активно,
there
очень активно
and
распространяет
actively
книги в
participates
это нелегкое
in book
время,
distribution
продолжает
in this
миссию,
hard
и
time. He
люди сейчас
continues,
как
carries
никогда
on the mission
нуждаются в этих книгах, и,
because people
в
now
общем-то, он этим
need
занимается,
those books
дает
the
им это
most,
знание.
and he's very
Долго
mercifully
я не буду
distributes
говорить.
them.
Если
I
можете,
won't speak
включите
long,
ему звук, он под
so
другим
please,
же именем
Akantita Budhi
в
Prabhu, the floor is
Zoom.
yours.
Харе Кришна, уже включили. Меня слышно, да?
Hare Krishna.
Харе Кришна, дорогие преданные.
So,
Примите
dear
поклоны.
devotees, please accept my obeisances.
Попросили немножко поделиться о Санкиртане, каким образом
I've been asked
проходило.
to share
Надеюсь, все
with
будет
you
нормально с интернетом.
my
Если что,
Sankirtana
говорите, если
realization. I
будет
hope
пропадать,
internet
потому что это
connection
еще
will be
звук.
okay. If there are any
И как раз вы
problems,
выставили, видели
please let me
видео
know.
про Гуру Махараджа, где он просит подарить Шилу Прабхупаду
We have seen a video of Guru Maharaj where he
Я
asked
подумал, каким
others
образом я могу
to
это поучаствовать.
present Srila
Ну,
Prabhupada to
правильно
others. I
догонял, что
thought
Шила Прабхупада Ладвам Шилу
myself how I
И потом я
can
подумал в
join
связи с
this
Санкиртаной,
movement.
что
A
лучшая
thought
благодарность
came
подарить,
to
то есть
my mind
лучшая благодарность мне это подарить Шилу
that
Прабхупаду.
the best
Я подумал,
gratitude is to
что
present
прекраснейшая
Srila
благодарность,
Prabhupada
какую
to
можно выразить
others.
Гуру Махараджу, это подарить Шилу Прабхупаду
This is
другим
my
людям
best
в форме
gratitude for
книг.
my spiritual
Вот. Он
master,
также самое
to
говорит,
present
помогите
Srila
мне подарить
Prabhupada to
Шилу Прабхупаду
others in
другим.
the form of
Меня это очень
books.
вдохновило.
Also, Srila
И,
Prabhupada
конечно же,
used
было
to
очень
say,
много
please
разных
present
сложностей
me
вообще, в
to
принципе,
others.
начать
I had
участвовать
to
в
overcome a
марафоне
lot
за
of
Санкиртане.
hardships just to
И то, что все, что произошло,
start
это просто
participating in the
милость Кришны, то
marathon.
есть это его
It
план.
was a
Все у него
challenge.
уже изначально
It
был
was
план.
all
И
possible just by
поэтому
Krishna's
надо было
mercy.
просто стать как бы
It was
инструментом,
all
как
his
говорится, Бабуки
plan,
Нимитра
and
Матамбхава,
I just
просто
had to
стать
become an
инструментом
instrument in his
в
hands.
руках Кришны. И я очень счастлив и благодарен
I'm
Кришне
so
и духовному
happy and
учителю
so
Шри Прабхупаде
grateful
за
to
то, что дали
Krishna, to my
возможность
spiritual master and Srila
по
Prabhupada,
максимуму задействовать себя в этом
that they gave me
марафоне.
an opportunity to
И
engage
по
myself
количеству
in the
книг, и по усилиям, по
marathon.
программам. То есть мы распространяли на улице книги,
We were
также преданные
distributing on the
организовали
streets.
конференции, посвященные Бхагавад-гите. Нам
Devotees also
бесплатно, бесплатно.
organized
Также мы ездили в
Bhagavad Gita
университеты,
conferences
на
where we
пары,
put our
студенты
tables with the
предлагали там
books.
книги.
We visited
Также
students at
проводили
the
намахату,
university
посвященные
where we offered
Санкиртана
the
Катхе.
books, conducted
Также у нас были съемки,
namahatas
съемки
with
с
Sankirtana
местосожжения на
Katha.
улице. И мы сделали
Also,
такой
we
большой
made
фильм.
several video
И также
shootings. So we
проводили
made
онлайн-лекции на
a
тему
short movie
Санкиртаны.
about
Вот.
Sankirtana and had a couple of
И вот
lectures.
как бы несколько историй, которые происходили
So I would like to
на
share a
улицах
few
Киева.
stories
И, ну, и в первый день,
from the
когда я
streets of
поехал,
Kiev.
как бы я поехал, так сказать, на разведку, давно не распространял, какая вообще
First
обстановка в
day,
городе. И
I went
я буквально
outside
на
just to
пару часов
check
приехал, настолько было удивительно,
what's out
что
there.
очень много людей, около 10 человек
And
попались за эти
I
2 часа,
observed
которые
that the
уже
atmosphere
интересуются
was
и искали
amazing.
познание. Вот. И я
There
сам
were a lot
просто
of
поражаюсь, как
people
это
around
происходит, как
who
идеальный
were
Господь
already
посылает искренних
interested
людей в
in
этот момент.
spiritual knowledge. I
Кто-то
was
тоже учится в
so
академии
inspired
духовных, кто-то помнит,
how
как мы пели в
Krishna
центре, ждет
sends
еще,
all
кто-то
those
изучает нашу
people.
философию. Вот. Одна девушка говорит, что у нее уже
There
давно
are
был
there
запрос на
were
это
some
знание.
students who
Другая
study
девушка
our
сказала, что она
philosophy.
искала Бхагавад-гиту. И
One
я в основном
Mataji told
распространял книги ну, в
a
духовной
student,
одежде,
she
такой
told that she was
текстилке.
looking for
И вот я
Bhagavad Gita
однажды иду, и
actually.
так внезапно появляется
One
девушка, она
day,
говорит, вы
I
представляете,
met
я
a girl on the
знаю,
street.
что вы там где-то в центре
So she
бываете, и я
told
вот
me,
решила просто поехать. Мне хотелось купить
I
что-то про веру,
know
про
that
Бхагавад-гиту.
sometimes you
И вот
Hare
она просто так
Krishnas are
решила
around here.
поехать.
So
И
I
оказывается, мы
just
действительно
arrived
поехали.
here
Вот, и мы
to look for
распространяли книги,
you.
она
And
приобрела
that's a happy chance that
и
I met you.
Бхагавад-гиту, и целый комплект книг.
She
И
bought
меня это
Bhagavad Gita
тоже удивляет, как
and
это
a whole
происходит, и
set
как
of
Кришна
books.
направляет
I was
каждого.
so
И
amazed
того, кто
how
хочет
Krishna
эти книги,
directs
и того, у кого
everyone,
есть эти
everyone soul who wants to get these books, he connects them with those who can give them those books. At the beginning of the marathon, we went to the Pedagogical University to hold a meeting with the students. There were around 40 people there. We presented our philosophy, our books, and told them that everyone who is interested, you can come, give donations and buy these books. They were so much excited, so much interested. So all the books went out and all the prasadam as well. It's so amazing. Gita Jayanti was an amazing, a special day. Every year at this day, some special thing happens. We were distributing Bhagavad Gitas. There were so many people who were interested in that. They were getting whole book sets. One girl got interested in the books, but then she became scared away. But after a while, she came back again and inquired for the books still. Very nice thing that she changed her mind. Another situation in a subway, I met a girl, started offering her books. She was very attentive. She got very inspired, gave me a donation, and got a whole set of books. And when I started to thank her for being interested, I then told her, let me give you more books to give to your friends. And while she was receiving those books, I could see in her eyes that she started to change, and tears kept flowing from her eyes. So I told her, yes, this is a real happiness when you share with others this real thing. I started telling her about spiritual world, about our destination. At that very moment, I was meditating on the lecture of Gurumaharaj, which he gave at the festival in Ukraine, when he was telling about Bhagavatamrita and how Gopakumar met Krishna at the end. When they finally met, he told, Krishna told, I was waiting for you for so long. I imagined how Krishna was happy to meet his friend. I looked around and noticed that all the devotees were almost crying while listening to this story. So when I told this story to this girl, she began crying as well. And she told me that she's interested in spiritual knowledge for so long. She promised me to come to the temple. I'm sure she will be serious regarding this spiritual knowledge she got. I also got inspired myself. Also, we conducted a conference dedicated to Gita Jayanti. We invited professors, teachers who shared their knowledge. We brought a lot of books and sweets, around 90 books and 200 sweet bowls. We had an official social part of the program, and later on we had book distribution. A lot of people got interested. All the tables were covered with people, all those professors and teachers. They came to us and expressed great interest in the books. I believe Srila Prabhupada was very happy. After the conference came to an end and we came down to our car, we were so much inspired by what was happening that we continued book distribution outside in the street and catch few people around who also bought the books. One more story. There was a rainy day and we did not want to make books wet. So we some devotees donated the plastic bags which we used for covering the books. So we packed them into those packets
and
offered people the whole sets of books together with the packets. One devotee who was in the car then so when I ran out of the books, one man approached me and asked for a book. I didn't know what to tell him. And I noticed that this devotee who was sitting in the car, he was approaching me with some books. I was amazed how Krishna arranged that. At the very moment I ran out of the books, he gave them to me. And one more story. Towards the end of the marathon, I met a girl with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend did not notice that she stopped, but I noticed that someone else, some other devotees stopped him. So simultaneously we were talking to this couple. The girl looked around. I thought, oh, okay, maybe now she will stop me.
Он сможет преподавательнице подарить наши. И вообще она сама нашла способ.
But vice versa, she was very happy to buy the book, and she also thought that maybe her boyfriend will give his book he got to their teacher at the university. She was happy. So thank you, dear devotees. I won't take much of your time. I'm very grateful to Krishna, to Guru Maharaj, and Srila Prabhupada to be able to participate in this marathon. Krishna implemented his plan in the best way possible. Thank you very much. All glories to Guru Maharaj.
Кундалата выключен микрофон, да? Я объявляю Мангала Бхакти, правильно, Кундалат, да? Следующее. Ага. Да, Мангала Бхакти, пожалуйста.
Mataji Mangala Bhakti. Please, the floor is yours. Do you hear me?
Да, хороший слог.
Харе Кришна. Спасибо большое, Кантида Будхи Прабhu, за ваши
Thank you so
рассказы, за
much,
ваше
Kantata
наставление.
Budhi
Всегда очень
Prabhu,
вдохновляет. Я видела
for sharing your
вживую, как
stories.
видела, как Кантида Будхи Прабhu распространял книги.
I
Это
was
было
observing you
просто
in
невероятно. Он всегда был в
live.
духовной одежде, с тилокой, и люди просто сами
It was
подходили. Это был
incredible.
потрясающий пример
I
Санкиртана.
noticed that
Спасибо вам большое за
people
этот пример.
approached you themselves
На самом
because
деле,
you
в этом году
were very
я
inspiring.
хотела меньше распространять
So in
книги.
fact,
Я
this
не
year
планировала много
I was not
распространять. Ну, так
planning to
вышло,
distribute
что
a lot of books, but it
по
came
милости
out
Господа
that
преданных
by mercy
вышло
of Krishna, the
распространить довольно-таки
devotees,
много книг.
I
И
managed to
интересно, что
distribute quite a
меня
lot of
очень сильно
books.
поддерживали
And interestingly enough,
студенты академии, и каждый день, практически
students
утром,
of
вечером
our
я
Kiev Academy
была
supported
на
me a
занятиях,
lot.
и мы
So every
обсуждали с
morning
преданными тему
we had
Бхагавад-гиты,
classes,
Бхагаватам,
we
и
discussed Bhagavad
удивительным
Gita
образом
and
эти
Srimad
темы раскрывались
Bhagavata.
на улице. И
And later on this day,
когда ты
I was
находишься
able
в
to speak
обществе
on
преданных,
those
читаешь
topics
книги
with
Шрила
people
Прабхупады,
in
это
the
очень сильно
streets.
вдохновляет
When
распространять
you
этих
study
книг.
Srila Prabhupada's books,
Также меня очень
it
сильно
inspires a
поддерживали
lot to
мои старшие,
distribute
моя
them.
наставница
Also,
благословила меня в
my
начале марафона, и
seniors
мой муж, который
supported
каждый
me a
день меня
lot,
поддерживал и
and my
благословлял.
husband
И
every day he
интересно,
blessed me
что каждый
for
день
the
случались
service.
невероятные истории. Я расскажу
So
некоторые, которые
every day
мне запомнились. На
there
самом
were
деле,
a lot
каждый
of
день были огромное
incredible
количество людей,
stories.
которым интересны
I
книги,
would share
которые
some
искали
of
эти
them.
книги, которые, как у Канти Будхи
I
Прабху,
met a
дайте
lot
мне
of people
Бхагавад-гиту,
who
я
were
ищу ее очень
interested,
давно.
who
И
asked
нужно быть
me.
просто
They
в
inquired for
нужном
Bhagavad
месте
Gita
с
directly.
книжками для того, чтобы стать инструментом, через который Кришна может дотянуться до
So you
того или
just
иного
need to be
человека.
there with
И
people
одна
as
из
an
историй,
instrument,
в конце
so
марафона
Krishna
это
can
случилось. Идет навстречу
turn
один
to those
молодой человек
people
в
through
черном
you.
пальто с красным
Once I
подкладом
met
и в красных
an
кроссах,
interesting
причем
man in a
очень
black
такой
coat
бледный, черный. Думаю,
with
кто
a
же?
red
Попробую остановить, но может быть становится, не остановится.
underlayer.
Обычно такие люди,
He
которые
was
там
very extravagant.
ну, там какой-то год или что, они не останавливаются, им
Some
обычно
special
неинтересно, у них свое
subculture,
настроение.
probably
Но этот человек
in
остановился,
his own
я
mood. But
презентовала
still,
книги,
he
сказала пару
stopped.
слов, и
I was able to
мы начали
present
говорить. Он
him
сказал
the books, we started talking. He told me that his name is Avel. He told me that he's necroman. Then I was sure that he will be able to understand the meaning of those books and through the spiritual knowledge. So I presented him the Sanskrit. I told that this is an ancient language. I asked him, so you are a necromancer. Is it your profession or just your hobby? And he replied that this is his professional activity. So he gave me a big donation. I gave him a big set of books. He was very inspired by that. He took the books as some very valuable thing. Later, I met a mother with her son on the street. They were in hurry going to the doctor. She did not want to stop, but this boy stopped very firmly and told that he wants to get this book. His mother thought that she was not ready to buy the books, but the boy insisted. He stopped, took the book, and asked his mom to pay for this. He told, I want this book. So she gave me a donation and they headed to the doctor. Last year, I had similar situation with a small boy who was firmly interested in the book and persuaded his mother.
Я обычно спрашиваю, что вас вдохновляет, что вам дает силы, и они говорят, что разные вещи.
Later, I met some military men who were on duty. I asked him, what are you interested in? He replied that he's not much interested in books. But when I asked him about what gives you strength, he told me that he's doing meditations. He gave me a donation and took the book. He was very happy. One more story. Ekantita Buddhi Prabhu was near the subway and I was around, not far from that place. So I did not stop those people whom he stopped before. But once I arrived at a couple who already met Ekantita Buddhi Prabhu, I offered them books and they told that they already had some, but still they took some books from me as well. It was funny. One more story. Sometimes we meet the representatives of other religions. I met a woman from some other religion. She started asking me some questions. And when he learned about meditation, she thought that, well, a meditation means that you should meditate on some personality, not avoid. And step by step, she revealed her true philosophy to myself, that she was a Jehovah. So she did not want to listen to my philosophy much. That day, I discussed the third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam with my students. So when she asked me who created the world, I told her that Lord Brahma is the creator. She was against that, but I could see that was interesting for her because I tried to find the similarities in our philosophies. Later, I met a woman who was practicing Srinataji yoga. So I told her that we are practicing Bhakti Yoga given by Srila Prabhupada, but she thought, no, I only practice Shinataji Yoga. Another lady I met, she also was practicing Shinataji Yoga. So I told her about our philosophy, our practice, our academy, and she became interested. She gave me a donation and took the books. She almost started crying because I gave her a big book. She was very grateful and promised to come to our temple and academy. One more funny story. I met students who were interested in the books. They were heading to some class on Vedas. So it was a right moment for them to get the Vedic books. Once I met a girl who was interested in Arabic culture. She was learning Arab language. She was so much inspired by Sanskrit language, which we learn, which we present. One more lady I met, she was studying Hindi. So books in Sanskrit inspired her a lot. I had several discussions with the students and different people who were interested in meditation, yoga, and also devotional service. I met a Catholic guy. He was studying Bible thoroughly. He stopped and started asking me about impersonal effulgence of the Lord, but I told him that Lord is a personality. About 3 aspects of personality of Krishna. He was impressed and shared his contacts with me. So Sankirtan became more personal to people. A lot of people were really interested in the books. We exchanged our contacts. I invited them to the temple. So sometimes I establish those personal contacts. I call them, invite to our programs, to some offline live meeting. We do not just give away the books, but we keep taking care of the further care of those people. We need them to come back. We need them to continue practice. For me, this is service to spiritual master because his life, what is in his heart is taking care of people. So it would be dishonest for me not taking care of those people. So I take it in my heart as well. I try to take care of them. Thank you.
Харе Кришна, спасибо большое, дорогая Мангала Бхакти.
Thank you so much, dear Mangala Bhakti. I wanted to present you, but failed. Sorry. I would like to tell that for long years now, Mangala Bhakti and Kandita Budhi Prabhu are the leaders of Ukrainian Sankirtan. They are our younger generation of Sankirtana devotees. We're so happy to have you. And now we would like to give the floor to Mataji Harata, who is distributing books for like 40 years now. She's a veteran of Sankirtan movement. I believe she has what to tell you, what to share. This year, we do not know her exact result. I believe she will share herself now.
Хари Кришна, дорогая Кундалата Матаджи. Я вроде бы сегодня, в этом году успела, вроде бы дала информацию по поводу
I
вот
think
недельного,
I
конечно, марафона,
I
да,
I gave
которому посвященный.
my
Но
results
общие результаты, конечно, наверное, просто вам не успели
for
передать, потому что,
the weekly
ну, ничего не
results, but
важно. Да, в
maybe
этом году у
the
меня уже
total
более 40
results
лет.
were not
Первый раз я вышла на Санкиртан в
transmitted.
марте месяце 84 году. Это было в Армении. Март 23 марта 84 года. В этом году у
In
меня уже, ну, и пошел
84, I
41
started
год.
in
Как бы
Armenia.
непрерывно, по милости,
Yeah,
конечно,
so
сколько
now
угодно я
it's
вот так вот
almost 40 years
выходила на Санкиртан. Но я
as
могу сейчас
I'm
просто
doing
озвучить, что у нас
Sankirtan.
на самом деле трое матыч,
So what is
учредители
happening
реферата.
now?
Вот
The three
Диндаятры в этом
Mataji
году 2000
devotees
баллов тоже
now,
распространила, видимо, она не успела
Dindayatri
продать. У меня там
3000 points.
2177,
I
177.
have
Ник в этом году я, как бы, уже, как вы знаете,
2177
по
books
улицам
this
уже,
year.
ну, немножечко уже мой возраст уже не позволяет. Я уже
Now
предпочитаю
I'm less time spent
распространять
on the
по
street.
офисам, по
I
социальным
prefer
центрам, потому что я знаю,
offices,
что люди
social centers.
не только на улице
I
ждут
know
этих
that
книг, но
people
люди еще
wait
и в
for
более
those
таком
books
пожилом
not only
возрасте
on the
ждут эти
streets.
книги уже в социальных
The
центрах,
elder
в пансионатах,
generation wait for the books
в
in the
определенных вот
social
таких вот
care
уже
centers,
местах, где уже более возрастные люди. И вот
different
однажды я несколько
elderly
историй
care
расскажу. Дорогие
centers.
Вайшнавы, во-первых, спасибо
So I
вам
would like to
большое,
share a couple of
преданные, которые
stories with
распространяют
you.
на Украине, по всему миру, в
I would like
Индии,
to
в
share
Австрии, в
people
Германии.
who
Вот
distribute
постоянно мне
books in
пишут,
Ukraine,
связываются со мной,
Austria,
приглашают
Germany,
меня на
all
вот
over
эти
the world.
всякие митинги Санкиртан. Я очень
Oftentimes
рада, что у
they
нас вот
invite me
такой
to
дух Санкиртана
Sankirtan
все-таки вот
meetings, and I'm
сравнительно с
so
90-м,
happy
конечно,
that the
слабее, но
Sankirtan
все равно
spirit
миссия
is
живет.
being
И я вот,
spread,
я все
that
это чувствую, что
mission is
благодаря
being
нашей миссии Санкиртана мир тоже
developed in
меняется,
the
независимо от
world.
того, что войны, сложности,
And
политика, вот эта
despite all
вражда, вот
the
это все, это
politics,
будет, утешает
wars in the
энергия.
world,
И, конечно
Sankirtana
же, все-таки миссия
keeps
Санкиртана, она
going on.
спасает людей, искренних людей. И вот несколько
It
историй расскажу, как вот в
rescues
социальном
people
центре я вот
all over the
пришла,
world.
значит, к директору
So
и
I would like to
решила,
share
у них там
a
очень много
story from
пожилых
one of
людей,
the
которые
social care
заняты до сих
center.
пор, им там
There were a lot of
80,
elderly,
70, они даже не знают, что они вечно
like
умершие.
80
Но я
and
договорилась с
plus years
руководством, там несколько историй
people.
расскажу. Договорилась с руководством, в принципе, представилась как
I
психолог,
agreed
как
with the
музыкант. У
management
меня
of the
специальные две
social
специальности, я
care center.
музыкант и
I'm a
психолог. То есть я
musician
совмещаю
and
вот эти
a
вот профессии.
psychologist. I
И
have two
я
professions
рассказала, что я
myself.
оздоровительный
So
практик
I
и
told
психологические
them that
консультации,
I
психологические
know some
оздоровительные
healing
практики могу для
practices,
вашей группы собирать
psychological
группу.
practices.
В общем, мы дали
Please
афишу, в
gather
общем, они
people
собрали
together.
группу.
I
Я
will
пришла, смотрела
share
на
my
истории.
knowledge
И
with
я даже
them.
ни о книгах ничего даже не говорила.
So I
Просто
did
думаю, что
tell
надо
nothing about
пообщаться
the
с людьми.
books. I
Ну
just
а что вы
wanted to
думаете, пришло
communicate
40
with
человек, пришло
people.
40
There
человек,
were
где-то вот я
40
стала с ними
people at the
беседу,
meeting.
двери
I started
закрыли, значит,
talking. We
такая
closed the
конфиденциальная такая
doors. It was
атмосфера.
very
И я говорю,
confidential
дорогие друзья,
atmosphere.
здравствуйте, мы с вами
So I
будем
told,
говорить о том,
dear
кто мы
friends,
вообще есть, кто такой
hi,
человек.
I
Давайте,
would like to tell
давайте
you about
вспомним, кто есть
what
человек. Все
is a
стали говорить, ну
human
человек
being.
это
Please
тело,
tell
человек
me,
это, ну это
what do you
я
think?
и так
What is
далее. Я говорю, а
human
кроме
being?
того, что мы
They
есть тело,
started to
кто
tell,
мы
I
еще?
think it's me.
Что желает, вот кто
What?
желает вот,
And I
вот
asked,
все-таки
so what is
счастье, кто желает,
me,
не
a
тело
part of
желает счастья.
body?
И люди
Who
стали
wants
постепенно говорить, ну я
happiness?
душа.
It's not
Я говорю,
me
вот,
who
и я
wants
говорю, вы
happiness,
пришли
not
к такому
body, right?
согласию, что
So it's
человек это
soul.
тело,
They
а
were
душа
agreeing with
это
me.
я.
Yes, soul is the
Скажите,
one
пожалуйста, а
who
как мы
wants
душу кормим?
happiness.
Тело-то мы
And I
кормим,
asked
а
them
как мы
then,
душу кормим?
so
И
how do
мне в
we
этом
feed
центре
our
руководитель
soul?
еще предупредил, что, вы знаете, Елена
You know
Николаевна,
that
у нас ничего продавать нельзя, вот вы знаете, ну,
the
чтобы чисто
management of
просто
this social care
психология,
center
психотерапия, говорю,
warned me
конечно, даже
that
не
we are
сомневайтесь,
not
но
selling
извините, это у нас
anything here.
конфиденциально за закрытыми дверями.
Yeah,
Согласились, мы
but I
закрыли
told
двери, и
him
40
that
человек, значит, сидят, и
we
я
will
говорю,
close the door.
мы
It's a
с вами
confidential meeting. We will
питаем
discuss
свое
in
тело
person.
продуктами, которые нам дал Господь.
So
Но в то же время мы с вами
I
должны
was
понимать, что
confident
душа
to
требует
tell
пищи
that
также. А
we
как мы
can
питаем нашу пищу,
eat
нашу
food
душу?
for
Мы
our
должны
body,
понимать, что
but what food do we get for our soul?
Гурумахарадж пришел. Спасибо большое вам за вашу историю.
О, и все? А я еще никакой истории не сказала. Все, да? Махарадж сейчас не
Okay,
будет совершать.
Guru Maharaj to come, so we have to shift to the next part. Thank you for your enthusiasm, for your Sankirtana.
Welcome back, dear Guru Maharaj. We continue our the last block of offerings. And we start from Rasanath Prabhu. And then Krishna Premarupa Prabhu, get ready. Rasanath Prabhu.
Thank you. Yeah. Where is Guru Maharaj? Oh, yes. Yeah, Guru Maharaj. Yeah. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Sri Gauranga and Sri Nityananda. We are extremely anxious about your health conditions since you decided to spend more quiet time remaining absorbed in your own sadhana and reading books of exalted Vaishnava personalities. We are happy to see that you are feeling relaxed now and gracing us with your darshan and blessings. You are an exemplary Vaishnava, exemplary disciple of your Guru Maharaja, and you encourage us to follow in your footsteps by examples. What more can be expected by fallen souls like ours? Please accept restraint in length of temporal duration in your preaching and kirtans. Everybody goes wild with your melodious kirtans, but we should not want to be too selfish. We pray for your sound health and blissful smiles in many years to come. Hari Bol, your servants, Rasanath Das and Sachi Sundari Devi Dasi. Jai Guru Maharaj ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, dear devotees. Krishna Premarupa Prabhu, your turn. And Kiev Yatra, get ready.
Hare Krishna, Niranjana Maharaj, Hare Krishna, Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga. The appearance day of the Spiritual Master is a wonderful opportunity to express heartfelt appreciation and gratitude. Today, I want to thank you for being such a profound inspiration in my life. I first met you in the form of sound more than 20 years ago. When I was a cook at Zurich Temple, we often listened to a few audio cassettes repeatedly. One of those recordings was your bhajan. I always loved your kirtan, and I found myself wondering, who is this Maharaj who sings so beautifully? It took another 10 years before I had the good fortune to meet you personally, thanks to the blessings of your godbrother, Guru Gauranga Prabhu, who brought you to Switzerland in 2014. In you, I have found someone who deeply inspires me. Your presence, combined with your sincere practice of Krishna consciousness, has given me immense hope and encouragement. Through your bhajans, I feel profound depth and longing for Krishna. In your Katha, there is an abundance of personal realization and a strong emphasis on pure devotional service. And in your sadachar, your behavior, you embody kindness and compassion. Simply being in your association is a tremendous source of inspiration for me. I pray for more opportunities to be in your presence and to learn how to follow in your footsteps. All the Shastras affirm the immense fortune of Sadhusanga, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu beautifully expressed this to Sanatan Goswami. My dear Vaishnava, seeing a person like you is the perfection of one's eyesight. Touching your lotus feet is the perfection of the sense of touch, and glorifying your good qualities is the tongue's real activity. For in the material world, it is very difficult to find a pure devotee of the Lord. Hari Bhakti Siddhaya 13.2. So I'm filled with gratitude to be connected with you. Hare Krishna, your aspiring servant, Krishna Prem Rupa Das.
Hare Krishna, thank you, Prabhu. Now please go ahead, Kiev Yatra, and please Divya Lila Rani get ready after them. And dear devotees, please, we need to, one more humble request, we need to stick to the schedule because Guru Maharaj has a meeting. So please read your offerings faster, or if it's possible, make them a little shorter. Thank you. So, devotees from Kiev. Are they here? Окей, Гора Сундри, меня местами тогда. Divya Lila Rani, can you read now your offerings, and then we'll
Check
ask.
the places. Let's check each other, please. Let's do some change. Turn on.
Здесь все хорошо. Харе Кришна. Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, примите мои поклоны в пыли ваших лотосных стоп. Вся слава Его божественной милости Шиле Прабхупаде. В этот раз мне было так трудно написать подношение вам. Представляете? Пишу это и самой стыдно. Я просто не понимала, как я могу прославить вас.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. This time it was so difficult for me to write an offering to you. Can you imagine? I'm writing this and I feel ashamed. I just had no idea how I could glorify you. What worthy things I could say to you. All my actions and words are just a handful of ashes in the fire of your devotional service. I am totally useless. I can't add wood or oil to your life, just ashes. And hopefully it is the ashes of my burning anarthas and false ego. I wish that was the case. Alas, my ego is like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Although I am totally incompetent in these and other services to you, by your mercy I will try to do the service of a disciple. Recently we had a conversation with the Vaishnavas. Mataji said that she was not aspiring to get initiation. Shyama Kishori replied that one should aspire to it, not formally, but to develop the desire to take shelter of the Guru. Then she asked, but initiation vows, it's a contract of the soul, isn't it? And she explained why she was apprehensive of such terms. I answered, yes, it is a contract. It is a two-way contract. You vow to chant 16 rounds of Hare Krishna Mahamantra and follow the principles, and the Guru promises to bring the disciple back to Godhead and gives a bonus of taking away his sins. It's a little unbalanced, isn't it? We talked about it, but it seems to me that I don't fully understand what we are talking about. I think I still don't. It is what the Guru really does for the disciple. What a special relationship it is. Unique, one of a kind. Sometimes it feels like a one-way relationship. I serve, read books, and write reports. Where is the Guru? Where is the answer? Mahaprasad. With a proudly materialistic mindset, one may not get an answer. But if, by the mercy of Guru and Krishna, the mind shows at least a little bit of humility, everything falls into place, and one really begins to realize how one way this relationship is, and that the giving party is not me. The Guru gives and promises are something no other living being can ever give. That is because you can only give what you have. And who has bhakti? Who has his own Guru bhakti? The world is full of cheaters and those being cheated. But by great good fortune, we are blessed to meet a bona fide Guru, a true disciple of his master, a representative of Krishna, the only one who will never cheat, never betray, the one who loves his disciple more than their own mother. After all, a mother's love is considered purest in the material world. Will I ever be able to appreciate your role in my spiritual life and realize is my duty. Only through your mercy. Guru Maharaj, thank you. Thank you for everything. For all your lectures and books, for your association, for your unique example of a perfect devotee, for your involvement and love, for being strict, fair, straightforward, and humorous, for your love for Srila Prabhupada, for your kirtans, for continuing to teach us pure bhakti, sometimes against our wishes. Accepting the bona fide spiritual master as one's life and soul and worshipable deity, the disciple should learn from the process of pure devotional service. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, the soul of all souls, is inclined to give himself to his pure devotee. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.3.22. You unworthy servant, Divya Lila Rani Devidasi.
Try next time with Kiev Yatra after Vani Krishna Das. Yes, please.
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Niranjana Swamin Iti Namine Anahata Prayasena Prabhupadasya Tushtaya Sankirtana Pravrityartam
Намо Вишну Падая Кришна Приштхая Бутале Шримати Ниранджана Swami Iti Namine Anahata Prayasena Prabhupadasya. Okay. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. This time I have almost no time left because tomorrow I have to send this letter, and now it is already the second half of the day, and I am trying to understand how can a person with limited abilities and thinking like me say something that really reflects the qualities of the one by whose grace a stream constantly flows into his life, reviving what in him, due to his own low nature, has almost died, the desire to be somehow involved in the happiness of the greatest and most unique personality in the world. Last year, the quote of Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakur, Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasada, came to my aid. This year there is nothing yet. I will wait and then continue. So today is the last day, and for the last 3-4 hours I have not had anything else to add. And this may mean that everything else is a continuation of Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasadam. You, Guru Maharaj, and Srila Prabhupada very often talk about the importance of associating with Vaishnavas, sadhus, but how can you continue to associate with someone whose glory you are not aware of? The mind will definitely find some flaws in them, and if nothing is done to counteract it, this association will stop due to Vaishnava Paradha, at least at the level of the mind. Therefore, as I understand it, Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakur speaks about the importance of dhyana, meditation on the glory of the spiritual master, because this glory is the nectar that can cure the mind of the tendency to find faults in those from whom you receive everything most important for life. And to think badly of them is like sowing off the branch you are sitting on, a very dangerous position. Today, in the conversation, Srila Prabhupada said that to be constantly satisfied by serving Krishna is very simple. Only one needs service to him uncolored by extraneous motives, and this service will not be possible to stop. But this, said Srila Prabhupada, is impossible. The mind will not let him. Until the mind is concentrated on service, this is impossible. And what should do those whose mind is restless, not concentrated on service of the Lord, but on contrary, neglectful and disrespectful? I have had such an interesting experience. Some time ago, Krishna arranged situations for me, regular 8-10 minute trips by trolley bus to and from work, when the most active mind agreed that at this time it is impossible to do anything useful except reading on the phone, and I simply read your books, which I had previously downloaded to the phone. I liked Mercy in Instructions Part 5 the most. I read it to the end and started from the beginning like this 8, 10, multiplied 2 minutes every day. Gradually, your book, Lectures on Chaitanya Bhagavata, was added to this list, and then Lectures on Chaitanya Charitamrita. This lasted for 5 or 6 years. I don't know how many cycles of reading this set I went through. And during this time, I received those incredible revelations, without many of which I now simply cannot imagine my life. One day, on one of those days, I don't know at what iteration of the cycle it happened, but my consciousness came across your phrase, Krishna does not help the willful. I again don't know how many times I read this phrase before, but it did not touch me as much as this time, because I realized that this is about me. With your association, you have aroused in me the need to receive help from Krishna, and now I have learned the condition that makes this impossible. And quite naturally, I began to feel a natural need to do something about it. And this is just one of those sweet, unique events, the descriptions of which would take more than one page, so I will keep them to myself for now. Now, reflecting on those events of many years ago, I began to understand why it is your instructions that play a primarily role for me, and not just a vapu, because for me your instructions are your most merciful form, which gradually, step by step, raises my consciousness to the ability to understand what has hitherto been hidden by the veil of ignorance generated by my sinful nature. Guru Maharaj, if I am capable, by your grace, of any gratitude, then gratitude to you for the opportunity to receive such communication of yours, which your lectures, audio and video recordings, and your books provide, is without doubt perfection for my ability to feel gratitude. And to be honest, I would like more of it. And I know for sure that, just like everything else that I have received and continue to receive from you, this ability is also from you, and you can give me even more. Of course, I wanted to write about many things, but then I had to fight with Nitya Priya's laptop, which didn't want to give her offering to you. In the end, by Krishna's mercy, her offering is now on my laptop, and I have 17 minutes left to send our letters, providing them with photographs as well. Therefore, I ask for your blessings to write to you in the form of rappers. However, I don't even have an idea yet of what I will write there, which means that I also need your blessing for this understanding. Guru Maharaj, association with you in the form of your instructions is the source of all good in me. This is my connection with Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. And I don't want this and ever I don't want this to end ever and for any reason. Please leave me this opportunity no matter what happens. Immeasurably grateful to you for everything. I'm completely unable to adequately evaluate and respond to you, but with hope, and this is in my heart, your eternal debtor, Vani Krishna Das.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Next will be a collective offering from the Kiev Yatra, and after them, Krishna Radha Mataji, get ready. This Ukrainian Buddhist.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, Guru Maharaj. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. In his explanation of the Chaitanya Bhagavata, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes in the first chapter of the Adi Kanda, before offering praise to Sri Chaitanya, the author offers his obeisances at the feet of the Lord's confidential devotees. Among the confidential devotees of the Lord, the spiritual master is the prime celebrity. It's impossible to avoid these lines. Among the trusted devotees of the Lord, the spiritual master is the most important figure. A little further on in verse 8, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati quotes, in Madhvacharya's explanation of the Vedanta Sutras, he quotes the following from the Poshayana Shruti. Tanupasva, Tanupacharasva, Tebhyar Shrinu Hite Tamavantu. Worship the devotees of the Lord, serve the devotees of the Lord, and hear from the devotees of the Lord, for they will protect you. In the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, it stated, Yasya Deva Parabhaktir, Yatha Deva Tatha Guru, Tasyaite Kathita Hirtha Prakashante Mahatmanaha. Only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. This is what I wanted to emphasize. It may seem that we are here in Ukraine in an unstable and dangerous situation, and you are there, so far away from us in the land of Maipo. And an ordinary person may get the wrong impression. How can your spiritual teacher support you if he is so far away? However, your presence is tangible, and your care knows no material boundaries in the form of walls and imaginary lines that have divided this world into hundreds of countries and symbols. This year, some of your disciples have received letters from you despite your busy schedule, personal sadhana, and serious health problems. You ask about some of your disciples when you coach the Priya Prabhu, inquiring about their progress. You are very approachable, very close, and this makes our hearts swell with emotion and hope. Worship the devotees of the Lord, serve them, and hear from them, for they will protect you. You protect with your care, your love, your support. If the one simply wants to please you, you will fan this spark of desire into a great flame, just like the one in your heart. And you open up all the achievements of Vedic knowledge. We are very inspired by your affection to Srila Prabhupada, the way you are so reverent about serving him and his mission, the way you defend this movement, the way you relate to all devotees personally and appreciate every thought to every devotee. Your concern for all devotees, not just disciples. Your commitment to the fellowship of your spiritual brothers. Your self-sacrifice knows no bounds. No matter what condition you are in, you continue to preach until the end. Thank you for your example of how seriously we should take our health. All your life you have sacrificed yourself for the sake of others. However, when the issue came to a head, you stopped all external activities to recover. And by doing so, you set an example for us that there should be a total commitment to the mission, but at the same time, there should be a consideration of our capabilities. Sometimes we think that we need to give up our health, all our strengths to the last drop, but this is a misconception. As for hope, we used to hope that this damn war would end soon, that people would stop dying, but not anymore. This is an illusion. As one psychotherapist who went through concentration camps during the Second World War wrote, the first to break down were those who believed that it would soon be over. They were followed by those who didn't believe that it would ever end. Those who survived were those who focused on their actions without expectations of what might or might not happen. We have stopped hoping for this because this is the material world. If not here, then somewhere in the Middle East, Africa, or elsewhere, war will break out. It's a constant parishada, companion of this era. The only thing we hope is that you will be able to come to us in the near future, and we will be able to chant the holy name, hearing it from you. We have received so many lectures, so many books, so many instructions. We have got so many priceless treasures from you. So we pray that we will not lose these treasures and share the priceless moments, Lava Matcha, that we can still spend with you, your disciples from the Kiev Yatra.
Віддані, підніміть камеру вище, щоб всіх було видно. Підніміть просто руками нагору камеру.
Raise your camera that we could see all of that we could see all of you. Please raise your camera that we could see all of you. Higher, higher, please. Up, up.
Сказав. Dear Gurumaharaj, they always asked me to say that we're waiting for you in Kiev, in Ukraine. We're really waiting for you, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear devotees. Krishna Radha Mataji, it's your turn now. And please, Abhinanda Prabhu, get prepared.
Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, примите, пожалуйста, мои смиренные поклоны в
Hare
пыли ваших
Krishna,
лотосных
dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your
По вашей
lotus feet.
милости, в этом году я часто
By
думала
your
о той
mercy,
великой
this
удаче,
year I have often thought
которая
about the
была
great
став
fortune of
местом
becoming your disciples
возможности
and having the
участвовать в миссии
opportunity to
Шрилы
participate
Прабхупады.
in Srila Prabhupada's
И
mission.
хотя
And
годы
even
идут,
though the years have gone
так не
by
возвращаю
and
свою
I
любовь к
haven't
Радхе и Кришне,
rekindled my
но
love
я
for Radha and Krishna,
осознала, что
I
очень много
realized
у
that the
меня
fact that
еще
I
есть
still
эта
have this
возможность по
opportunity by
вашей
your
милости.
mercy is such
Это
a
такая
rare
редкость,
thing.
это такое
It
счастье,
gives me
это
happiness and
такой
great
подарок,
hope, the strength
он
and
дает мне
enthusiasm
силы и
to go
энтузиазм
on.
идти дальше.
And the main thing
Главное
on
на этом
this path
пути не
is
терять
not to
связь с
lose
вами, дорогой
contact with
Гуру
you,
Махарадж.
dear Guru Maharaj.
Я
I
стараюсь,
try as much
насколько
as I
могу,
can
чтобы
to
эта
keep
связь
this
была
connection
непрерывной.
uninterrupted.
Каждый свой поступок на работе или
Every
дома,
action
или
I
в
do
случае
at
моей
work or at
преданности,
home or
я
in
стараюсь
serving
делать с оглядкой на
devotees, I
вас,
try to do with you in
спрашивая
mind,
себя,
asking
о Гуру
myself,
Махарадж,
will Guru
что
Maharaj
ты
be happy
доволен
with
тем,
what
что ты
I'm
делаешь,
doing,
как ты
how I'm
делаешь,
doing,
для чего
what
ты это
I'm
делаешь.
doing it for?
Оборачиваясь
When I
назад,
look
я
back, I
вижу,
see that I
что
was able
смогла
to
что-то
realize something
осознать,
and was able to make
смогла
the
сделать
right
правильный
choice
выбор
only by your
только по вашей
mercy,
милости.
only because of this
Только
wonderful
благодаря этой
guru-disciple
чудесной
connection.
связи гуру-ученица. В этом
This
году
year, I'm
я
writing
пишу
this
вам это
offering to you
подношение
from
на Радха
Radha
Кунде.
Kunda.
Нас
There are
6
6 of
ваших
us
учеников,
here, your disciples,
которые участвуют
participating
в
in the
великой
great
парикраме
parikrama with
с
Bhakti
его милостью
Chaitanya
Бхакти
Swami,
Чайтаньей с вами.
Sudevi,
Всеволод и Лакшми Прия,
Всеволод and
Судеви,
Lakshmi Priya,
Нитья
Sudevi
Прия,
Devidasi, Nitya
Шантида.
Priya,
И
Shantida.
так как мы все дружим уже много лет,
And since
я
we have
поняла,
all
что
been
это
friends for many
действительно
years, I
Мати
realized that
Радхарани,
it is the
которая
great
собрала
mercy of
нас,
Srimati Radharani
всех
who has
ваших
brought
учеников
us
вместе в святой
together
Дхаме.
in the holy Dhamma.
Дорогой Гуру
Dear Guru
Махарадж,
Maharaj, so
сколько
much
милости
mercy has been
проливается на меня в
pouring
последнее
down
время.
on me lately.
Простите меня,
Forgive me
что
for
я
not
не
using it
использую
fully.
это, чтобы
Dedicate
полностью
this
отдать
life
эту
to
жизнь
you and
вам
Srila
и Шриле
Prabhupada.
Прабхупаде. Дорогой
Dear Guru
Махарадж,
Maharaj, on this
в этот
day
день
of your
вашего
Vyasa Puja, I pray
я
to
молюсь
Krishna
Кришне о
for your
вашем
health,
здоровье
and I thank
и
him for
благодарю
the
его за
love
любовь,
he is
которую он
showering
проливает
on
на
me
меня
through
через
you.
вас.
And I
И
ask
прошу у
him
него
for the
милости,
mercy
чтобы
to be
быть
able to
способной
serve you
служить
and
вам
all
и
Krishna's
всем преданным
devotees until
преданным
my
до
last
последнего
breath.
вздоха.
Dear Guru
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Maharaja,
Саша передает вам
Sasha
свои
offers her humble
смиренные поклоны
obeisances to you
в
in
пыли
the
ваших
dust of your
лотосных
lotus
стоп
feet
и
and
поздравляет
congratulates
вас
you
с днем
on the
вашей
day of your
Вьяса-пуджи.
Vyasa Puja.
Ваша
Your,
вечная
uh,
служанка,
your
ученица
eternal
Кришнарадхи
servant's
Девидас.
disciple Krishnaradha Devidasi.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Abhinanda Prabhu, it's your turn, and Novorossiysk Yatra, please get ready.
Харе Кришна, дорогой духовный учитель. Меня слышно нормально?
Да.
Примите,
Dear
пожалуйста, мои
spiritual
смиренные
master,
поклоны.
please accept my humble
Я каждое
obeisances in the
письмо
dust of your lotus
или
feet.
подношение подписываю в попытке предаться вашей миссии. И
Dear Guru Maharaja,
сейчас
please
буквально два
accept
слова
my
хотел
humble
сказать, что же
obeisances in
это
the dust of your
значит,
lotus feet on this
как
very
я это
auspicious
понимаю. То
day.
есть на самом
I am
деле
writing offering
вы
to
настолько
you with great
многогранны, я вот
joy,
слушаю
and
подношения и вижу,
I'm
как
listening to your
духовные
offering, and right
братья и
now
сестры
I
говорят
can
о
realize
вашей
how
влиянии,
my
как вы меняете
spiritual brothers
сердца
and
других,
sisters
и поэтому нельзя
they
что-то одно
tell how
выделить.
you change their
Мне
hearts. That's why
вот в
I
той
cannot
стране, где я
stress
сейчас
something
нахожусь,
one, but in that country where I
ваших
am now,
учеников определяют вот так.
your
Они
disciples
хотят
can be
заботиться о
designated,
других, а это
oh,
мои
like they
ученики
want to
Шрилы
care
Niranjana
about
Swami.
others. Maybe they
То
are
есть вот
disciples of
прям
Srila Niranjana Swami.
даже по самому факту.
Even by this fact,
И вот подношение, дорогой Гуру Махарадж.
and here is my
Дорогой Гуру
offering.
Махарадж, примите,
My
пожалуйста,
dear
мои
Guru
смиренные
Maharaj,
поклоны в
please
пыли
accept
ваших
my humble
лотосных стоп.
obeisances in the dust of your
В
lotus
этот
feet
очень благоприятный
on
день
this
я
very
very auspicious day. I am writing this offering to you with great joy. I once heard that every day is like a Vyasa Puja, day for a disciple. Even if that is so, celebrating this blessed day is still the most special. Today you are especially merciful and happy. It is a wonderful celebration not only for your disciples, it's like seeing the spiritual world.
все равно, как побывать в духовном мире.
As a
Как
rule,
правило, куда бы
wherever
вы
you
ни
come,
приехали,
devotees
преданные
queue up to see
выстраивались
you
к
and
вам
tell you
в
about
очередь
their own
и
problems
рассказывают о
or
своих
other
или
people's
чужих проблемах
problems,
в
hoping
надежде
for your
на
help.
вашу помощь.
Of course,
Конечно, вы
you
принимаете
take
для
on
себя
this
этот
burden
груз
of
проблем и
problems and
помогаете
help
преданным
the
решать
devotees.
их вопросы. Но
However,
сегодня День
today is a
духовного
day
мира.
of the spiritual world.
Все
Everyone
выстраиваются в
is
очередь,
lining
чтобы
up to
рассказать,
tell
как
you
они
how happy
счастливы
they
от
are to come
соприкосновения с вами.
in contact with you.
Я крошечная
I'm
частичка
a
в
tiny
этой очереди.
particle in this
Я
line.
молюсь
This day I
Кришне
pray to
в этот
Krishna to be able
день
to
о
glorify
способности
you.
прославить
You're like
вас.
my spiritual and
Вы мне как
maternal father.
духовный и материальный отец.
I
Я
am
в
eternally
неоплатном долгу
indebted
перед
to you.
вами.
You
Вы
have
дали
given everything I
все
need to
необходимое для
engage in
совершения
pure
чистого
devotional
преданного
service
служения
under
под
Srila
руководством
Prabhupada's
Шрилы
guidance.
Прабхупады.
I just need to practice
Нужно только
everything you
все
have
данное
given
вами
me in this
применять
life.
в своей жизни. Вы делаете,
You give so much
вы
love
даете всем
to
столько
everyone
любви,
that
что
the pain of coming into
боль от
contact with
соприкосновения
this
с этим
world
миром
fades
постепенно
away.
угасает. Главное стать
The main
достойным
thing is
сосудом
to become
для
a vessel
этого.
worthy
Я
of it.
молюсь
I
вас
pray that I may
о
be
том, чтобы я
useful in
смог
your
быть
service,
полезным в
that I may
служении
be
вам,
able to chant
чтобы я
pure holy
смог
name, pure
чисто воспевать
and
Святое Имя и
tirelessly serve you,
неустанно служить вам,
understanding your
понимая ваши
desires.
желания. Я слушаю Гуру
I
Катху и вижу,
hear
как вы
Guru Katha and
по-разному
see how you
проявлены в
manifest
сердцах
in
искренних
different ways in
учеников.
the hearts of your
И это
sincere
очень
disciples.
нектарно
This
осознавать.
realization
Дорогой
is
Гурудев,
full of nectar.
пожалуйста,
Dear
дайте мне
Gurudeva, please
силы
give me the
понять вашу
strength to
миссию и
understand
принять
your
ее
mission
как
and
цель
accept it
своей
as the
жизни.
goal of my
Дайте мне
life.
силы
Please give me
преодолеть
the strength
непреодолимые
to overcome
препятствия и
unsurmountable
служить Шриле
obstacles and
Прабхупаде
serve Srila
и Шриле
Prabhupada
Прабхупаде под
under your
вашим
guidance.
руководством.
Please teach
Научите
me
меня
not to
не
waste my
тратить свое
time
время
in vain.
понапрасну. В этот
On
благоприятный
this
день вашего
auspicious day
явления я
of your
очень
appearance,
благодарен
I am very
Господу Кришне
grateful to Lord
за то, что
Krishna
Он
for allowing
позволил
me to meet such an
встретить такую
effulgent
лучезарную
personality
личность,
who gives
которая
a
на практике
practical
показывает, что
example of
такое служить Кришне при любых
what it means
обстоятельствах.
to serve
Я
Krishna under
сожалею, что
any
не могу быть рядом
circumstances.
с вами в
I
данный
regret
момент,
that I cannot be with
но
you at
вы
this moment, but you are
навечно поселились
seated in my
навечно в
heart
моем
forever.
сердце.
Of course,
Конечно,
I should
конечно,
not write
такое
such a
нельзя
thing.
писать,
It is
и
very
это
intimate,
очень
but I hope that
сокровенно,
I will be
но я надеюсь,
forgiven for
что
writing these lines.
мне
The
простят
devotees are
написание этих
very
строк, преданные
merciful.
очень милостивые. Бесконечное
I thank
спасибо
you
вам, Гурудев.
infinitely,
Я хотел бы
Gurudeva. I would like to continue this
продолжать
letter
это письмо,
because
потому
there
что
is so much
так
I
много
want to
хочется
tell
вам
you.
рассказать. Но я вынужден
However, I have to
остановиться и
stop
просто
and simply
попросить
ask
вас,
you,
пусть в
may
этот
this day
день
fulfill my
исполнится мое самое
innermost wish.
сокровенное желание. Пусть
May
ваше
our relationship with you become
благословение,
eternal,
пусть
and thus I remain your
наши
eternal
с вами
servant.
отношения войдут в вечность. И таким образом я останусь
Trying to
вашим вечным
surrender
слугой.
to your
Попытки предаться
mission,
вашей миссии, ваш
your
достойный
unworthy
слуга
servant
Абхинанда
Abhinanda
Das.
Das.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Then Novorossiysk Yatra Yugala Kishori Mataji. Please go ahead and Gokileshwari Mataji get ready.
Харе Кришна, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, примите, пожалуйста, мои поклоны. Вся
Hare
слава Шри
Krishna,
Прабхупаде.
dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your grace. This year, my dear Guru Maharaj, I have taken up the job of transcribing your lectures under the guidance of Mataji Vrindavaneshwari and Mataji Tanu Madhya. This wonderful service has enabled me to listen to your lectures more attentively and thus come into deeper contact with you and your message. I can tell you that these lectures are a great wealth, a priceless gift. I realize more and more that what I'm trying to do as service to you is so insignificant compared to your contribution. In Srimad Bhagavatam 4:22-47, Prithu Maharaj says, "We are all indebted to those who, with full conviction and on the evidence of the Vedas, show people the path to self-realization, help them understand their relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and enlighten them.
We can only pray them by offering them water in our handfuls. Such great men find true satisfaction only in their own activities, which they, in their boundless mercy, engage in for the benefit of all people. Srila Prabhupada writes in his purport, the word Vinoda Patram can be divided into two parts, Vina and Uda Patram, or it can be read as one word, Vinoda Patram, which means a jester. A jester's only business is to make other laugh. Similarly, a person who tries to repay his debt to the spiritual master who initiated him into the transcendental teachings of Krishna becomes a laughing stock or a jester because that debt cannot be repaid. These words of Srila Prabhupada are now opening up to me in new way. We cannot repay our debt to the spiritual master. If we think that we are somehow repay our debt, we know the patra. It means we will be just a jester. Commenting on this verse, Shridhara Swami says, even if you offer spiritual master everything on this earth, even all the valuable things of this material world, you still cannot repay the debt that you have to your guru. That is why it was so difficult for me to write an offering to you this time. Whatever ideas came to my mind inside, I felt that all this was like the jester's activities. Wherever I would say to glorify your grace, this one second. These words are like drop in the ocean, but still it is said in the Shastras that we should develop a feeling of gratitude. A disciple that has no gratitude and no devotion to his guru Anurakta, attachment, no obedience, no loyalty, no submission. A disciple that does not follow the instructions of the spiritual master is like a flower without fragrance, a well without water, and a cow not giving milk. All these things are useless. They don't fulfill their function. One of the most important qualities of disciple is gratitude. Guru Maharaj, I can never thank you enough for what you do for me. But let me offer you my words of gratitude today, even if it is like something common from gesture. In fact, there are so many gifts to thank you for. The way you treat devotees, your attitude towards your God brothers, your attitude towards the holy name. But today I want to thank you for being a true guide, directing my consciousness to the most important thing, to the lotus feet of pure devotee. My dear King Rahul, unless one has the opportunity to smear his entire body with the dust of the lotus feet of great devotees, why cannot realize the absolute truth? Why cannot realize the absolute truth simply by observing celibacy, brahmachari, strictly following the rules and regulations of household life, leaving home as vanaprastha, accepting sannyasa, or undergoing severe penances in winter by keeping oneself submerged in water surrounding oneself in summer by fire and scorching heat of the sun. There are many other processes to understand the absolute truth, but the absolute truth is only revealed to one who has attained the mercy of great devotee. Srimad Bhagavatam 5:12:12. It is great fortune to meet Mahabhagavata. You tell me in your letters. But how I can meet him, Guru Maharaj? You had such mercy to see Srila Prabhupada, to meet him at the airport, to be present at his lectures, to prepare the room for him, and most importantly, to receive his deep glance. And what about me? Yugala Kishori, Srila Prabhupada is sitting on the bookshelf. He is waiting for you. And so I pick up a volume of Bhagavatam and dive into Srila Prabhupada's magical purports, and all the greatness of this personality begins to unfold before me. Now the Krishna consciousness movement is spreading all over the world, and sometimes I think that if any of my disciples becomes as powerful a devotee as Dhruva Maharaja, then in spite of all my faults and imperfections, he will be able to take me with him to Vaikuntha Loka, Srimad Bhagavatam 4:12-33. And this desire to have at least a drop of the same humility as Srila Prabhupada is growing in my heart. One can understand the science of Krishna only by hearing from Krishna or his devotee who is in Krishna consciousness. A simple truth, but it is easy to forget in the bustle of life. Therefore, I am grateful to you, Guru Maharaj, that you speak to me about the most important thing. Not only speak, but also show an example. You show this with your whole life by completely surrendering to a pure devotee and executing his instructions. You are very serious about this, no compromise, even in the smallest details. My god brother told me how seriously you listen to your spiritual master's lectures. If someone distracts you while you are listening, you stop the lecture, pause it, talk to person, and only then turn it on again. You don't want to miss a word, a sound, a thought from the pure consciousness of Srila Prabhupada. This is you showing how important it is for us to hear from the right source. You show that Srila Prabhupada's words are the purest transcendental vibration, the support of our life and the hope of coming back to Krishna. It is the nectar that awakens us as a soul. Guru Maharaj, I have one pain. I try, but for many years I have not been able to learn English, and I want to read Srila Prabhupada's books in the original so much, listen to his lectures and conversations. His Grace Adhikara Prabhu and His Holiness Shivarama Maharaj emphasize how important it is at Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja in New Vrajadhama. Srila Prabhupada put so much effort into writing these books in English. He himself began recording these lectures so that we could have this pure sound vibration. But I don't have the brains and ability to do such a small thing, to learn English and get access to this pure vibration, as well as the invaluable association with those who saw Srila Prabhupada. But in spite of everything, I have hope for your mercy. His Holiness Srila Shivarama Swami compared Srila Prabhupada with rope near yoga pasan, which is on Krishna's shoulder, emphasizing how close he is to him. But for me, you are the same rope on Srila Prabhupada's shoulder, one who is very close and very dear to him. So I thank you for setting an example of an ideal disciple who does not obscure Srila Prabhupada either by deed, by word, I am sure, even by thought. You always bring me to his lotus feet, and you yourself go into the background. Thank you, dear Guru Maharaj, for your love, for Srila Prabhupada, and for cultivating this love within me, thereby giving me a chance to go back home, back to Godhead. Your eternal servant, Yugala Kishore Devidasi.
Bhakta Grigoriev Alexei, не выбирай.
Примите, пожалуйста, мои поклоны, дорогой Гуру Махарадж, вся слава Шри Прабхупаде.
Please accept my humble obeisances, Guru
Сколько
Maharaj.
песен
All
о вас
glories to Srila
было
Prabhupada.
спето, ничего добавить не смогу. Все так же
There are
молча
so many
крутится
songs sung
планета,
about your
а вы
Gurudev.
стоите
I can't add
на
any
своем
more.
посту.
The planet is
Лизной
still spinning in silence,
сжигающий желание
and you remain
и
at
в
your
стужу
post.
имперсонализма ночь.
In the heat
Всегда
of burning
спешите за
desires and in the cold of
чтобы душе
impersonalistic
израненной
night,
помочь. Как
you
тени
always
внутреннего
rush,
света,
never waste
тоная
any
в
minute
прежнем
to help the
лечении.
wounded soul.
А в закоулках сердца где-то
Like
огонь
shadows,
спасения зажгли.
we wander through this
Спасибо,
world,
что вы есть на свете.
harboring
И
hopes and
милость
dreams.
льется через край. Я
But
ваш слуга
somehow,
согну
in the
навеки,
corners of our
ваш
hearts,
Господь,
you have
остаюсь
ignited the fire of deliverance. Thank you for being with us, and the mercy overflows. I'm a servant
Thank
forever,
you so much.
frustrated in tender love.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you so much, Gokuleshwari Mataji. Grigoriev Alexei, please, it's
Krishna.
your turn. And then please, Ikeshwari Mataji, get ready.
Thank you for your constant efforts in spreading the message of pure devotional service to Krishna. Inspired by your
Thank you very
instructions,
much, Guru Maharaj, for
very
spreading
much
Krishna
eager to
consciousness.
get
I'm so inspired, and I'm so
initiation
much
from
eager.
you.
Oh, sorry.
Please accept my obeisances. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, dear devotees. Ikeshwari Mataji, please go ahead. And Vinodini Radha, get ready, please. Ikeshwari Mataji. Okay, we're here. Okay, we can see you.
Dear spiritual master, please accept my humble obeisance to your feet, all to you. Offer the zero, nothing to offer his and influence. Here, this essay is the remunerance you have given this year, which I am fortunate to have access to through the service of my God brothers and God sisters.
Ikeshwari Radha, попробуйте выключить видео, потому
Have
что у вас
been close
интернет
to you,
подтягивает.
who have asked questions, who have particularly
loved and shared those pictures, those priceless moments. Them. Would you like to
Yashwari Radha, can you try again without video?
Я вас слышу. С какого момента мне начать?
I can hear you. Where should I start from?
Быстренько, okay?
From the beginning.
Sorry. Dear spiritual master, please accept my obeisances to your feet. All glories that you have nothing to offer him besides your humble attempts to improve your health. It pains me to hear this, as I feel how much spiritual support and guidance you have given me through the many lectures and kirtans you have given this year, which I have been fortunate to have access to through the service of my god brothers and god sisters, who have been close to you, who have asked questions, who have meticulously recorded, preserved, and shared those priceless moments, who have translated and shared them. I would also like to say that unfortunately I have nothing much to offer you this year except my desperate attempts to organize my eternal external life according to the instructions you have given me. I realize that there's a little success that are coming by the mercy of Krishna and the devotees around me, the mercy I receive because of your blessings and your prayers for me. I also sincerely repent that I have not been able to fulfill some of your instructions or be stable or in fulfilling them. In your offering to Srila Prabhupada this year, you write that you are eternally grateful for the desire to satisfy him that you have in your heart. Your words made me think that I should be very grateful to Krishna, Guru, and Vaishnavas for allowing me to live another year following the path of Krishna consciousness. For the fact that by their mercy I still have the desire, enthusiasm, and ability to do sadhana, to try to chant the holy name, to follow the regulative principles, to listen Krishna Katha, and to read about Krishna and his devotees, to come to the temple and to associate with devotees and to do service. This in itself a grateful value and a treasure not available to everyone. Therefore, I should appreciate it very much and thank Krishna, the Guru, and the Vaishnavas for it. Also, as I thought about what you teach by your example of how to literally become attached to your spiritual master's feet and thus always follow and be close to him. Your example is special for me because, as you said, Srila Prabhupada never say anything to you personally. You said you only attended a few morning walks and saw him only 5 times in your life. You also said that you first met him in a bookstore and on a shelf in the form of Bhagavad Gita as it is, and saw him in person much later when you moved to the temple and even got your first and second initiation. But this contact with him, with his books and his lectures and his disciples was enough for you to dedicate your life to the path of Krishna consciousness. Practical service in ISKCON, care for devotees and preaching. You continue to follow the path of Krishna consciousness, faith and service many years after your spiritual master finished his pastimes on earth. I pray that by your mercy I will also gain this deep attachment to the Guru, following his instructions and devotional service. You also show an exceptional example of how to sacrifice one's personal desire and attachments to service devotees, Guru and Krishna, sometimes at the expense of one's own body and surely at the expense of the false ego. I pray to Krishna and ask for your blessing for this example to become deeply rooted in my heart and settle here, changing my conscience.
Also, especially want to thank you for the magnificence and attractiveness of the pastimes of Lord Gauranga and his associates that you have revealed to me this year through your books, lectures, and associating with your disciple, His Grace Adhikari Prabhu and his wife Mataji Rasalila and other devotees. I pray that with your blessings this attachment will continue grow in my consciousness. I ask Krishna to be merciful to us, your disciples and followers, giving you health, faith, and everything you need to continue your service to him and preaching. With gratitude, hoping to become worthy of the high dignity of being your disciple, Ekeshwari Radha Devi Dasi, Ukraine, Dnipro. Thank you, Gurumaharaj. Thank you, devotees.
Thank you. Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna. Vinodini Radha, please go ahead. And Tribuna Tita Prabhu, get ready.
Харе Кришна, примите, пожалуйста, мои поклоны.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances.
Internet, Vinodini Radha, we can hear you.
Ниранджана Swami, Махарадж, примите за беспричинную милость, как подарили мне, разрешив.
Dear Soul Niranjana Swami Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. First of all, I would like to thank you for the gracious mercy that you gave me when you allowed me to recite your pranama mantra. Unfortunately, my heart is too callous to feel the same compassion for all the beings as you do when I recite it. Please forgive me for not making progress in this in 4 years. However, Sri Guru Vashtaka kindly reminds us that without the mercy of the spiritual master, it's impossible. It's impossible to obtain the blessings of the Lord.
В надежде служить вам.
Therefore, I recite the pranama mantra to you over and over again, hoping to serve you.
Выбрала вас в качестве духовного
At
учителя.
least I know for sure that I chose you at the behest of Krishna and not at the whim of my mind. Therefore, the hope of pleasing you one day with my service doesn't leave me.
Быть ученицей вашего святейшества.
It's a
Большая
great
ответственность.
responsibility to be a disciple of your holiness. After all, you set a very high standard with your impeccable Vaishnavachar. I will never forget a meeting back in 2019
Были приглашены представители всех
where a representative of
храма.
all the departments of the Kiev temple were invited. I confess, to my ears, the questions of those present merged into one continuous oppressive stream of squabbles and complaints against each other. In my opinion, anyone could lose their enthusiasm and composure under this avalanche. But not you. Amazingly, you had words of support for everyone, a clear practical recommendation, and a smile of love and compassion. I couldn't hold back my tears at the end of the meeting when I saw that you were completely unaffected by the energy of resentment and claims of devotees to each other. You were both impartial, sincerely compassionate, and filled with a transcendental understanding of the spiritual picture of what was happening. For me, it was a precious darshan of the pure mode of goodness, Shuddhasattva, the real embodiment of the power of pure devotional service, the triumph of spirit over matter. Dear Guru Maharaj, please allow me to always remain at your lotus feet. I can only guess what other difficulties I will face in my attempts to develop Krishna consciousness. But I know for sure that your example and your gracious look, your instructions, make a lot possible. Your maidservant Vinodini Radha Devidasi.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji. Tribuna Tita Prabhu, please go ahead. Abhilas Prabhu, be prepared.
Харе Кришна, нас слышно?
Hare Krishna, can you hear us? Dear devotees, please accept our humble obeisances and our respect. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. 2 days ago, we read the transcript of your darshans with the devotees. During one of them, you were asked about the framework for our spiritual movement, which Srila Prabhupada left for us, and about what must remain unchanged over time within ISKCON. You spoke about 3 components of this framework, referring to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. The first one is to discuss the path of the previous acharyas to gain determination in spiritual life. The second is to show compassion to all living beings. And the third one is to always continue chanting the holy name. These are the principles that must remain unshaken under any circumstances. Today, please allow us to offer you this realization, so significant to us as your disciples, and to thank you for teaching us the 3 pillars of Krishna consciousness all these years. They are applicable to the life of any person, regardless of religion, skin color, age, or gender. This knowledge is universal, non-sectarian, and very simple to associate in order to maintain the determination to move forward, to chant in order to experience inner transformation, and to show compassion so that the living beings receiving the medicine of Krishna consciousness from us feel that we share their suffering and therefore will not deceive them. Dear Spiritual Master, today we ask you for your blessings so that in the remaining time of our lives we may help ourselves and those whom the Lord sends our way to transcend material thinking and restore their relationship with Him. Your insignificant servants, Kunjeshwari Davidasi and Trigunatita Dasa.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. So, Guru Maharaj, we have 3 more devotees. Shall we continue with all of them? Or shall we stop? I can't hear it. The microphone is muted.
Let's continue, and I'll let you know when we have to stop.
Okay.
I have at least 10 more minutes.
Yeah, so I hope. Okay, Abhilas Prabhu, it's your turn, and then Lakshmi Sundari Mataji, and then Ishwari Mataji. Please get ready. Abhilas Prabhu?
Алло, Харе Кришна.
Алло.
Меня слышно?
Can you hear me?
Дорогой Гуру Махараджа, примите, пожалуйста,
Dear
мои
Guru Maharaja, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Shrimati Niranjana Swami Natrinamina Hata Prasana Prabhupada Sutishte Sankirtana Pravityarthi Mahata Guravena Maha Nama Nishkama Bhakta Sarva Bhakta Hidayata Krishna Kirtana Pranaya Niranjana Swami Nama Om Agyanam Timirandasya Khilnanjana Shalakaya Chakshurana Malitamina Tasmaya Shri Guravena Maha. When I began to write this offering, I was troubled by 2 feelings. On the one hand, it's my great desire and duty to glorify you, and on the other hand, I wanted to prepare my consciousness so that I would not touch the most precious things with unclean hands. Unfortunately, I feel that my consciousness isn't even close to this state, so there is no sense in waiting further. I often write letters to you in my mind, especially when I act as your puppet in the service to our lordships, Shishigoro Nitai. But unfortunately, at that moment, I have no opportunity to put my thoughts on paper as my hands are busy. Dear Guru Maharaj, many years ago I heard from you that you were making some effort to maintain an impeccable reputation. Being an arrogant neophyte, I felt at that time that didn't sound very humble. Forgive me for that thought. Now I know that some Vaishnavas, caught in the vortex of unfavorable situations, sometimes lose their faith. But they do not lose faith in you because of your impeccable reputation as a perfect gentleman. I'm also very grateful to you for the Vaishnavas with whom I have had the good fortune to come in contact. It's not just that your disciples and followers are infected by your desire for selflessness in the service to the Lord, but your desire to understand and satisfy Srila Prabhupada. And thus there's a common interest that unites everyone. But your gift seems to be the instruction to treat the opportunity to associate with Vaishnavas with care, clearly realizing that at any moment one can lose that association. Unfortunately, and also fortunately, I already have such a bitter experience. I'm also very grateful to you that you are very accessible thanks to your lectures. When having a question, I often put it aside, knowing that when the time comes, the answer will come from the lectures. For example, the series of lectures on Brihad Bhagavatamrita put a lot of things in their place. Dear Guru Maharaja, I understand that it's not easy to earn your mercy. I'm just waiting for this mercy, realizing that I have not yet done anything to prove that I'm in great need of it. I hope someday I can still be an obedient tool in your hands, hoping never to forget your lotus feet. Your servant,
Thank you so much,
Abhilasa Das.
Lakshmi Sundari Mataji. Your turn, and Ishwari Mataji, get ready.
Ой, стойте, сейчас у меня.
Чути вас, так кажіть.
Харе Кришна, слышно?
Hare
Так.
Krishna.
Да, все. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Я первый раз, это я прошу
As my
прощения.
first time
О, мой
reading an
дорогой
offering.
духовный учитель,
O my
примите,
dear spiritual
пожалуйста, мои
master,
смиренные
please
поклоны в
accept my
пылу
humble
ваших
obeisances
святых
in the
стоп.
dust of your lotus
Вы
feet.
подобны верховному
You are
повелителю,
like the
телу,
Supreme
которое
Lord,
духовно,
whose
вечно,
body is
способно и
spiritual,
блаженно.
eternal, and full of
А
bliss.
ваше могущество подобно
You are
безбрежному
as
океану
powerful as a
нектара.
boundless
И я
ocean
не
of
способна
nectar.
описать словами,
I'm
не
not
воплотить
able to
умом
neither
всю
describe
прекрасность
even a
этого
drop of this
нектара.
nectar in words,
Найдутся люди,
nor to
которые скажут,
encompass it
что
with my
знают о вас
mind.
все.
There will be
Но что
people who will say
касается меня,
that they know
я не
everything
смогу
about
много
you, but
рассуждать
as
об
far
этом.
as I'm concerned, I
О,
will
мой
not be
дорогой
able
духовный
to reason
учитель,
much about
я
it.
скажу лишь
Oh, my
одно.
dear spiritual
Моего
master,
ума, тела
I
и
will say only
мысли
one thing. My
недостаточно,
mind,
чтобы
body, and
постичь
words are
ваше
not enough
могущество.
to comprehend
Да
your
хранится в
might.
веках ваша слава.
May
Дорогой
your
духовный
glories for
учитель, ваш
ages.
сладостный, привлекательный,
Dear spiritual
трансцендентный
master,
образ так
your sweet,
блистательный.
attractive,
Даже
transcendental
небольшое
personality is
понимание
so
вашей
beautiful.
красоты
Even
способно
a small
погрузить всех
realization of your
ревнивых
beauty can
преданных
immerse
в
all
мир.
three worlds
Вы
in an ocean of
привлекаете
love.
все живое
You
во
attract
всех
all
трех
living
мирах.
things in all three worlds.
О, дорогой духовный учитель,
O dear
о,
spiritual
слуга
master,
Шукадевы
O servant of
Госвами,
Shukadeva Goswami,
благодарю вас за то,
I thank you
что
for the
вместо вашей
times
милости
when, by your
открывалось
mercy,
высшее
the supreme
знание
knowledge was
и
revealed
удавалось
to me,
погрузиться в
and I was
трансцендентное.
able to immerse myself
Меня
in the
пленяли
transcendental.
описания игр Господа,
I
которые
have been
пребывают в
captivated by the
стихах,
descriptions of the
исполненных
Lord's pastimes
святознанием,
sung in verses
в том
filled with
числе
the
и на
light of
страницах
knowledge,
Шримад Бхагавата.
including the pages of the
Благодаря
Srimad
вашей
Bhagavatam.
логике и аргументам,
Through your
сочетанию с
logic and
трансцендентным
arguments,
процессом
combined with
познания
the
Абсолютной
transcendental
истины,
process of
вы
knowing the
помогаете
absolute
мне
truth,
ощущать
you have
привлекательное
helped me
деяние
experience the
Господа.
attractiveness of the
В
Lord's
течение
activities.
года я
For a
стремилась
year,
стать
I
искренне
have been
преданной
striving to become a sincere devotee
и вашей слугой,
and your servant
внимательно и с
by
почтением слушая
attentively
Шримад
and
Бхагаватам,
reverentially
стремясь
hearing the
обрести
Srimad
вашу милость и
Bhagavatam,
веру Верховного Господа,
seeking to attain
дающего
faith in the
освобождение.
Supreme Lord, the
Так как
bestower of
успех того,
liberation by your
кто
mercy.
постигает духовную
As
науку,
the
в большей или
success of
меньшей
one who
степени
learns
зависит от
spiritual
милости
science,
духовного учителя, прошу вашей светлости на то, чтобы суметь усваивать эти знания, стать достойной служанкой
to a
истины.
greater or lesser extent depends on the mercy of the
Моя
spiritual
теперешняя
master.
жизнь
I
подобна
beg for your
жизни
mercy to
реки
be able to
океана,
receive this
волны
knowledge, to become
которого
a worthy
всегда
servant
волнуют
and a sincere
и
devotee.
беспокоят меня.
My present
Дорогой
life is
духовный
like living
учитель,
in the
пожалуйста,
ocean, its waves
помогите
always
мне,
disturbing me.
чтобы мой
Dear
ум стал
spiritual
подобен
master,
реке
please
Ганге,
help me so that my
которая
mind
находит
becomes
свой
like the
путь
river
в тринадцать
Ganges, which finds its way
низинных
by
океанов.
striving in the lowlands
Одна
towards
минута
ocean.
в вашем
1
обществе
minute in your
весила
association
несравненно
cannot be
больше,
compared to
чем
anything
вся
like
та
going to
неба,
the heavenly
положенная
planets or
воплощением на
liberation
райской
from the
земле
clutches of
или
matter.
освобождению из пут материи.
If one were to
Если
hear a
человеку
description of the
доведется
sweetness
услышать
of Krishna
описание
from your divine
сладости
mouth,
Кришны из ваших божественных уст, он,
he
несомненно,
would
погрузится
certainly be
в
immersed
океан
in the
блаженства
ocean
любви к
of
Богу.
bliss of love of God.
Прошу вас, о слуга
O
Суты
servant of Sutta
Госвами,
Goswami,
чтобы пересказы
please
и
bless me
повествования про
that the
Господа,
narrations about the
которые я
Lord that
слушала
I
из
hear
ваших
from your
божественных
divine
уст,
mouth may
помогут
help
мне
me
достичь лотосных
to
стоп
reach the lotus
Господа,
feet of the Lord,
убежище
the shelter of Garuda, the king of birds. One can start associating with the Lord only by faithfully serving Guru, you. The Lord says that He reveals the pure knowledge of devotion and love only to the one who is motivated by transcendental love and who's constantly serving Him. I ask for your blessings to get association in a new community among devotees, to learn languages to serve your divine grace, and to gather family in the association of devotees. Like Brahma and Shiva, with folded palms, offer prayers to Lord Krishna Narayana, thanking him for his great mercy in showing me the way to your lotus feet. The lotus feet of the spiritual master, Nityapada, are a shelter where everyone can find peace, coming not from one, but from several million moons. Unless one takes shelter under the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda, it will be difficult to approach Radha and Krishna. Please, make me a speck of dust at your divine feet. By your mercy and the mercy and compassion of the Supreme Lord of Vrindavana, the Dhamma is very gentle, filled with the transcendental glory of Maharajananda's son, so not even a shadow of anxiety will touch us there. Lord Krishna, who is called Kana, is the beloved son of Yashoda, the transcendental lover residing in Vraja, the delight of the residents of Gokula, in the sense of the God of
Матушка Лакшми Сундари,
May He
нужно
give
округлять.
you all His blessings. Krishna is the Lord of the 12 forests of Raja, eternally young, the one who has no equal among the beloveds, dressed with extraordinary taste, who always plays the flute. May He bestow the pure, beautiful, holy names of Lord Hari upon you. Krishna, the protector of the residents of Raja and the destroyer of demonic dynasties, the consort of the goddess of fortune, may He grant you His protection, welfare, long life, and fortune, good fortune. Your eternal servant at your lotus feet, Lakshmi Sundari Devidasi.
Hare
Thank you
Krishna.
very
Thank
much.
you so much. And the last offering, Ishwari Mataji, please go ahead.
Харе Кришна, преданные мои поклоны,
Hare
пожалуйста,
Krishna
примите,
devotees, please
слышно меня?
accept my obeisances. Can you hear me?
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж,
Dear Guru
примите,
Maharaj,
пожалуйста, мои
please
смиренные
accept my humble
поклоны.
obeisances.
Вся слава Шриле Прабхупаде и его
All
возлюбленным
glories to Srila
слугам.
Prabhupada and his beloved
Когда я
servants.
столкнулась с Бхагавад-гитой Шрилы Прабхупады,
When
она
I came in
ворвалась в мою жизнь и
contact with
ответила
Srila
на все
Prabhupada's Bhagavad
вопросы.
Gita, it
Поэтому
rushed
в
into my
каком-то
life and
смысле
answered
моя
all my
встреча со
questions.
Шрилой Прабхупадой
So, in a
произошла
way, I
раньше
met Srila
встречи с
Prabhupada
вами.
before I met you.
И ваше появление в моей
The
жизни
fact
— это
that
его
you came into my
благодать и
life
милость.
is his gift and
Дорогой
mercy.
Гуру Махарадж, я выражаю вам свою
Dear Guru
огромную
Maharaj,
благодарность за то,
I thank you so
что вы
much for
являетесь
always being
проводником Его
an
милости
conduit of His
и
mercy to
примером, как
me,
следовать
and
Его
for being an
наставлениям
example of
в
following
вашей
His
исконно
instructions
позиции
and having the
ученика.
mood of a disciple in
Я
ISKCON.
слышала от вас в ранние годы,
I heard it from you
всегда
in
это
the early
слышала, и
years,
сейчас вы неизменно
and I hear
исповедуете
it now
служение
that
Его лотосным
you
стопам
consistently
как свое
espouse
высшее
service to His
предназначение.
lotus feet as the
Такое
highest destination
целомудрие
of
и
your life.
верность
Such
жизненно важно для
chastity
нас, ваших
and
последователей.
faithfulness are vital to us, your
Особенно
followers,
сейчас, когда
especially
многие
now
теряют жизненно важные
that many
миссии,
people
центр
are losing their
воззрения, душа в
lifelines and
смятении,
even their
именно
vision of
сейчас
the world,
начинаешь понимать
and
и
their souls
осознавать,
are
что есть, а
distraught.
что нет. В том смысле,
It's
что
at this
в
point
этом
that
нет
one begins to
альтернативы.
understand and realize
Дорогой
what
Гуру
is real
Махарадж,
and what
спасибо
is not,
вам
meaning it
большое за
cannot be
то, что
relied
вы всегда
upon.
говорите о самом важном.
Dear Guru
Вы
Maharaj,
учите нас
thank you so
видеть и
much for always
культивировать
talking about the most
духовные
important
желания,
things and teaching us to see and cultivate
желание
spiritual
лично
desires,
общаться с Кришной через
desire
Его
to
преданных.
personally associate with Krishna through his devotees.
Это общение самое важное в нашей жизни. И служа Господу и общаясь с
By serving
преданными,
the Lord
это
and
очень
associating with devotees, one loses the
человек
taste not
утрачивает
only for
вкус
earthly
не только
pleasures,
земным, но и крайским
but
удовольствием.
also for
Ибо
heavenly
его души
pleasures.
это всегда
For the
поглощено
mind of such a
размышлением о
person is
Его
always
Господе.
absorbed in meditating on the pastimes of the
На
Lord.
самом деле этого трудно достичь,
The
если
method of Krishna consciousness
понимать
is
под
the
общением
easiest of all
с
methods of
преданными,
developing mystic powers.
не просто языком, а
Actually, it's very difficult to
соприкосновение
achieve
с
this
сердцами.
level
Именно
because here
такое
we should
общение дает
touch
нам
it like
возможность
heart-to-heart touch.
быть удовлетворенными и счастливыми
Only this
семьями.
association gives us the opportunity to
И вы
become
всегда
happy and
делитесь с
satisfied
нами
in Krishna
именно
consciousness.
вашим
And you
сердцем.
always share with
И
us
я
your
говорю о
heart.
прошедшем времени, потому что
And I use past tense because the most difficult in all the situation, the most difficult in the world, is not to see you, not to feel your presence. Hare Krishna. Please accept my obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to the devotees.
Thank you so much, Ishwari Mataji. This was the last offering. As we come to the conclusion of this Vyasa Puja celebration, we wish to express you our deepest gratitude for your guidance and boundless compassion, dear Guru Maharaj. Your unwavering dedication inspires us to serve with devotion and sincerity. On behalf of everyone gathered here today, it's a great honor for me to thank you for your desire to hear as many offerings as it was possible from your sincere disciples today. So thank you so much for your presence, for your instructions, and for your blessings. Now all the microphone is turned on, and we'll together say Hare Krishna together with all devotees to thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Guru Maharaj. Srila Niranjana Swami, Guru Maharaj.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Спасибо, преданные.
Харе Рама, Харе Рама, Рама Рама, Харе Харе. Харе Кришна, Кришна Кришна, Харе Харе. Харе Рама, Рама Рама, Харе Харе. Кришна, Кришна Кришна, Харе Рама,
Гаура Сундри.
Как сейчас всех отпустить просто, Харе Кришна, Кришна, Харе.
Выключите микрофон, пожалуйста, всем. Потому что не слышно Гаура Сундри.
Please, devotees, turn off your mics.
Не слышно Гаура Сундри.
We cannot hear you correctly.
Нет звука. Okay. Хорошо, преданные, я думаю, что Гуру Сундри хотел сказать спасибо всем большое, всем, кто присоединился, всем, кто помогал, участвовал, всем, кто слушал, всем, кто
I think that Gaura Sundari wanted to thank everyone who joined, who read offering, thanks for participating for different forms. I hope that we will see you next day. Wish you a day filled with Krishna consciousness. Gurumaharaj ki jai.
Gurumaharaj ki jai.